What can they do?
So traditionally, I think it's not unreasonable to expect that we'll look at April of last year and October of last year as a little bit of a data point, that the Israelis didn't strike the nuclear facilities and the Iranians responded by launching drone attacks, which we saw they started last night, ballistic missile strikes, which I think they will also try. But the reality is Israel over the last 12 months has really diminished Iran's capabilities as well, including on its ballistic missile capabilities. That's not to say they can't do damage. It's not to say they can't overwhelm the Israeli system. They certainly can. But I think you may see a situation in which Iran says it's finally going to unleash and turn to more asymmetric efforts as well. In other words, global terrorist attacks. There's been long planning of Iran's elite guards and Quds Force to plan and undertake attacks as far away as Latin America, Southeast Asia, against Israeli and Jewish targets. And I think if the Iranians feel, especially the hardliners, that they're not having sufficient success in striking Israel directly because too much is being defended and knocked down, that's where I would expect them to turn. And that is going to be harder to defend.
What are the chances this comes to boots on the ground at some point?
Well, I think from the Israeli perspective, certainly there's been some Mossad, it seems like, infiltration, and you had minor boots on the ground in terms of the drones that were launched from the ground in Iran. But in terms of real boots on the ground, I think it'd be highly, highly unlikely. I just don't see, the Israelis don't have close to enough manpower, and so then you're talking about U.S. boots on the ground. And it's hard to imagine in this current administration that President Trump would be willing to go that far. He may be trying to play this middle ground between the isolationists and some of the hawks remaining in his administration when it comes to the situation of Israel's attacks on Iran. But I think boots on the ground might be a bridge too far, and you'd see a lot of objection from a number of folks, led, frankly, by the vice president, who have been very against what he's been calling the endless wars in the Middle East.
Jonathan, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate getting some of your perspective. Jonathan Panikoff, he's the director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative over there at the Atlantic Council, joining us from Washington, D.C. via Zoom. Well, President Trump has urged Iran to accept a nuclear deal to avoid further attacks. This came hours after Israel bombed the Islamic Republic's atomic facilities and killed some of its top commanders. Israel has since pledged more attacks. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the UK was not involved in the latest strikes. He sat down for an exclusive interview with Michal Hussein, editor-at-large for Bloomberg Weekend. Starmer began his portion of the conversation by telling Hussein he believes the country has the right to self-defense.
Well, I'm very concerned about the situation that is developing, and it's obvious that for a long time we've had grave concerns about the nuclear program that Iran is putting together, and we absolutely recognise Israel's right to self-defence. We, the UK, were not involved in this attack, and we're urging all sides to de-escalate and negotiate as the way forward here. And obviously we're talking to allies about that. We have been this week. We are intensively talking to allies today.
In March, US national intelligence made it public that they did not believe Iran was developing nuclear weapons. So has something changed in the assessment since then?
Well, I won't go into the intelligence assessments, but we are gravely concerned. I just had a call with President Macron and Chancellor Merz to discuss the situation, and we are all on the same page in the sense of saying, look, the nuclear program is a real cause for concern. We're all saying de-escalate in relation to this incident, but none of us were involved in the actual attack.
Does that mean you're also gravely concerned about the fact that Israel has taken made this very big move, preemptive military action? I mean, you're concerned about Iran's nuclear program. Are you also concerned about Israel's choice of action?
Well, I'm concerned about escalation, of course, and I'm going to speak to Prime Minister Netanyahu shortly after this interview. So obviously that'll be a topic of discussion. Look, I do recognise Israel's right to self-defence. There's no doubt about that. But I am very concerned about the escalation of this situation, which is why, along with Germany and France, we're really clear that de-escalation is what is needed here.
Would the UK therefore help defend Israel from Iranian attack as it has done before?
Well, this is happening, in time as we speak, and I'm not going to go into operational matters if you'll forgive me for that. As I say, the principle of Israel's right to self-defense is absolutely clear, and we stand by that. But this is a fast-moving situation, as you will understand.
At the same time, we have the ongoing situation in Gaza, the suffering there, something that you have called intolerable and appalling. 3 weeks ago, you made this very strong statement with Canada and France, which called for three things: for Hamas to release the hostages, for Israel's military operations in Gaza to cease, and for Israel to let aid into Gaza in accordance with the UN, engage with the UN in delivering it. None of those things have happened. What action will you take now?
Well, you'll have seen that we've taken action in relation to sanctions 3 weeks ago, but also more recently. And it is important that we consider what other options that we have. I always think in these situations it's better to act with allies, which is why we're coordinating what we're doing. But the situation in Gaza is absolutely intolerable. The aid arrangements are not adequate, nor are they going to be adequate. And so that's why we've been consistently calling for a return to the ceasefire. Of course, the release of the hostages, the remaining hostages who've been there a very long time in awful circumstances. But we must get that aid in at speed, at volume. And the current arrangements are not going to deliver that. And that's why we've been very clear in our messaging on this and our coordination on this and our willingness to take action such as sanctioning.
Which you've already done, and as I said, there's been no change to the situation. An action you could take is recognising a Palestinian state, and President Macron is leading on a conference at the UN next week on that very subject.
Well, we've got long-standing policy as a Labour Party, as a Labour government, that recognition should be part of a process, and so that's our approach. Precisely what's going to happen in the conference next week, I think, is unclear, and obviously now the immediate issue is the Israeli attack overnight, and so there are a lot of moving parts at the moment. But the principle we've always held is that the only long-term solution in relation to Palestine and the Middle East is a two-state solution. And although it seems further off now than perhaps it's seen for some time, we have to be clear that is the only path through, and that recognition at the right part of the process has always been our long-standing policy.
All right, that was UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer sitting down with Bloomberg's Michal Hussein in Downing Street for an exclusive interview here, coming on the backs of this news of the Israeli strike in Iran. We are fortunate to get a few minutes with Michal Hussein, again, editor-at-large for Bloomberg Weekend. She joins us from our London headquarters. Michal, a wonderful interview with the UK Prime Minister. You listen to Keir Starmer, you listen to President Donald Trump. This seems like an action Benjamin Netanyahu kind of did on his own. Not a lot of consultation there. Did you sense any consternation in Downing Street about the performance here of Mr. Netanyahu?
I think the tone that Prime Minister Starmer is striking is quite different to that of Mr. Trump. The Prime Minister was very keen to emphasise to me that the UK was not involved, and when I asked him if it would come to Israel's defence, as the UK has done before in helping to shoot down Iranian drones more than a year ago, he wouldn't really be drawn on that, although he did absolutely emphasise the UK's commitment to Israel's defence. But really what he was trying to do is, to the best of his ability, calm this situation down. And when I asked him if he was concerned about the action Israel had taken, as well as concerned about Iran's nuclear program, he said he was just about to speak to Mr. Netanyahu, and that was going to be a theme of that conversation. I certainly had the sense that he would much prefer this not to be happening. And as he goes into the G7 summit, he's just about to meet President Trump and the other leaders in Canada, where there's already so much to talk about. It's been such a tense and complex time in international affairs, and this is one of the big international moments when they're all coming together. This is just another layer of complexity that adds to that, and I could sense that it is one that he would really rather be doing without.
Michelle, the U.S., the Israeli strikes took tariffs off the front page, or at least put him below the fold. Does Starmer, what is the domestic situation in the UK? It sounds like the strikes are kind of doing the same thing, giving him a little relief. He's able to talk about foreign affairs rather than domestic affairs.
Well, it's interesting. In the UK, they've just had a moment where the government is really trying to signal that it is in a new phase. Prime Minister Starmer has been in office for nearly a year now. In fact, I last spoke to him when, in the last days of the UK general election campaign last year, when he was still fighting to get elected. But he's a year into the job now, and after raising taxes last fall in an effort to, as they would say, fix what the last government left behind, they've just put out spending plans that they say are all part of Britain's renewal. This was nevertheless a foreign policy conversation, and Starmer's been working really hard on Ukraine in particular. One of the areas I think is really hard for him is he has not got as yet what he would really like from President Trump, which is much more support for Ukraine, much more pressure on Russia, particularly getting President Trump to agree to fresh US sanctions. So I've no doubt that that's going to be something that he's going to again try and work hard with President Trump on. But they do have a good relationship. In many ways, they are unlikely in the bond that they've struck. Starmer's a former human rights lawyer. He's a studious, scholarly type of person, but he prides himself on the relationship that he's built with President Trump. And he was keen to say that they're in the final stages of implementing the UK-US trade deal, and it does seem that President Trump will be coming on his state visit sometime this fall, if not as early as September.
Michelle, under the Trump administration, it's been clear that the strategy is for the U.S. to perhaps pull back some of its international military support in various parts of the world, requiring some of our European friends to step up their investments and their commitments. And we've seen Germany make some announcements there. What's the feeling in the UK? How's the UK going to approach this?
This is definitely going to be difficult for the UK because just about a week ago, Keir Starmer set out a defence review in which he put forward that within a few years, the UK will be spending 2.6% of GDP on defence. Now, that's a very long way away from the new ask from the NATO alliance and that the administration is emphasising, which is to get to 3.5% of GDP spent on defence. And I did ask Prime Minister Starmer about that, and he said there are discussions going on about the wording of it. It's going to clearly be a big issue at the forthcoming NATO summit. But the other thing that's really difficult for him, and it relates to what you're saying, is on Ukraine, he's trying to work on a post-war force for Ukraine, making clear to Russia that after a ceasefire, there's going to be enough European and American, ideally, support for Ukraine to make it impossible for Russia to attack in future. And he has not got as far as he would like on US air cover, a full security backstop for that future post-war force in Ukraine. And that was something he said he's working really hard with President Trump on. But he's clearly not got as far as he needs to be on that. And Bloomberg has reported that the US is refusing to commit to air cover for a post-war force in Ukraine. And it's hard to see where else that kind of air cover would come from. And in that scenario, could Britain really put British soldiers on the ground in Ukraine? Quite hard to imagine that.
Michelle, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Michelle Hussein, editor-at-large for Bloomberg Weekend, joining us from our London offices. Again, she had an exclusive interview with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, laying out some of the getting some response and reaction to the Israeli bombing of Iran. So we'll have more on that throughout the day. Just looking at the markets here, John, I mean, trying to come back a little bit. We got the S&P down 48 points. That's 0.8%. The NASDAQ down 180 points. That's 0.9%. So what we've heard from some market participants is that, you know, maybe today's, I mean, Gina Martin Adams said today, kind of what you would kind of expect, no real panic out there. So,
and Mike McClone telling us this is short covering the rise we've seen in crude prices. In fact, off the highs of the day, Brent right now up 5%. So that's well off its highs.
Yep, very good. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence, it starts right now.
is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, John Tucker sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Coming up in this hour, Sid Phillip, Bloomberg Deputy Team Leader for Global Aviation. I'm going to talk to us about what's happening with Global and this crash in India. Boeing back in crisis mode, it seems like. Dr. Ariel Cohen, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, will give us his latest thoughts on Israel's attack on Iran. It is Friday. That means we talk municipal bonds. And then Vince Piazza, Senior Equity Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He covers the global energy space. We'll get his thoughts on what this Mideast tension means for global oil. We've got oil higher, but well off some of the surge we saw earlier and last night. So we'll get the latest on how we should think about this global oil space. But right now, let's go to Charlie Pell and get a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you very much, Paul Sweeney. Indeed, right now we are looking at WTI, West Texas Intermediate Crude, surging 5.7%. We'll have more on that in a moment. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to commonwealth.com to learn how. Well, certainly a day of fast-moving developments out of the Middle East. We got you covered here at Bloomberg. S&P right now down 47, falling below 6,000 at 59.98. But perhaps the key takeaway at this hour, we are well off session lows. The S&P currently down by 0.8%. The Dow down 570, down 1.3%. NASDAQ lower by 176, a drop there of 0.9%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 0.7%. The 10-year 4.40%, with the 2-year 3.96%. Spot gold up $41 the ounce, surging 1.2%. 34.27 right now on spot gold. And West Texas Intermediate Crude, major move there, up 5.7%, 71.92 right now for a barrel of WTI. Well, as for the White House and developments in the Middle East, Tina Fordham is founder and geopolitical strategist at Fordham Global Foresight. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
For investors that are having flashbacks to the last round of Iran-Israel tensions in 2024, we're in a really different environment. At the moment, it looks like the White House is trying to give the impression that they were on board with these attacks, when almost everything that we're hearing is that the White House was cautioning Netanyahu not to go for it.
Tina Fordham of Fordham Global Foresight interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. Airline stocks lower right now. Case in point, UAL among the domestic names with significant overseas exposure. United down 3%. We've got American AAL on the ticker there, down 3.7%. Delta tumbling by 2.6%. Oil stocks right now higher, along with the price of crude. ExxonMobil up 1.1%. BP, the ADR is up 1%. Chevron up 0.1%. Also, defense stocks advancing. Case in point, Lockheed Martin right now up 3.5%. RTX up by 2.4%. Keep it locked in to Bloomberg Radio for the latest on these fast-moving developments out of the Middle East. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pell, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Charlie reported we have a sell-off in place in the markets today. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside John Tucker, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Christine Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at?
Well, let's talk about Lockheed Martin since Charlie Pellet mentioned that. So ticker LMT, again, shares up 3.5% at the moment. And that's interesting because, earlier this week, that stock was not doing well because there was a report the Department of Defense will cut its order of F-35s by half. But then on Thursday, we did get some findings from the Congressional Budget Office saying that the operating and support costs of F-35 fighter jets have stabilized. And that was in response to President Trump's order in April to review all major defense acquisition programs. So that was probably helping Lockheed a little bit. And of course, Middle East tensions always boost to defense stocks.
I love the F-35. That looks really cool. I love to fly that thing. What else we got?
Very patriotic.
Awesome.
You might see one tomorrow on the parade.
Yes, that's
exactly.
right.
Make sure you watch that. But yes, otherwise, we are looking at Oracle as well. That's ticker ORCL. And that stock up really nicely today, more than 5% at the moment. And, we're seeing Oracle being raised to outperform from market perform at BMO Capital Markets. That's after shares hit a record high this week following the software makers results, projecting a 70% gain in cloud infrastructure sales this fiscal year. So this week, Oracle shares up 20%, nice. And that is the biggest gain since April 2001.
Boom. And I remember April 2001 very well. 52-week high today for Oracle. So how about that? All right, look at the Dow. It's off 525 points, 1.2%. Biggest driver of that downside is Visa. What's going on with Visa?
Exactly. Visa, ticker V, and we're seeing those shares down just about 6% at the moment. So pairing some losses here, but still very much in the red. And that is because we have a Wall Street Journal report saying that there are large merchants, including Walmart and Amazon, that are exploring how to issue or use stable coins to bypass the traditional fees of card-based systems. Now, yes, I know you're groaning, Paul, because, of course, some analysts pointing out that this is going to be a long uphill battle in terms of adoption, but we do have KBW analyst Sanjay Sakrani saying that, of course, these initiatives could put pressure on the economics of card fees over time.
Stablecoin replacing cards?
Well, how about the old-fashioned way? You whip out a wad of cash, okay? And you play it the old school way. That's how I do it in Jersey Shore.
Oh, yeah, and you're the only one.
And I'm the only one. The only one. All right, Christina Aquino, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Christina Aquino from Bloomberg News. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports of the biggest winners and losers in this stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Let's check in with the story from yesterday, the air crash in India that claimed so many lives. A lot of issues there. One of the issues is just Boeing, the plane, GE, the engines. From a business perspective, that's kind of where a lot of folks are looking at this state. Sid Phillip joins as Deputy Team Leader for Global Aviation, Zoom from Paris. Sid, what do we know about the actual plane itself? Maybe some causes here. Has anything been reported?
So far, there hasn't been much in terms of causes. I mean, so far we understand that investigators are combing through the wreckage to determine really what caused that crash, and it killed all but one person on board, so 241 people.
The fact that somebody walked away from that is absolutely a miracle.
I can't wait to see the reporting on that. So has Boeing said anything? What's Boeing said since?
Boeing's actually it hasn't said a lot. Boeing's basically deferring to the regulators and investigators on this matter. So they're sort of putting it onto investigators, saying they're not going to comment and they're not going to say anything about this accident. They're going to help with the investigation, but they aren't going to comment, and they're going to let the investigators sort of work through whatever evidence that they can find and whatever sort of the black boxes and what they decode from those black boxes before they really make a determination and say anything on the matter.
This also gets to the investigation, but you know more than us about that particular airport in question. I understand that's known for a lot of bird strikes. Do I have that right?
There have been some bird strikes. I mean, again, at this point, it's a bit early to be saying what the matter is. I mean, at the moment, the accident's being investigated by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau of India, and they also have investigators from the UK and the US who are assisting with the probe. And so they're looking at multiple angles in this investigation. And I think the DGCA, which is India's aviation regulator, also ordered some maintenance checks on all of Air India's Boeing 787s, including they're asking them to check on fuel systems, cabin air, engine control, hydraulics, just to rule out what really caused this incident.
Hey, so just thinking about Boeing, it seemed like just recently, maybe the last 6 to 9 months, Boeing was putting behind it a lot of the safety issues that have plagued it for the last several years, the 737 MAX and so on, and then this happened. What's the feeling within Boeing about kind of where they are in terms of getting back some of their engineering chops, their safety chops, getting production levels back up to where they need to be? What do you think the view is from Boeing?
So Boeing obviously has been working on improving their quality systems. They have a new CEO, Kelly Ortberg, who is sitting there, who has basically been working on improving quality and making sure that the company can actually ramp up production and ramp up safely. And so that's what they've been ramping up. And they've sort of just reached a key milestone on the 737 MAX, which is separate from the jet that actually crashed in India. And that jet is the one that had those two fatal crashes in 2018 and 19, and also the door plug falling off last year. And so they've ramped up production on that. They've sort of got to the FAA mandated level of 38 a month. And so they are in the process of sort of shoring up their company, shoring up their balance sheet. And this will be a sort of blow to that effort. And this will sort of force Kelly Ortberg, the new CEO, to sort of, again, go back into crisis mode. And I mean, he isn't going to be attending the Paris Air Show, which starts next week. He's decided to skip that along with Stephanie Pope, who leads the commercial unit.
Yeah, I was kind of curious how that proceeds. Arguably, the Paris Air Show is what? That's the biggest event on the aviation calendar, isn't it?
It is the biggest aviation event, typically where airlines splash out on big orders. There's lots. It's very celebratory. That's where airlines sort of talk about their future fleet plans, and aircraft manufacturers, including Airbus and Boeing, show off what their latest products are and all the innovations and developments that they have.
So where is Boeing in terms of, like, a lot of folks tell me, hey, if you're looking at Boeing, the only thing you really need to focus on is how many 737s are they getting off the line every month? Where are we right now, and where do they want to go?
At the moment, we're close to the FAA mandated limit of about 38 a month, and they have talked about getting beyond that to about 50 a month, but that is long term. It's not yet not a near-term consideration, but that's basically where Airbus, which is Boeing's direct rival, makes about 60 A321s, which compete with the 737 MAX. They make about 60 a month, and they have an ambition of reaching 75 a month by 2027.
Tell us about GE, the engines in question, and does Boeing, is GE just one of the many suppliers of engines for Boeing?
No, so GE is one of the main suppliers of engines for Boeing. I mean, on the 737 MAX, GE is one half of a joint venture that makes the exclusive engines for the 737 MAX, and they also provide all the engines on the 777X, which is the upcoming model, and they're one of two engine options on the 787. So they're a very, very important supplier in terms of the aviation ecosystem. They're a very important supplier to Boeing, and I mean, this engine has is been in service for over a decade now, and so this isn't a new engine. It isn't an engine that has any particular issues. So it is. I mean, I'm sure that GE is also contributing to the investigation.
All right. Sid, thanks so much for joining us. Sid Phillip, Bloomberg Deputy Team Leader for Global Aviation. Let's get back to the geopolitical topic of the day, Israel and Iran. Ariel Cohen joins us, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, joining us from Stockholm, Sweden via Zoom. Ariel, can you put into context what has happened over the last 24 hours? What is Israel's strategy?
Of course.
Where does Iran go from here?
First of all, this was in the works for probably 20 years. Iran was giving every opportunity to walk away from its nuclear weapons program. First with the JCPOA planned by the Obama administration. It didn't work. Instead of, yes, they could enrich for the domestic power production, 3.5% enriched uranium. They escalated 20% and more. Now they were enriching at 60 to 80%, which the only application is weapons. They kept accelerating development of their ballistic missiles, and they were funding proxies from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, from the Houthis to Hezbollah, to Iraqi Kataib Hezbollah. So they were building, or trying to build, a Middle Eastern empire, and it all came down crushing. And Trump gave him 60 days to agree to keep their internal domestic power production through nuclear reactors, but to shut down the enrichment They refused. Every Friday, they chanted death to America, death to Israel. They tried to assassinate Trump on American soil. So when people are telling me now, we don't care about Iran, nobody talks about Iran, like this Bright Lights Marjorie Taylor Greene said
yeah.
in
I just want to quickly
Congress.
ask you: Do we know if the Iranian nuclear capabilities have been neutralized or anywhere near neutralized at this point?
I think Israel is way on its way to do that because the Natanz enrichment facility, despite the fact that it was protected with an 8-meter concrete envelope, is destroyed, and other nuclear facilities are destroyed. But if this regime stays in place, they may rebuild, or it will require another war in 5 or 10 years. So the question I'm asking myself, number one, with Trump watching the inflation, can the Saudis and other Gulf oil producing countries export oil west to the Red Sea so that the oil supply is not disrupted too much? This is important for the U.S., that Iran doesn't put mines in the Strait of Hormuz, through which 25 to 30% of oil exports is going through. And secondly, can the regime survive either giving up its nuclear program or being bombed as badly as the Israelis seem to be doing and still stay in power? And at this point, I'm not sure about either outcome.
Dr. Cohen, can you just reiterate what I think I heard you say, which is you believe that Israel has destroyed or neutralized their nuclear facilities?
Indeed. The main enrichment facility was in Natanz. Israel is also destroying or destroyed most of the massive ballistic missile arsenals. Just the other day, we saw that Iran was buying enough materials and precursors to build 10,000 ballistic missiles over a period of 3 years from China. Apparently, this is also a target. It may not be fully destroyed yet because we're barely 24 hours into the operation. But in terms of the success of taking out the leadership of the Iranian Air Force, the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard commanders, what will happen in the next couple of weeks?
We're going to have to leave it there just because of time. We really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Dr. Ariel Cohen, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, joining us via Zoom from Stockholm, Switzerland. Stocks kind of coming back just a little bit. S&P down 42 points. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Stocks lower across the board, a rush to safety sweeping global markets. We are, however, off session lows after Israeli airstrikes on Iranian nuclear targets. Oil notching its biggest moves as traders stay on edge for signs of an escalating confrontation. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio for the very latest on these fast-moving developments out of the Middle East. Equity markets lower, but the S&P now back above 6,000 at 6,006. The S&P down 38, down 0.6%. The Dow down 489 now, down 1.1%. Nasdaq down 0.7%. The 10-year 4.41%, with a 2-year that's yielding 3.96%. Gold is surging 1.2%, 34.28. West Texas Intermediate crude now up 6.5%, 72.48 a barrel. Consumer sentiment, as measured by the University of Michigan, rose by the most since January 2024 as concerns about the economy eased and short-term inflation expectations showed a marked improvement. Joanne Shu is Director of Surveys at the University of Michigan. And our John Tucker asked the question, just how much do the confidence numbers matter given overnight developments in the Middle East?
Well, there's a lot going on in the world right now, and in terms of how consumers react to global events in the Middle East, where we can wait until the final reading for June. But of course, things are happening on a daily basis. Consumers are incorporating this information, separate from the possible disruption to energy prices from what's going on.
Joanne Shu of the University of Michigan. Again, energy prices certainly worth repeating. WTI, West Texas Intermediate crude up 6.3%. Brent, the global benchmark, up now by 6.1%. And for on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
All right, today's Focus on Munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Insured Municipal Bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. Max Adler joins us, Bloomberg Municipal Bond Reporter. He is based in Los Angeles. Max, talk to us about the municipal bond market. How's performance been this year? It's been a year of tremendous volatility out there for all asset classes. How's the muni market doing?
Well, in May, munis outperformed treasuries, and people are hopeful going forward. We have diminished tax concerns now that the Republicans have put out their proposal for the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it did not include an elimination of the municipal bond tax exemption. We have relative attractive valuations right now, and supply is pretty good. Going into the summer, we should expect a dip in supply, as we usually do see during the summer season. But we do expect strong performance. There will be a lot of reinvestment money out there that investors will be looking to put to play in the market.
How does the federal aid, or maybe the lack of federal aid, impact the municipal market?
For certain issuers, it should be cause for concern. There are certain states right now that are looking at federal funding threats, California specifically, that could impact its credit strength going forward. It still remains to be seen. Right now, a lot of what has been coming from the Trump administration has just been threats. In California specifically, the Newsom administration this week filed a preemptive lawsuit against the Trump administration. They had threatened to pull funding from California based off of their trans athlete policy. And we'll see how that plays out in court. As we all know, the Newsom administration won a partial win last night when a federal judge, Stephen Breyer's brother, said that the National Guard had to be returned to the governor's control. Granted, that ruling has been stayed until the 9th Court of Appeals does decide on that. But it's looking hopeful for California right now. Newsom did go out last night and celebrate it as if it was a win. On Twitter, he was posting videos of the Death Star being blown up as a metaphor for what he thinks was a big win in court yesterday.
So, Max, you're based in Bloomberg News' Los Angeles bureau. You're right there on the front line, so to speak. From a municipal bond perspective, given some of the unrest we're seeing in Los Angeles, given some of the, I guess, the pushback from President Trump against Governor Newsom, has that affected either how California's municipal bonds trade, or has it affected any kind of new issuance? Has it any impact so far?
Los Angeles County came to market this week with a $700 million sale. 1-year yields on that were elevated above the AAA curve right now. So it is having a little bit of an impact, but generally because of tax policy in California, there is such strong demand for California paper that it has tended to perform relatively well, regardless of the funding concerns that are popping up and regardless of some of the protest turmoil and ICE-induced turmoil that we've seen over the last week.
All right, Max, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Max Adler, Bloomberg Municipal Bond reporter, joining us from our Los Angeles bureau, which is a phenomenal office space. The first one I visited was a little substandard by Bloomberg standards. I went back 6 months later. They'd moved into new space. Unbelievable.
Based on your complaints?
Yes. Oh, I definitely. I do have a story about that.
Thanks, Paul.
I think I offended the person who was responsible for our office space by saying they have the easiest job in Bloomberg because they just go into any city in the world and say, I want the best building in the best neighborhood, and I want office space there, and that's what we do. So it seems like everywhere I go, Bloomberg offices are better than Index, so they do a great job for those folks who get us our office space. Let's turn back to the energy complex here. WTI crude oil up about 6%. I think that's good for my friends down in the oil patch. And again, I watch Landman, so I know all about that business. Vince Piazza joins us. He actually is an expert. Bloomberg Intelligence senior equity analyst covering the oil and gas space here. Hey, Vince, when you see price moves here in crude and in gas, how do your energy companies kind of view this? Is it just kind of a short-term blip and there might still be oil pressure on the way down? How do you guys think about it?
Well, when you think about the reason behind it, the geopolitical risk premium has now been re-injected into the marketplace because of Israel striking Iran and the retaliation that's likely to occur. If it's a shorter-term scenario, then that risk premium will get diluted. But I think in this case, it just feels different. So that risk premium may stick around for longer. Now, we've come off the highs of today, and I think that's a positive. What is interesting, though, Paul, is that the WTI Brent spread, that differential between the Brent price and the WTI price has tightened, which means that WTI barrels are being bid in order to receive some type of stable supply from a friendlier region of the world. What will dictate this going forward is if it entangles other proxies. So if this escalates and accelerates across the region, then that risk premium will get rebid. I'm less concerned about facilities on land and more concerned about the shipment of hydrocarbons, the shipment of molecules, and if shipping lanes will be disrupted. Iran from time to time has dictated that it would shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which is a major choke point in the shipment of molecules around the world. It is an extremely important passageway for roughly 20–25% of LNG flows, roughly 30-some-odd% of oil and product flows, shutting that down, or any higher risk to shipments, that will rebid that risk premium, and it will become much more permanent. And then we are seeing this shift toward backwardation in the near term. So we need to be very careful on how that plays out over the next month or so. Keep in mind, very important fact here is that this is occurring right around the time of summer drive season too. It is one of the true demand periods for gasoline, on-road gasoline. Folks like us like to get in on the road and take our vacations. And so that is a very precarious time to have the market bid up crude, the feedstock that gets cracked into the various products.
Yeah, Vince, on that, I wanted to ask you just the extent to which the United States might be sort of isolated from that. I mean, we're not seeing it in the WTI price today. I wonder how much of that is short covering. But since we're sort of near energy independence, why is this impacting the United States?
Well, oil is a global commodity, and we ship oil across the world as well. So it is interconnected. We are interconnected with what goes on across all of the choke points, all of the major producing areas. The flow of those molecules is interchangeable. And so what impacts the capacity to produce in one region would impact our capacity as well. Number one. Number two, the producers have told us that they do not wish to grow output. In fact, just the opposite. They're maintaining those levels in order to generate more free cash flow. So capital discipline, production discipline on their part. Even the investor base has mentioned that they do not want to see more sunk cost in production, that they want that excess capital to come back to them in the form of higher dividends and buybacks, or even consolidation of smaller players where assets go into stronger hands and we have fewer but larger, more powerful organizations able to sustain an entire cycle and the ups and downs of the volatility of a cycle.
All right, great stuff, Vince. Appreciate you taking the time. Vince Piazza, he covers all the oil and natural gas companies for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us there. And again, as John was mentioning, we're still a little bit elevated, up about 6.2% for WTI crude oil, $72 a barrel here. We were up about 11% late last night when the news first broke of Israel's attack on the Iranian facility. So again, pairing a little bit of that move higher. Mike McGlone, if you recall from Bloomberg Intelligence on the commodity side, simply says this is just a short-term move higher in what is, in his opinion, an energy bear market. S&P 500 off only 30 points right now. It's a 0.5%. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are trimming declines. Oil traders, however, remain on edge. Right now, we have got Brent, the global benchmark, up by 5.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude surging 6%. Stocks are well off session lows, but still a down day with the S&P right now down 33 points, a decline there of 0.6%. Traders and investors monitoring developments out of the Middle East. Keep it locked into Bloomberg for the very latest, with the Dow down 472 now, down 1.1%. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 0.7%. Again, the S&P down 0.6%, putting it all in context. The 10-year 4.42%, with the 2-year 3.96%. Gold is now surging 1.1%, 34.24 the ounce. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude now up 6%. WTI 72.14 a barrel. Business executives around the globe are monitoring developments in the Middle East. Jim Farley is the president and CEO of Ford Motor, and he spoke this morning with Bloomberg's Matt Miller at Le Mans.
It's a really important region for us. We're watching Turkey as well. We have a huge operation in Turkey. We export all the way through Europe and the UK. So far, so good, but it's clearly a concern for all of us in business.
Ford CEO Jim Farley speaking with Bloomberg again. Ford shares, they are trading lower today, down by just about 0.4%. By the way, you can watch that full conversation on YouTube on the Bloomberg podcast channel. Airline stocks declining around the world after Israel launched those airstrikes across Iran, forcing several countries in the Middle East to close their airspace to commercial flights. Now, among U.S. carriers with significant overseas business, we're looking at United UAL on the ticker, down 2.7%. American down now by 2.9%. Delta Airlines down by 2.2%. Recapping, S&P down 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 6%. Spot gold up 1.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pello, thank you so much. We appreciate that. John Tucker sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. What we've been trying to do all day today, starting at 7 a.m. with Tom Keenan Surveillance, is just to try to find some guests here who are experienced in, educated in all things in the complexities of the Middle East and help us, the audience, to get some context about what's happening in the Middle East. Our next guest is certainly one of those folks. Aaron David Miller, Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, joining us from Washington, D.C. via Zoom here. Aaron, we've had Presidents Biden, Presidents Trump urging Israel to have restraint, particularly as it relates to Iran. But I guess today Iran said, hey, the risks to us are just too high. Iran is making too much progress on the nuclear front. We had to act. What kind of context, or how do you view what happened last night?
It's a long movie, guys, and thanks for having me. First of all, I think the Israelis acted in large part because you have an Israeli prime minister who is now very risk-ready. His lifelong mission is to free Israel from the shadow of an Iranian bomb. And the Israelis, not just the prime minister, get behind this idea of the Begin doctrine. You know that in the summer of 1981, then Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin went after the Assyrian reactor in Iraq and destroyed it. The Americans destroyed the reactor again, by the way, during their campaigns in Iraq. This is during the Reagan administration, and Reagan was not very happy with the Israeli decision. He later came to regret it, though, and agreed with Begin that getting rid of the reactor was a wise move. In this case, I think the first Democratic and Republican president ever did not communicate in a unmistakable way to the Prime Minister of Israel. And they talked on Thursday. We're not sure what the conversation was before these strikes last night and this morning. They, let's put it this way, Donald Trump did not say no. Had he wanted to say no, he could have brought to bear an enormous amount of leverage and pressure to dissuade the Israelis from not striking. So I don't think that conversation was necessary. He may have had doubts. But I think in the end, he simply enabled, exceeded, and acquiesced in the prime minister's decision. And remember, the negotiations were supposed to resume on Sunday in Oman, and yet the administration kept saying right up to the end, 5 hours before the strikes, the president tweeted on Truth Social that he hoped there would be a diplomatic ending to this. So the administration cooperated with this ruse, and right now we're waiting for the Iranian response. It could be weeks before it occurs. They're clearly knocked off balance. Much of their general staff has been eliminated. Former head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard eliminated. Chief of staff of the Iranian military eliminated. And the Israelis are still ongoing now, striking ballistic missile sites, UAV sites, drone sites, in effort to repress and suppress whatever remains of Iran's air defense. There will be an Iranian response. It may be asymmetrical, using terror against Israeli or Jewish targets. There's a history there. It could be a while, and then you raise the question, or I'd raise it, what are the Iranians going to respond to? Will they confine their strikes to to Israel proper? Or are they going to go after American assets in the Gulf or in Iraq or in Syria or oil infrastructure in Saudi Arabia? I would bet, given how weak and vulnerable the Iranians are, they'd probably, at least at this stage, confine their response to Israel.
Secretary Rubio said this was a unilateral action. Then we got a tweet or something on social media from the president that said, among other things, the next attack being planned will be, quote, even more brutal. It begs the question for me, what is U.S. foreign policy with respect to this?
Well, I think the president had made a judgment. He obviously argued the Iranian negotiations were not producing. He gave them 2 months to reach an agreement, which is an unrealistic deadline, to be sure. That deadline was reached June 11, that Thursday overnight, Friday morning, they attacked. So no, I think the administration rode the tiger of what the Israelis now have in this region, which is an escalation dominance. They've essentially hollowed out Hamas as a military organization. They basically decimated Hezbollah. Hezbollah issued a statement saying, remarkably, they would not initiate any activity in response to what the Israelis have done. So I think that right now, the NSC, president's chairing an NSC meeting. I'd say the priorities, you asked me what U.S. foreign policy will be. In this case, I think there are 3 or 4 issues. Number one, protect Americans. Make sure that the sites that are vulnerable are as hardened as they could be. Number 2, prepare for a significant defense, assistance of Israel, help the Israelis multi-layer their own defenses, as the Biden administration did, in response to the Iranian attacks last year in April and October. That's number 2. Number 3, coordinate regional defense. Unnamed Gulf countries in April and October helped, both intelligence-wise and participation in an air and missile defense shield, remarkably supporting Israel in the face of that Iranian attack. Jordan shot down drones in last April and October, and the U.S. deployed F-15 specially equipped with interceptors to protect and help the Jordanians in airspace. The final piece of what policy would be, are they looking for a way to de-escalate? Will they try and push, I doubt for something in the Security Council, but some sort of initiative that would try to get the Iranians back to the negotiating table? That's going to be a very heavy lift, though, guys. I mean, the Iranians invested $5 trillion over time in this nuclear program. They are humiliated. They are embarrassed to the extreme. So I think we're talking about we're the beginning of a very long and very difficult Israeli-Iranian confrontation.
Aaron, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Aaron David Miller, he's a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. in Washington, D.C., joining us via Zoom. Looking at these markets here, they continue to creep back just a little bit. S&P 500 is now down 24 points. That's 0.4%. We were down more than 1% earlier today. WTI crude oil still up about 6%, $72. 10-year Treasury yields, they're 6.5 basis points higher, 4.42%. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, John Tucker sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. We had a bunch of economic data this week, getting a little bit overshadowed today by the geopolitical issues. But you think back, CPI, PPI, it feels like inflation, if it's going to come into the economy, we ain't seen it yet here.
And the inflation expectations from you, Mish, at the top of the hour.
Exactly right. Those inflation expectations came down. So I don't know what the bond market makes of all this. So we just dialed up Ira Jersey, got him away from a soccer match somewhere. He's chief U.S. interest rate strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Ira, what do you make of some of the, I don't know, the UMISH data today, kind of the inflation data we had this week? What's the reaction in the Treasury bond market?
Yeah, so the Treasury market today is reacting, I think, mostly to that University of Michigan data where you had expectations for the economy. I'm not going to say that the consumer thinks it's going to be good, but more that it's less bad, right? Less pessimistic than what it was. But then those inflation expectations coming down pretty significantly, particularly for the next year. They were unchanged for the long term, but for the short term, they came down quite a lot. And I think that the market, the bond market initially had some relief to that. But the fact that that I think the expectations went up so much really kind of hit the market and saying, oh, well, maybe the economy's not so crazy bad that the Fed's going to cut and we're going to have a big rally in bonds. So we're seeing a little bit of a sell-off. People may be taking off risk going into the weekend, quite frankly, because we don't know what a lot of the headlines are going to come over the weekend when the market is going to be not necessarily closed. The Treasury market doesn't actually close, but it could be very thin trading. So why have risk on going into potential of a lot of headlines over the weekend?
When does the bond market figure out where it wants to go?
Yeah, well, it'll start probably next Wednesday when we get the Federal Reserve meeting. We also get retail sales next week. That's kind of an underappreciated measure. We don't talk about it quite enough in the news and the media, but for the bond market, it's actually the third most important report that we get every single month. When you look at just what the market moves tend to be right around that number. It's non-farm payroll, CPI, and then it's retail sales, and everything else is an also ran. So I do think that the Fed meeting next week is going to be really important for the Treasury market, not necessarily so much for the long end, but for the short end of the curve, because we get the dots, we get the summary of economic projections, and we'll see what Jay Powell says is their reaction function, because like Paul noted, we haven't seen a lot of the flow through from the tariffs yet in the hard data. There's some pieces of that, keep in mind, and again, something else that Anna Wong did a really good job pointing out. She's the Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist and she and I work pretty closely together. And one of the things that she pointed out, which I think is really important, we have seen some tariff pass through in some sectors, but services and some other sectors that are more domestic are seeing prices decline, or at least not rise as quickly. And that's moderated a lot of the data that we got this week, both in CPI and PPI.
So, Ira, Alex from Brooklyn writes in and she asks, how did the auctions go this week? Did you learn anything?
They were, well, if anyone who was worried about foreign demand can stop worrying, because they went pretty well. I was about to say swimmingly, but we're supposed to get some rain tomorrow before the soccer game that you kind of teased there a little bit, Paul. So I don't want to talk about water right now. But yeah, they went really well. In fact, the 30-year auction, which, back in April caused a lot of angst for people thinking that, Taiwanese pension funds and people in Hong Kong and stuff are going to be selling a lot of 30-year bonds. Well, our grading system graded it an A, which is obviously the second best grade that it could have gotten. It had very strong demand from investors, and it also priced very well compared to what the market was expecting when the auction closed at 1 o'clock yesterday. So yeah, no lack of demand right now, even for 30-year bonds, long duration, and those fiscal concerns seem to be on the back burner for now, versus people maybe needing to buy bonds to meet some of their investment mandates.
Okay, so for now, kind of bottom line this for us with respect to Jay Powell. He's right to say we just got to wait because things haven't shown up in the data just yet with respect to tariffs.
Yeah, I think that's very likely that Jay Powell once again is going to say we're going to be on hold, we're going to be neutral. That's what he said in May. And when you look at the Beige Book report that we got a couple of weeks ago, that is very important to the Federal Reserve's kind of state of mind in general. That showed that the tone of that was generally neutral. So we have a model that parses the tone being hawkish or dovish in the minutes, the Beige Book, as well as the Chair Powell's opening remarks at the press conference that he'll do next Wednesday. And it showed, the Beige Book showed it was just neutral. It was as neutral could be. So I don't see any reason for Jay Powell and the rest of the Fed to switch that yet. Right now, we see the June and July inflation reports come out where inflation's very high. Well, that could change the tone of the September meeting pretty aggressively. But until then, it could be a very quiet summer. It'd be nice to have a quiet summer for once.
Exactly right. All right, Ira, thank you so much for joining us.
Quiet and rainy.
Yeah, quiet and rainy summer. That's exactly right. Good luck on the soccer match tomorrow, Ira. Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, Bloomberg Intelligence, and also part owner of a minor league soccer team in, I think it's Real Central, New Jersey. And I guess they got a game tomorrow, so go check out their website if you want to see some good minor league soccer. He's based down there in the Princeton area. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio. on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. S&P 500 down 24 points, 0.4%. The Dow down 400 points, 0.9%. And the NASDAQ down 95 points. That's 0.5%. Have a good weekend. This is Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his country's military strikes in Iran destroyed the country's largest uranium enrichment facility. The U.S. assessment is a bit more muted, as we hear from CBS's Olivia Gazis.
Thus far, the Israeli strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities have been limited in terms of the damage. The IAEA, the UN's nuclear watchdog, has said that there's no known radioactive material leaking from Natanz, that largest facility, and we know of no significant damage thus far, again, to other existing Iranian nuclear facilities.
Israel says its operation will continue. President Trump warned on social media it could be brutal for Iran, and Tehran missed chances to reach a new nuclear deal. CBS's Kelly O'Grady says the military action has rattled global markets.
When you have bombs going off in the Middle East, when you have Iran being a top 10 oil producer, as many other of the Middle Eastern nations are, there is a concern about supply. And that is why you are seeing oil prices rise roughly 7 to 10%, given on the minute. Things are changing very rapidly.
A military commander 200 Marines have moved into Los Angeles and will protect federal property and personnel as a court battle plays out.
A federal judge issued a temporary restraining order on Thursday telling President Donald Trump to return control of the federalized National Guard back to California. Then the Trump administration filed an appeal to a higher court, a final decision expected next week. Meanwhile, in downtown Los Angeles, since LA Mayor Karen Bass issued a dusk to dawn curfew, the streets have been peaceful. Craig Figner for CBS News, Los Angeles.
The Salvadoran, who was in this country legally and mistakenly deported, had a day in court in Tennessee today on human smuggling charges. CBS's Jake Rosen.
Camara Bray Garcia pleading not guilty to those charges, and his attorneys have asked this judge to give him the due process that he's been denied since March 15th when he was removed from the United States, to allow him to go back home.
And CBS's Jim Krasula tells us
the Trump administration has provided the personal information, including immigration status, for millions of Medicaid enrollees to deportation officials. That's according to emails obtained by the Associated Press. California, Illinois, Washington State, and Washington, D.C. allow immigrants who are in the U.S. illegally to enroll in relatively new Medicaid programs that pay for their expenses using only state taxpayer dollars.
The Dow is down 400 points. This is CBS News. It could rain on the big military parade in D.C. Protests are planned, too.
The White House says stormy weather won't get in the way of the pricey parade in the nation's capital, celebrating the Army's 250th anniversary. Rows of tanks that arrived in D.C. this week are expected to be among 150 military vehicles on display. 6,500 soldiers plan to march, all with an estimated price tag of $45 million. The president's called it peanuts compared to the value of doing it. The forecast for Washington tomorrow calls for a 90% chance of rain and a high of 81 degrees. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Government scientists say the northern lights should be visible tomorrow night in much of the upper half of the U.S. from Idaho to New York. Depends on the weather. The geomagnetic storm that triggers them is expected to be on the low end of the intensity scale. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
Israel says it is not done. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power as Israel launches a series of attacks against Iran's nuclear sites, killing as well top military commanders. President Trump says there is still time to cut a deal. And we're going to get the latest on a very dangerous moment here in geopolitics from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who's live at the White House, and from Bloomberg defense reporter Nora Melinda. We carry on with insights on what this means for American diplomacy in the region with Holly Dagres at the Atlantic Council. And we'll have analysis from our political panel. When you need them most, Rick Davis and Gidi Shanzano are here for the hour. This, of course, impacting prices on Wall Street, specifically in the oil space. And we start right now with the markets. Charlie Pellet is at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie?
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, fast-moving markets. Keep it locked into Bloomberg for the very latest Balance of Power. We got you covered out of D.C. right now. Joe mentioned oil. West Texas Intermediate crude surging 5.4%. Brent, the global benchmark, also up by 5.4%. Equity markets lower right to the numbers with the S&P down 26, holding above 6,000. Well off session lows, 6,019 where we stand right now, down by about 0.4%. We've got the Dow down 418 now, down 1%. NASDAQ down 98 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop there of 0.5%. The 10-year 4.42% with the 2-year that's currently yielding 3.96%. Spot gold up $39 the ounce, up 1.2%, 34.25. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude up 5.4% right now, 71.75 a barrel. Ellen Wald is senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, and on surveillance this morning, she explained what the concern is with oil.
A lot of the reason that oil prices jump is this fear that Iran could disrupt shipping through the Strait of Hormuz because all of the ships have to go through Iranian waters to get out and also into the Persian Gulf.
Ellen Wald of the Atlantic Council. Again, we do have crude oil advancing, surging now by 5.5%. Oil stocks also moving higher. ExxonMobil, case in point, up 1.4%. BP, ADR is up 1.7%. Chevron, just about unchanged on the day. Again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they do remain lower. S&P trading down 24 points, down 0.1%. Want to emphasize gold up 1.2% and crude up by 5.5%. Keep it locked into Bloomberg and Balance of Power for the latest on these fast-moving markets. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, let's stay close today. These stories are, of course, very closely interwoven with news. Late last evening, we were talking about confirming what you heard here on this program at this time yesterday. As you may recall, our conversations with Natasha Hall at CSIS, with Michael Allen at Beacon Global Strategies. They told you this was coming. We just didn't know when. Of course, it would only be hours later we saw the headlines that, in fact, Israel chose to begin striking Iran, and they're not done. What we can tell you right now is we had a series of targets with more than 200 aircraft. Imagine the skies over Iran last evening. More than 200 Israeli warplanes dropping ordnance specifically on nuclear sites, targeting the nuclear infrastructure, but not until they targeted personnel. Indeed, they went for people first, part of the signature that we have seen in Israeli operations against Iran and other proxies over the past year or so. These attacks killed the chief of staff of the Iranian armed forces, the commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. And there are questions about how much further Israel will go. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu released a long statement in English on what they are now calling Operation Rising Lion. Listen.
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now.
Indeed, they are still acting. Netanyahu's forces resuming airstrikes against Iran's largest uranium enrichment facility in the past couple of hours. Inspectors, by the way, at the IAEA report the heavily fortified Natanz plant showing no sign yet of having been breached. They are measuring radiation in the region here. Now, that we know as well that there was a response, at least an initial response from Iran, sent 100 drones against Israel. Most of them were knocked down. There are big questions, however, about what the true response will be and, in fact, what Iran is cooking up, not to mention the involvement here of the United States. And this is when things get interesting. The White House said just as recently as yesterday they didn't know this was coming. Donald Trump on Truth Social 4 hours ago. He writes, 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps a second chance. We'll see about that as we bring in Tyler Kendall from the North Lawn of the White House. Tyler, there is in fact, a session planned for Sunday. Steve Witkoff was supposed to be in Oman for nuclear talks. We're running headlines right now on this. What do we know?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, a U.S. official does tell Bloomberg News that the U.S. does still hope that those talks will be able to continue moving forward this Sunday in Oman. It would be the 6th round of talks. We are waiting to get some additional updates as President Trump does convene his National Security Council inside the Situation Room that was scheduled on his public schedule for 11 a.m. Eastern. If or when we get any details after that, we'll, of course, bring it to you. But it comes as President Trump does appear to be lending his support to Israeli airstrikes, as the U.S. does say it is not part of this ongoing operation, but they were given advance notice ahead of time. In a series of posts, though, on Truth Social earlier, you read one of them. President Trump really did tout American military might and also suggested that the U.S. could be sending additional U.S. equipment towards Israel soon. But importantly, he did reiterate the United States position that it is a top priority for Iran to make a nuclear deal, with President Trump threatening that it has to happen before it is too late. You mentioned there how he had outlined this deadline and that he said Iran did not make it. In fact, it was Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Herdern who back in March had reported that the Trump administration sent a letter to Iran saying they wanted this wrapped up in 2 months. Obviously, we are well beyond that. We're going to have to see if these talks really do end up happening amid what is just so much uncertainty at the moment. But the administration really has made clear that one of the top priorities is to protect U.S. troops in the region as we wait to see what Iran's retaliation will look like.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the White House. Tyler, as soon as you learn more about what happened in the Situation Room, we would all love to know. And we're going to get back with Tyler repeatedly throughout the program here as we continue our coverage at this very precarious moment. Donald Trump, as Tyler referenced on Truth Social, writes in a separate post, I told them it would be much worse than anything they know, anticipated, or were told. That the United States makes the best and most lethal military equipment anywhere in the world by far, and that Israel has a lot of it, with much more to come. And they know how to use it. Nora Melinda covers the defense sector at Bloomberg and joins us now from World Headquarters in New York. Nora, you know what he's talking about here, the equipment that is being used by Israel, mostly made by the U.S. There are questions about whether they have the Moab, the mother of all bombs, and to what extent the U.S. might help with a response from Iran. They don't have bombers. They don't have air-to-air refuelers. What is it that the U.S. will likely provide?
Yes, and that's what we're really seeing. We're seeing a surge in U.S. defense contractors today. As the market is in the red, we are seeing these stocks in the green. Among some of the best performing stocks by a percentage basis in the S&P 500 right now, they're in the top 10 names. And this is Lockheed Martin. We're looking at Northrop Grumman and a lot of these other names, of course, on the idea that they could be potential beneficiaries of the rising tensions that we're seeing being escalated right now. So we're really seeing a broad-based rally right now as we think about how the U.S. defense firms can really step in during this moment.
Yep, Lockheed up 3%, Northrop and Raytheon the same, L3 up 2.5%. This would imply, Nora, that there's going to be a massive order for replenishments coming, beginning, I'm assuming, with interceptor missiles. What are these defense contractors in for?
Most definitely. I think that that is something that a lot of people are really speculating about right now. Of course, this is not the same exact level of gains that we saw back in October of 2023 when there was the Hamas-Israel war, but we are still seeing these shares getting a pop just off of this notion that the U.S. will need to play some sort of part or could potentially play a part in this situation that's ongoing. So we are seeing a lot of these stocks really getting a boost here this afternoon as we're looking here on Wall Street more broadly.
Yep, that's for sure. You know, when you start talking about some of the weapon systems that are used, it reminds us of the Iron Dome. We've spent a lot of time talking about the Golden Dome here in the United States, but the Iron Dome is something that's part of a consortium, right? And it involves some of these very contractors, including RTX, who could have a windfall. I know it sounds cold, but that's why these stocks are up as Israel continues to deploy weapons.
Right. I mean, we are hearing a lot of these companies talking about the Golden Dome and whether or not they'll be using their funding towards some of those efforts that President Donald Trump has continued to tout. I mean, we had Voyager Technologies that IPO'd yesterday. We had Aero Group IPOing today. These are really big defense names that are really showing that we're seeing the defense industry really being propelled right now during this period of all the global tensions that we're really seeing realized right now.
Mm-hmm. The question, of course, will come down to whether this can, in fact, be stopped, whether this is a runaway train, or if there, in fact, will be peace talks held in Oman on Sunday. Axios is now reporting that just before heading into the Situation Room for this morning meeting, the president told Axios he believes that this strike improved the chances of a U.S.-Iran nuclear agreement. Asked whether Israel's strike jeopardized his nuclear diplomacy, the president telling Axios, I don't think so. Maybe the opposite. Maybe now they will negotiate seriously. If you're an investor in these stocks, though, Nora, you're not waiting around to find out, apparently.
You're seeing people piling right in right now. People are really betting on these U.S. defense contractors. And, of course, when we think more globally, people have also been looking at those European defense contractors and what they could be potentially capitalizing on. But here in the U.S., we're seeing shares of aerospace and defense firms up about 22% so far this year. So we're seeing Wall Street really backing it.
Nora Melinda, many thanks, reporting from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. One of the other amazing components here, we'll talk about it more as we make our way through the program. Great reporting by the Washington Post about Israel's top spy agency, the Mossad, played a very important role here. As Israel launched its air attack, Mossad activated planted drones that had been smuggled into the country, a la Ukraine, the same type of mission we saw Ukraine conduct in Russia, striking missile launchers at a base near Tehran. This according to two people with knowledge of the operation that we're still learning a lot more about. Stay with us here on the fastest show in politics. We've lined up voices of experience and insight for you here on a critical day in geopolitics. Stay with us on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube.
on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks do remain lower. Oil is surging. At one point, crude was up 14%. Right now, West Texas Intermediate crude showing a gain of 5.5%. Equities lower across the board. S&P down by 20 points now, a decline there of 0.3%. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 390 on the Dow, a decline of 0.9%. Nasdaq down 78, drop there of 0.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index just about flat on the day, down less than 0.1%. The 10-year 4.42%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.96%. Spot gold is up $36 the ounce, higher by 1.1%. And oil traders do remain on edge. Again, West Texas Intermediate crude up 5.5%. Brent, the global benchmark, up 5.5%. Brent, by the way, 73.16 a barrel. WTI 71.79 right now. Defense contractors and arms manufacturers moving higher as conflict escalations spark elevated military spending. Shares of Northrop Grumman up 3.6%, Lockheed Martin up by 3.5%, and RTX Corp, it is advancing by 3.3%. Again, recapping, the S&P lower by 0.3%. We are up session lows. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet. Thanks, Charlie. We'll be back shortly with more on the Friday trade here, impacted once again by what's happening in the world of politics, and specifically today, geopolitics, with headlines crossing the terminal now. The International Energy Agency commenting on an email here, the IAEA activating its Incident and Emergency Center on Iran attacks. We had heard earlier that they had not measured radiation at dangerous levels around the uranium enrichment sites bombed by Israel. The IAEA commenting that it is in continuous contact with Iran on potential hazards. There's a big question here about response, about retaliation. We know for a fact that about 100 drones were sent back from Iran toward Israel. Most of them were knocked down. We don't have much of any recorded damage, and very few people believe that will be it. We actually had a conversation earlier today. My colleague Anne-Marie Hordern on Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg TV, speaking with Israel's UN Ambassador Danny Danon. Listen.
We took into consideration that there will be retaliation, Anne-Marie.
Will it be proportional?
Well, they know that we have capabilities as well, so they will have to think, twice before they attack us and what they are doing. And I would say that today we can reach every target in Iran. We have the control.
We add the voice now of Holly Dagres, Senior Fellow at the Washington Institute, for her take on this. Holly, it's great to have you back on Bloomberg. Thank you for joining us. What is next in retaliation from Iran?
Well, I think that the Iranians are currently trying to assess the damage. So and a lot of us analysts as well, to understand what capabilities do they still have left. The last time we saw tit-for-tat strikes in April and October of 2024, Israel had taken out its defense capabilities. So we'd like to know, do they have the capabilities still to actually respond to Israel? Do they have the defense capabilities? Probably not, given that they had allegedly over 200 Israeli jets flying over Iranian airspace. So I think it's first assessing the damage, and then they're going to have to decide how they're going to respond. Historically, as you've noted, and because of these tit-for-tat strikes, a response is expected, because they have to stand up to Israel and show their very few supporters that they have left that they are strong and defiant, and that they know how to respond.
Considering the fact that Iran may be on its heels militarily, how could it inflict the most damage? We did hear threats of hundreds of ballistic missiles that could be shot at Israel, but of course the U.S. was moving personnel out of Iraq. We know that there could be some asymmetric retaliation here with regard to energy infrastructure. Where should we be looking?
You hit at some important points. Of course, I keep referring back to those original tit-for-tat strikes, because those are our best data points. Yeah. Iran did fire at least 300 munitions at Israel in both instances. So That should tell us that they are definitely capable of that. And as you noted, the U.S. actually did come in for airspace backup, and so did Jordan, the U.K., and other countries. Presumably, that's some of the conversations that are happening behind closed doors, because there is a retaliation expected. Israel has actually announced that and has told its people to shelter in place for that event. But it's also noteworthy that the Israelis have said this isn't a one-off, that this is an ongoing operation. So we're all waiting to see if tonight, in the coming days, what other targets Israel will be going after, and if they'll be continuing to hit these nuclear sites that they've already hit.
There are big questions about whether Fordo will be on that list. There were a number of enrichment sites, nuclear infrastructure sites, but this is the area where you have the deep underground caverns and the control centers that would likely require the use of the Moab, the U.S.-made mother of all bombs, as it's called. Will that be on the list of targets?
Well, when you talk about bombs and capabilities, that's the issue. That's been why there's been a lot of conversation on Washington about why Israel shouldn't go on it alone, because Israel doesn't have the capabilities to hit these very deep nuclear facilities, and that the United States arguably has the right bombs, and it hasn't, at least to our knowledge, handed over those bombs to Israel to do these kind of attacks. So in essence, this is looking more like a mow the lawn attack, where they're taking out things and slowing things down thus far. And as we wait for more information, it's not entirely clear if these facilities are being taken out in their entirety.
I want to ask you about the diplomatic side of this before you leave us, Holly. The president is still talking about a deal being possible. In fact, he seems to think, based on comments to Axios earlier today, that these strikes make a deal more likely, knowing that there was a set of talks planned for Sunday. Here's how the president put it yesterday at the White House ahead of these attacks.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, I want them to be successful. I want to have an agreement with Iran. We're fairly close to an agreement. We are fairly close to a pretty good agreement. It's got to be better than pretty good, though, but it's got to be, I'd much prefer an agreement. As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want them going in, because I think that would blow it. Might help it, actually, but it also could blow it.
Well, they've gone in. What are the chances now, Holly?
Well, historically, Iran doesn't respond to this kind of pressure well, given their ideology. And so presumably it's hard to believe that after everything that's just happened in these past 12 hours or more, that the Iranians would sit across from the Americans and say uncle and make a deal. I mean, this calculation can change potentially over time if these strikes continue, but I think just looking at the climate that Iran is in now and reeling from the events that have just taken place with some of its top military brass and nuclear scientists being assassinated, that they'd be like, okay, let's sit across from these guys and make a deal.
Not likely. Holly Dagres, Senior Fellow at the Washington Institute, one of the voices we wanted to hear from today. Holly, thank you so much for the insights. Something tells me we're going to be talking again soon. And we do want to stay in touch as well with Mike McGlone, one of the other voices that we add to the mix today with our eyes on the energy space here, having seen the pop in oil prices. West Texas Intermediate crude oil futures up about 6% right now. We're hovering just below $72 a barrel, and we saw Brent jump on this even more overnight. Mike McGlone, of course, covers commodities for us, our senior commodity strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence. Mike, it's interesting that no actual energy infrastructure that I'm aware of was targeted outside of nuclear infrastructure by Israel. Is this in anticipation of, in fear of, a supply disruption that we have not seen yet?
Correct, Joe, and I like that word you use, pop. Pops usually don't last long. It's a few better ways to fuel a bear market than to cleanse the shorts, and we certainly did that today. The high for the year in WTI is around 80. We pumped up to around 76 or so overnight. Now we're about 72, which is unchanged on the year. The low is 55. Yep. And we still have an overhang of excess supply in the U.S. and the world and declining demand. You have to ask ourselves, is this going to add to that or reverse it? It's going to increase that supply and decrease demand. And unless there's some kind of supply shock that's enduring, it's probably going to enhance that bear market for prices to go lower.
So if we did see Iran respond with an attack on energy infrastructure, an attack on pipelines or on ports, what would it mean? Would it fulfill this jump in prices or send it even higher?
Exactly. It might fulfill the current jump in prices. It might get to 80, but I published today, I think 80 is a new 100. Since the Russians' invasion of Ukraine and that bear market with prices going down from 130, the highest volume area has been around 80. To get above there, you have to have some major enduring cut in production. But even if they shut it off in the short term, it's going to incentivize more supply. And remember, the massive incremental supply is really coming from South America, OPEC too. It'll turn OPEC back on. And we have actually declining demand from China. So the situation for this is bad. And if crude oil stays high, it tilts that world towards a global recession, which we're already kind of leaning there already, as indicated by rising gold and falling crude oil.
Wow, really interesting. It's not what I expected to hear from you, Mike, and that's why we like to talk, of course, because you're the expert here. But we all grew up thinking that this was the end. When you see the headline that Israel has attacked Tehran, head for the hills, start stockpiling oil and gas. This is a remarkable reaction then, isn't it?
Well, I like how you brought that up as we grew up, because that's how the world's changed. In 2008, the U.S. was importing about 10, 11 million barrels a day. Now we're exporting about 3 million barrels a day. The paradigm shifted. We have a massive oversupply of energy and grains and agriculture. And so OPEC's less significant. So that might hurt the rest of the world, but I can just sense a lot of people in the oil patch are looking at this and say, oh, cool, I can sell forward some of these prices, add to my production, and lock in profits.
How about that? I have to ask you, because you're with us, about what's happening on the gasoline side as we look to refined products. AAA's got a national average $3.13 for a gallon of unleaded. When we consider a geopolitical world that could be very tense this summer, and you add demand from summer driving season, is this the level we're going to be at, or could we see something more severe? You remember what happened to gas when Russia invaded Ukraine.
Yeah, so that's the key reason why we're still in a downward trajectory in both energy products and commodities. It's on the back of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It's incentivized more supplies and increased and decreased demand. But the price right now, you mentioned, is down about 10% from this time last year. It's a seasonal factor. Mm-hmm. Come next year, I think it's going to be closer to a 2 handle, particularly if we get a little bit of rollover in the U.S. stock market, and particularly because, remember, we're a net exporter of crude oil and liquid fuels in this country. We don't have to worry about the rest of the world anymore, so it's actually more their problem if this continues to happen. It's actually good for the U.S.
Fascinating. A true expert, Mike McGlone. Great to see you, Mike. Appreciate your clutch analysis here, as always, from Bloomberg Intelligence, where I swear the smartest people in the business all work. We just saw a headline across the terminal. The IDF detecting a missile was launched from Yemen towards Israeli territory. This is another potential factor here if this begins to impact shipping in the Red Sea, with big questions about what it means for our agreement or truce or whatever we're calling it with Houthi rebels in Yemen. Park that here. We're going to assemble our panel next with developing news under our feet here on Bloomberg. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, I'm glad to say, are straight ahead here on the fastest show in politics. Stay with us on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.
12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting word that Delta is now suspending New York, Tel Aviv flights following the Iran bombing. Delta says those flights will be paused through August 31st. Delta shares down today by 1.8%. Global markets moving into defensive mode after Israeli airstrikes on Iranian nuclear targets sent oil sharply higher. West Texas Intermediate crude up 6.1% right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. S&P down 30, drop there of 0.5%. The Dow right now down 483, a decline of 1.1%, while NASDAQ is down 108. With the NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.5%. 10-year yield at 4.43%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.97%. Gold is now up $43 the ounce, up 1.3%. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude surging 6.1%, have been up as much as 14%. Brent, the global benchmark, up now by just about 6%. Business executives around the globe are monitoring developments in the Middle East. Jim Farley is the president and CEO of Ford Motor, and Bloomberg spoke with him at Le Mans.
Large spikes, big changes in oil prices and gas prices have huge impacts on our demand. We see truck and full-size SUV demand go down when there are big spikes. Happen in 08, happened many times. So no, I don't think car business likes big changes for the consumer. It's very stressful for them.
Ford shares down now by 0.7%. As I mentioned, airline stocks lowered. Delta Airlines down 1.7%. UAL, United Airlines Holdings, parent of United, down 2.3%. And American Airlines Group down by 2.6%. Recapping, stocks lower. S&P down 0.5% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. It's been an awfully busy day here in the Bloomberg Washington, D.C. Bureau. Has certainly been the case for Bloomberg News around the world as we follow the headlines here that continue to cross the terminal. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thank you for joining us here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121 on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live to find our live stream on YouTube, as well Bloomberg Originals, with our continuing coverage here that's going to continue rolling through the day, because we have a lot to learn about not only what happened last evening in Israel's strikes against Iran nuclear facilities, against its top military commanders, but of course the retaliation that we're expecting, and frankly the continued attacks by Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu making it clear they are not done. This could last days. Jets have been scrambled again. There was another round of strikes that apparently set off air defenses in Iran, and we are now seeing headlines from the IDF. This is important. Sirens in Jerusalem are now being heard after a projectile was fired from Yemen. Of course, remembering our truce, if I can use that word, with Houthi rebels in Yemen who were interfering with shipping in the Red Sea. All of this could be renewed at this moment. Reuters citing Israeli military on continuing attacks. Of course, as we get into the evening there, we could have a lot more to talk about. Israeli attacks focusing on missile launchers and drone sites. Now, Reuters says Israel says its Air Force is continuing to attack Iran. This is happening as I speak to you here on Bloomberg Radio. I want to back up a little bit to 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Less than 2 hours ago, President Trump was scheduled to be in the Situation Room for a meeting of his National Security Council. We have not heard that that meeting has concluded. He may still be in there now. That is also likely why we're not seeing continued posts on Truth Social. He did post a short time before he went into the Situation Room. And there were a couple of things that were really interesting, knowing that the administration so far, at least on an official level, has said that the U.S. was not involved. Secretary of State Marco Rubio calling the Israeli strikes a unilateral action in his statement last evening, saying point blank, the United States was not involved. He said the Trump administration's top priority, as you can see on YouTube, is protecting American forces in the region. But of course, Donald Trump had many different things to say about this, talking about the use of U.S. military equipment. He says more lethal than anywhere else in the world by far, that Israel has a lot of it, with much more to come. He also said, I gave Iran a chance after chance to make a deal. I told them in the strongest words to just do it. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they just couldn't get it done. He also then referred to this as day 61 in a separate post before he entered the Situation Room. 2 months ago, the president writes, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61, implying that he was the force behind this. The president says, I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps a second chance. Let's assemble our panel. I'm really glad both Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us today. Bloomberg Politics contributors, Rick, of course, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie is a senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Let's get into all of this, guys. Good to see you here. It's our first chance to talk since this all happened last evening. Rick, I'm going to start with you on the messaging that's coming from the White House. Are we to believe the United States was involved or not?
Yeah, it seems like we're doing everything we can to distance ourselves from the attack. Typically, we would lean in and say we've got their back. You would think there'd be a carrier group headed toward Israel. You would think that we would be sharing intelligence and the kinds of sort of standard things we do for our allies. But in this case, the administration seems to be going out of its way to say, hey, we didn't do any of that. And this is day one, obviously. There's a lot more to be done. Taking credit for the kind of weaponry that Israelis flying and launching is kind of overtaken by events in the sense that that's already engagement. So I'm a little surprised. I think we saw kind of a distance between what Donald Trump was trying to do with a peace treaty with Iran and what Israel was saber rattling over the course of the last month. Maybe it was a coordinated effort to get them to a deal, but clearly the deal wasn't happening fast enough. And Israel has made it very clear that they have intelligence that Iran was nearing a ability to build a bomb, and they weren't going to go for it. And that's been very consistent on their part for many years.
The statement from Iran makes no qualms here about U.S. involvement, Jeannie. Iran, of course, summoned the Swiss ambassador to Tehran, as we've been reporting, to deliver this warning to the United States. This was delivered via the Swiss ambassador to Tehran. It is unthinkable the Zionist regime's aggressive actions against Iran were carried out without cooperation, coordination, or at least a green light from the U.S., it says. And in this regard, the U.S. must be held accountable for its illegal behavior in this regard. You can't separate the two in the eyes of Tehran. What do you think of the attempt here to distance from the White House, but also Donald Trump personalizing this, Jeannie? He says, 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum. Today is day 61.
Yeah, you know, I was struck last night when Benjamin Netanyahu made his statement. There was a line in the middle of that statement where he clearly said, long live Israel, long live the United States. And so it's going to be very hard for the United States to separate itself from this action, particularly given the transition of the president's statements. I mean, another thing I was struck by, and I know you were watching this, Joe, President Trump was eerily quiet last night when this happened, letting Marco Rubio take center stage, which we all know is highly unusual for Donald Trump. And what did Marco Rubio say? He said, Israel informed the United States that they were going to do this. Who informed who, when, where, why, I'm not clear on, and you may know better. But the reality is that if the U.S. wanted to stop this, they likely could have. And we have seen an evolution because this morning, and Donald Trump, you read some of it, has been truthing all morning with these increasingly sort of loud statements about, you know, just do it, come to the table, sort of bullish in his remarks today. So, you know, all of that I think is very striking. But I think when you get down to it, what we're seeing is that Benjamin Netanyahu knew if Iran and the U.S. strike a nuclear deal, his window in which to attack is gone and over. And this is something he's been intent on doing since he held up that picture in 2012, 2013 at the UN. So he went out and he did it, and the United States didn't stop it. And for that, I think we are likely going to see some attempt at retaliation by Iran.
The important headline just crossed from the Associated Press. Rick, we've been waiting to see if this was in fact going to happen, if this type of follow-through would in fact happen under the orders of Benjamin Netanyahu. An Iranian news outlet close to the government now says 2 explosions have been heard near the Fordow underground nuclear enrichment plant. This is the big one, Rick. This is hundreds of feet underground, under rock. We have been told repeatedly that Israel could not access the centrifuges or the technology under there without the Moab, without American technology, bunker-busting bombs. What does it tell you when you see a headline like this?
It's a continuation of the attacks. I think you have to believe the officials in Israel when they said they're going to continue to prosecute this attack until at which point in time they are assured that they have completely degraded the Iranian capability to make a bomb. And obviously, this location is the focal point of a lot of that activity. And look, there is an enormous amount of damage you can do. Even if you don't actually penetrate the final chambers of where the centrifuges are, to stop the progress that they were making and set them back. So it's not totally clear to me whether they will have repeated percussions on site so that they can do the same kind of damage with the weapons they have, precision strike weapons, that a 30,000-ton bunker buster, the Moab, would do. And so we'll see. It's pretty clear they feel unfettered in their ability to control the skies over Iran and attack. They spent time, the Israeli IDF Air Force, knocking out the last time they went into Iran, a lot of their air defense systems. It seems to be that those things are still not very effective against the attacks from the air that Israel is perpetrating.
Jeannie, it's going to be interesting to find out what Israel's neighbors, beginning with Jordan, think of this. You put more than 200 warplanes in the air. You have to cross through airspace beyond your own. What will this mean for Jordan? What will this mean for Saudi Arabia and their relationships with the United States?
You know, I think we're still in a wait and see mode on that. It shouldn't be lost on any of us that it was just yesterday, for the first time in, I think, 20 years, the International Atomic Energy Agency said Iran was not complying with its nuclear non-proliferation obligations. That was a big moment, and none of their neighbors are immune from that kind of statement. So how this impacts our relationship with these neighboring countries is important. You know, we still don't know. It's hard for me to believe that Witkoff would be meeting in Oman with Iran this weekend on Sunday, but that still seems to be maybe in the offing. It's hard, again, for me to believe that. So much of this is still up in the air. And, you know, the divide that we're talking about between Netanyahu and Trump, by the way, you see it repeated in the MAGA movement. You hear Tucker Carlson just the other day, don't bomb, you know, don't do it, Israel. And then you have other more traditional hawks in the Republican Party supporting it. And so there's very much division both at home as it pertains to this, and the U.S.'s role in it, which again is still unclear, and what this is going to mean going forward for our alliances in the Middle East just after the president's trip, visiting so many of those neighbors you just mentioned.
It's a really great point you bring up here, Rick, and I'm wondering your thoughts on the split in MAGA. Charlie Kirk was on immediately after. I don't quote Charlie Kirk very often after the strikes. He said, how does the America First foreign policy doctrine and foreign policy agenda stay consistent with this right now? Does this White House have an answer?
I don't think they even address it. First of all, they will send people out within the movement and say it's not our task to degrade the Iranian capabilities to make a bomb. Israel's done that themselves without our cooperation, right? I have no doubt that part of this distancing from the event is a head fake to the political realities of the MAGA movement. But this isn't the first time MAGA has been scratching their head over exactly what Donald Trump's up to with his foreign policy. It is not consistent with the protectionist attitudes that he's campaigned on.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are here with us on an important day in geopolitics, and I really appreciate your insights, both of you, Bloomberg Politics contributors here, as we wait for further headlines to roll in. The sun is setting in Tehran, and we could see a lot take place overnight. What does happen, of course, you'll hear about it first on Bloomberg. Coming up next, we'll welcome our global television audience to the conversation. Kaylee Lyons will be with us, and I want to let you know next hour we're going to be joined by Chuck Hagel, the former Secretary of Defense, with his take on what's happened and what might come next. Israel is not done, and we're still waiting for a more concerted retaliation from Iran. It's all ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
Israel prepares for retaliation. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power as Iran promises to respond to strikes against its nuclear facilities by Israel, which continue at this moment. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington as we cover this developing story in real time here. Kaylee, the Associated Press now quoting Iranian news reports, multiple explosions near the Fordow underground nuclear enrichment plant, which would suggest not only is this done, but we could be seeing a serious escalation on this second day of attacks.
Yeah, knowing that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said these attacks will continue until the threat of Iran's nuclear program is eliminated, or the threat that Iran poses to Israel. But of course, the questions we have at this hour not only include how Iran might respond to these strikes, but what capacity Israel really has to do this. If it would need the U.S. to join in offensively in some form. And that's not the signal we're getting from the administration at this point, which has said that it did learn from Israel, that it was planning to go forward with these moves. President Trump, of course, saying that U.S. military technology Israel had access to did play a role, but not saying will play in directly.
Yeah, it's interesting the messaging that we've heard from the White House. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, saying the United States was not involved. But President Trump earlier on Truth Social says that he offered a 60-day deadline. Today is day 61. The first person post that made it sound like he was part of the force behind this decision.
Yeah, although he has, within interviews with a number of outlets today, suggested he does still hope a nuclear deal can be reached, that perhaps this actually may incentivize Iran to agree or at least negotiate in a way that has not been successful thus far, knowing a 6th round of talks between the U.S. and Iran were scheduled to take place in Oman on Sunday. Reporting does suggest their U.S. is still at least having them on the books. It's just unclear whether or not they will actually be held, if Iran will show up to the table.
Well, to that end, we'll get a report live from the White House coming up from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Later this hour, we're going to be speaking with Chuck Hagel, the former Secretary of Defense, as we try to figure out what's next in this saga.
And of course, markets are trying to figure that out as well. We're seeing movement across asset classes in response to what's happening in the Middle East. So let's get a check on that now with Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons. Indeed, fast-moving developments. Keep it locked into Bloomberg, and also balance of power for the very latest, along with a number of perspectives on what is unfolding before our eyes. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all lower. Interestingly, U.S. stocks, as measured by the S&P 500 index, on track for a winning week as of now. It would be the 3rd up week in a row. Right now, we got the S&P down 26, drop there of 0.4%. We're off session lows. The Dow down 476, a drop there of 1.1%. And NASDAQ down 84, a decline of 0.4%. So the bottom line here, U.S. stock market trimming its earlier losses. The 10-year at 4.43%, the 2-year 3.97%. Gold up $43 the ounce, up 1.3%, $34.29. But the big move by far in the oil and energy markets. Earlier today, we saw a gain for crude of 14%. West Texas Intermediate crude right now up 6.1%. Brent, the global benchmark, higher now by 6%. We've got oil, as I mentioned, higher, and so are oil stocks. ExxonMobil up 1.7%. ADRs of BP up 1.9%. Chevron shares, they're higher now by 0.4%. Again, recapping, U.S. equities are lower. The S&P down 26, a drop there of 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 6.1%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Keeping an eye on the market response to the events we're watching in the Middle East. Of course, events that the president and top administration officials are also paying attention to, having convened in the Situation Room at 11 o'clock this morning to consider what the way forward may be, knowing we still have questions about the extent to which Israel plans to continue these attacks and, of course, the extent to which Iran will have the capacity to respond and in what fashion. But as we mentioned, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has signaled that these operations will continue for some time, as he outlined last evening in an address the operation that Israel is referring to as Operation Rising Lion.
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now.
In fact, they are still acting. Secretary of State Marco Rubio calling the Israeli strikes unilateral action. And that's where we start with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who has the latest from the North Lawn of the White House. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, we're still waiting on some pretty important updates from the White House. One, President Trump convened his National Security Council earlier today. That was on the public schedule for 11 a.m. Eastern. And two, we are expecting a phone call between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Of course, when we get any of those readouts, we'll bring them to you. But it does come as President Trump does seem to signal some apparent support for these Israeli airstrikes, even as the U.S. contends it is not part of the ongoing operation, though it did get advanced warning that it was coming ahead of time. And there's really a few key things that we are focusing in here on. Of course, one being that in a series of posts on Truth Social earlier today, President Trump really touting American military might and also suggesting that U.S. equipment could be flowing into Israel shortly. But he made the point that one of the top priorities here is that the U.S. wants to see Iran make a nuclear deal. This is going to be absolutely imperative. And he sort of put on a warning to it, right? He said that it has to happen before it's too late. He's using these strikes as leverage to see if that can get Iran to the negotiating table as we wait to see if those 6 rounds of talk in Oman actually end up materializing. A U.S. official does tell Bloomberg News that they are hopeful that they will continue there. It is clear that the administration wants to find this diplomatic de-escalation. That's been their stance going into this. In fact, President Trump said that he gave Iran a deadline to make a deal, which they ended up not being able to meet. In fact, it was Bloomberg's very own Anne-Marie Hordern who had reported back in March that the Trump administration sent a letter to Iran saying that they had 2 months to wrap up the deal. Of course, we are well beyond this. Joe and Kaylee, it could take a while as we watch to see how this ends up escalating. We had the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations on Bloomberg television earlier today who said that this operation could extend into weeks as we wait to see how this develops.
And Tyler, of course, the president still has no public events on his schedule today. Do we expect to hear from him beyond his posts on Truth Social about this?
At the moment, Kaylee, there's nothing publicly on the schedule, so we're going to have to see how this ends up evolving. If he does come out and gives us some sort of update here moving forward. We know, though, that they are really pushing to have these talks in Oman continue, as that has been a really clear priority from this administration since President Trump actually took office. But it's been unclear if there really has been any substantial progress towards an outcome, unclear what an outcome would look like beyond the JCPOA, which, of course, the first Trump administration did pull out of back in 2018. We're going to have to see. We're also watching closely, of course, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and what he has to say about the situation as it continues to evolve.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live on the North Lawn of the White House for us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And as Tyler referenced, there was a conversation that took place with our colleagues on Bloomberg Surveillance earlier today where the Israeli ambassador to the UN joined them and talked about what Israel's expectation will happen next year. Here's part of their exchange.
We took into consideration that there will be retaliation, Anne-Marie.
Will it be proportional?
Well, they know that we have capabilities as well, so they will have to think, twice before they attack us and what they are doing. And I would say that today we can reach every target in Iran. We have the control.
And just as we listen to that sound, we get headlines from the Israeli Defense Forces that residents have been instructed to minimize movement in public areas and remain in protected spaces as Israel braces for further response here. For more, we turn to Mona Yakubian, who is joining us here on Balance of Power. She's director of the Middle East program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Mona, we appreciate your time. As we consider that Israel is still active in these operations, these strikes are continuing, and the signal from the Israeli government has been that they will continue for days to come. Do we have an understanding of to what extent Israel has already had reduced Iran's capacity to respond, to retaliate in some way?
Well, we don't have direct, bomb damage assessments. There's lots of film footage coming out that shows some fairly extensive hits. And of course, as noted, the attacks are continuing. I think it is interesting to see that we have yet to see a significant response from Iran. That could indicate that at least their ballistic missile capabilities have taken a hit. But again, it's too soon to know. Iran could just be biding its time and waiting, but I think some sort of Iranian retaliation is certainly to be expected.
With reports from the Associated Press, Mona, suggesting that we're now hearing explosions near the Fordow underground nuclear site. What does that tell you about Israel's plans to so-called close the deal this time?
Well, Israel has made it very clear. Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that Israel will not tolerate Iran gaining any sort of a nuclear weapons capability. Fordow is the mother lode, if you will, of Iranian uranium enrichment. It is deep, deep underground. There are real questions as to whether Israel has the armaments, the bunker busters, if you will, that can penetrate. So time will tell.
Well, it certainly will. And when we consider that, that gets to the U.S. position, Mona, where we have seen some conflicting characterization as to what extent the U.S. Knew of this attack or supported it. As Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, immediately last night acted to distance the U.S. government from Israel's action. And yet President Trump today is signaling that this never would have happened without U.S. military technology that Israel has access to. What role do you expect the administration to play in what happens moving forward?
Well, how much the U.S. knew in advance, I think, is going to be a question that we will all be learning about in the coming days. But I think what is clear is that the United States is not interested in taking on an offensive role in this military engagement. We are seeing U.S. military assets being flown in and coming in by sea to the region, but that is largely for a defensive posture, both to protect significant U.S. assets and, of course, Israeli forces as well.
We saw strikes and responses, tit for tat, a couple of times last year, Mona. Are you thinking of that again in this case, or is this the beginning of a war between Israel and Iran?
Yeah, I think this is a distinct departure from what we saw last year, which were, as you noted, limited tit-for-tat attacks that came to a quick conclusion. Already, Israel is signaling that it intends to continue its campaign for days, if not weeks. And we know Iran has said that this is a declaration of war. And so I'm afraid that the region is really at an incredibly perilous moment, one that has been long feared, where it really could fall into the abyss of a region-wide war.
Well, and what role will Iran's proxies play in that, Mona, knowing that they have been greatly diminished over the last several years as Israel, of course, has waged an ongoing war against Hamas, has acted to take out Hezbollah. The U.S. had reached at one point recently a truce with the Houthis. I don't know if you think that will stand, but what role will those proxies play here?
Well, I think that's a big question, and this in part may account for Israel's timing of the attacks. Hezbollah, it's Iran's primary proxy, its second strike capability, if you will, was largely decimated last year. And Hamas, too, has had extreme damage to its forces. That leaves the Houthis, and I think the Houthis are a wild card. We should not underestimate the Houthis' capabilities. We'll have to see what they do, whether they choose. They have already launched attacks on Israel in the past. Do they join the fight? We're going to have to wait and see.
You mentioned the lack of response, or at least the slow response from Iran, knowing that a lot of things could still happen, Mona. Does that speak to disruption at the top of the chain of command following the killings we saw last night?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing fairly significant decapitation of Iran's military and paramilitary forces. There's no question this has put Iran on the back foot. And this might account again for the fact that we're not seeing right now a significant response. We'll have to wait and see where things go. But Iran has certainly suffered some fairly significant blows over the past 20 months. Whether or not it is completely down, I think, is another question. But I would always say, you know, we should never completely count Iran out. It will find a way, I think, to respond.
Well, President Trump today has suggested multiple times that some of the individuals inside Iran's chain of command that the U.S. was negotiating with, trying to come to terms with, are now dead, Mona. And I wonder, as we consider the future of those negotiations, knowing that sixth round of talks was set to take place this weekend, if you think there really is a future, does this add to or diminish the chances of reaching another nuclear accord between the U.S. and Iran?
I'm afraid this dramatically diminishes those prospects. It's hard to imagine negotiations going forward given everything that's just happened. I think, best case scenario, these talks are put on the back burner. But again, I think we're entering, unfortunately, a new and very scary period in the Middle East, one that's really going to be dominated more, unfortunately, by military action to resolve problems rather than diplomacy.
Well, by extension, Mona, you wonder about talk. It was only months ago there was talk about expanding the Abraham Accords, that normalizing relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia was at last at hand. How about now?
Well, already prospects for Israeli-Saudi normalization were diminishing given the deepening conflict in Gaza. Now, I think it's virtually impossible to imagine how that goes forward. I'd note that when we look at responses from the region to Israel's attacks, among the most vocal critics of the attacks was Saudi Arabia. And Saudi, almost in the quote from the king, seemed to align itself with Iran. So I think Saudi-Israeli normalization is at, really, I wouldn't even call it a distant prospect. I think the chances for it right now are next to nil.
Well, I wonder, Mona, how much you think that might have to do with Saudi concern or concerns of any oil-producing country in the Middle East about Iran potentially going after their production capacity or taking the perhaps most dramatic option of closing off the Strait of Hormuz entirely. Do you think that's a realistic possibility here?
I don't, in the sense that I think that Iran would essentially be shooting itself in the foot. I don't see that happening because it would, of course, dramatically imperil the global energy supplies, and Iran would suffer as a result. The other thing to keep in mind is just prior to all of this happening, there really had been an interesting and marked warming of relations between Iran and Gulf Arab countries. I sense that Iran is going to want to actually protect those relationships now more than ever. So I don't see Iran doing anything to provoke its neighboring Arab countries.
We just have about a minute left, Mona. Is Jordan the most nervous neighbor in the neighborhood?
I think Jordan has a lot to fear, absolutely. People, colleagues and friends there already reporting concerns, sirens going off. Jordan is not a country that is used to daily warfare and fighting, and it is right now on the edge of the kind of most intense fighting. And so where things go in Jordan, I think we're going to need to watch very, very closely. But I'm sure that the Jordanians are deeply, deeply concerned about the spillover of this conflict into their country.
Mona Yacoubian, Director of the Middle East Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. Thank you so much for the insights. With more breaking news on the terminal, the Kremlin saying that Vladimir Putin spoke with Israel and Iranian leaders. The Russian president had phone calls with both today, Kaylee. Remarkable development as we wait for input from Russia and China on this. The former Secretary of Defense, Chuck Hagel, is going to join us later this hour, right here on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.
Wall Street, we do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks have paired losses, energy producers, and defense shares on the rise. The S&P now down 34. That is a drop of 0.6%. The Dow down 1.2%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 0.5%. Your 10-year, 4.43%. The 2-year, 3.97%. The big market story, the price of crude. West Texas Intermediate now up 6.7%. Brent, the global benchmark, up by 6.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much as we join you live from Washington here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I would say in the aftermath of Israeli attacks on Iran, but they are continuing at this hour as we're reporting on the terminal and online, continued airstrikes against Iran in an operation that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says could last days or longer. This is generating reaction, of course, from around the world, not just here in Washington. And one of the most important conversations that you will hear today on Bloomberg is with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Michelle Hussein, editor-at-large for Bloomberg Weekend, had a chance to sit down with Keir Starmer earlier today. He spoke directly to whether he thought Israel was justified in its actions.
Well, I'm very concerned about the situation that is developing, and it's obvious that for a long time we've had grave concerns about the nuclear program that Iran is putting together, and we absolutely recognise Israel's right to self-defence. We, the UK, were not involved in this attack, and we're urging all sides to de-escalate and negotiate as the way forward here. And obviously we're talking to allies about that. We have been this week. We are intensively talking to allies today.
In March, US national intelligence made it public that they did not believe Iran was developing nuclear weapons. So has something changed in the assessment since then?
Well, I won't go into the intelligence assessments, but we are gravely concerned. I've just had a call with President Macron and Chancellor Merz to discuss the situation, and we are all on the same page in the sense of saying, look, the nuclear program is a real cause for concern. We're all saying de-escalate in relation to this incident, but none of us were involved in the actual attack.
Does that mean you're also gravely concerned about the fact that Israel has taken made this very big move, preemptive military action? I mean, you're concerned about Iran's nuclear program. Are you also concerned about Israel's choice of action?
Well, I'm concerned about escalation, of course, and I'm going to speak to Prime Minister Netanyahu shortly after this interview. So obviously that'll be a topic of discussion. Look, I do recognise Israel's right to self-defence. There's no doubt about that. But I am very concerned about the escalation of this situation, which is why, along with Germany and France, we're really clear that de-escalation is what is needed here.
Would the UK therefore help defend Israel from Iranian attack as it has done before?
Well, this is happening, in real time as we speak, and I'm not going to go into operational matters if you'll forgive me for that. But as I say, the principle of Israel's right to self-defense is absolutely clear, and we stand by that. But this is a fast-moving situation, as you will understand.
At the same time, we have the ongoing situation in Gaza, the suffering there, something that you have called intolerable and appalling. 3 weeks ago, you made this very strong statement with Canada and France, which called for 3 things: for Hamas to release the hostages, for Israel's military operations in Gaza to cease, and for Israel to let aid into Gaza in accordance with the UN, engage with the UN in delivering it. None of those things have happened. What action will you take now?
Well, you'll have seen that we've taken action in relation to sanctions 3 weeks ago, but also more recently. And it is important that we consider what other options that we have. I always think in these situations it's better to act with allies, which is why we're coordinating what we're doing. But the situation in Gaza is absolutely intolerable. The aid arrangements are not adequate, nor are they going to be adequate. And so that's why we've been consistently calling for a return to the ceasefire. Of course, the release of the hostages, the remaining hostages who've been there a very long time in awful circumstances. But we must get that aid in at speed, at volume. And the current arrangements are not going to deliver that. And that's why we've been very clear in our messaging on this and our coordination on this and our willingness to take action such as sanctioning.
Which you've already done, and as I said, there's been no change to the situation. An action you could take is recognising a Palestinian state, and President Macron is leading on a conference at the UN next week on that very subject.
Well, we've got long-standing policy as a Labour Party, as a Labour government, that recognition should be part of a process, and so that's our approach. Precisely what's going to happen in the conference next week, I think, is unclear, and obviously now the immediate issue is the Israeli attack overnight, and so there are a lot of moving parts at the moment. But the principle we've always held is that the only long-term solution in relation to Palestine and the Middle East is a two-state solution. And although it seems further off now than perhaps it's seen for some time, we have to be clear that is the only path through, and that recognition at the right part of the process has always been our long-standing policy.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in conversation with our colleague Mishal Hussain, Bloomberg Weekend Editor-at-Large, who I'm pleased to say is joining us now here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio from London, where that conversation took place earlier today. Mishal, it was a fascinating conversation, and what a day to have the Prime Minister, but it was interesting specifically that he kind of dodged your question around the UK providing defensive assistance to Israel, considering we know they've done so in the past. If we think back to the April 2024 attack Iran launched against Israel. Did you get a sense of why there was hesitation to make that commitment this time?
I think the Prime Minister chose his words very carefully on that. And yes, as you picked out, that was a very striking moment where I did put to him what the UK has done before. And he answered in broad terms, in general terms, about Israel's right to self-defense rather than action that the UK was willing to take in support of Israel at a moment like this. I think there's no doubt about it that what we've seen in the last few hours since I spoke to the Prime Minister of further Israeli attacks is exactly what he didn't want to happen at that point. We spoke to him actually just before he had a call with Prime Minister Netanyahu and just after one that he'd had with the leaders of France and Germany, and he was very keen to stress that the UK was not involved, that the main thing it wanted to see was de-escalation. And so I think there are very real concerns about how this situation develops in the days ahead, and nothing that's happened in the last few hours would have assuaged his feelings on that, I would think.
Interesting, we're hearing similar messaging from the White House and number 10 Downing. Mishal, do we have any reason to think that President Trump and Prime Minister Starmer have spoken in administrations past that would probably be one of the first phone calls made in a moment like this?
Well, they're going to meet very soon in person at the G7 summit. So Prime Minister Starmer is going to be in Canada. He's going to be meeting Mark Carney ahead of the G7. And what is interesting is that these two men do seem to talk, perhaps not all the time, but certainly very, very regularly. So it is the kind of conversation that will certainly not be unusual and we think happens on a regular basis on all kinds of different topics. This is just another one adding to the complexities that Keir Starmer's had to navigate in the last few months. There are wins that he has had, for example, the US-UK trade agreement, which he told me today is going to be finalized and implemented in the next few days. But he has been struggling on Ukraine. He would dearly love to push Mr. Trump further than he's been willing to go up to this point in putting real pressure on Vladimir Putin. He thought he was there about a month ago when he went to Kiev and he and other European leaders called Mr. Trump together. So there is some frustration on that. He'd love to have a US commitment to air cover, a full security backstop for a post-war force in Ukraine. That has not been forthcoming as of yet. So there are multiple issues in this complex world of ours, which will no doubt come to the fore when they meet at the G7.
Mishal, it's great to have you with us, and thank you for sharing this great interview. Mishal Hussain is editor-at-large, Bloomberg Weekend, with us on Balance of Power, now live from Washington. There are so many elements of this story to explore, and we're trying to get to all of them this hour, including the impact on the energy sector. We saw quite the pop in oil prices overnight. That increase is holding to some extent today, with crude oil futures, West Texas Intermediate, up almost 7% right now, back above $72 a barrel. And We turn to Mike McGlone at Bloomberg Intelligence for help at times like these. He covers commodities, our senior commodities strategist. Mike, what do you make of this increase? And is this all based on concerns about what might happen as opposed to what did happen?
Certainly what might happen, Joe, and I like the word you use, pop and today, because now we have a long weekend ahead of us, and it's going to be about, will there be any type of substantial curtailment of global supply and production over this weekend in terms of attacks or anything? And if not, by the time we get to Monday, Tuesday, or next week, prices should go back to that downward trajectory. So remember, we have a bear market in crude oil. It got down to 55 low this year. The high's been 80. It's pumped overnight. Right now, it's about unchanged, and if we don't have some kind of major shift in that supply versus demand surplus, it's going to tilt back lower. So right now, we have a bit of a geopolitical premium in it, but I guarantee you most of the U.S. producers who have been waiting for this rally so they can add production and hedge forward are taking it as an advantage to probably hedge forward.
Well, obviously, there's many different scenarios we could game out here, Mike. Potentially the worst one for global energy markets being a closing off of the Strait of Hormuz. Even if you don't necessarily think that's likely, what would happen to oil prices if Iran were to take that step?
Yes, exactly, Kaylee. The key thing is people use that example a lot. It's never happened. We've had some examples in the past of major shocks in political events, i.e. the attack on Saudi Arabia's production. I think it was in September 2019. You get a short-term pop, and then it just accelerates that downward trend. So sure, that could happen. It's a worst-case scenario but it would tilt the world towards a global recession. It would probably be somewhat suicidal for Iran. But I think it's also would be the longer-term underpinnings for crude oil to pop up in the short term and then head back lower in the longer term, because the trend was down before this little event that happened recently.
You've been eloquent, Mike, about the difference that we see now in not just the world power balance, but oil production, the impact that something like this might have had 20 or 30 years ago as we think back to the embargo in the 70s, and the lack of reaction that we're seeing now. How much of this has to do with the amount of production we're seeing right here in the U.S.?
Yeah, so it's an advantage, just like Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It really helped the oil patch in the U.S. and really helped the grain belt in the U.S. This is the same thing, but it boosts those prices. Remember, the U.S. is a massive net exporter of energy, most notably crude oil and liquid fuels. And this is just going to help those producers, but it's the rest of the world has a problem, most notably China. Where does most of Iran's oil go? It goes to China. So producers are looking at this as an opportunity, but in the big picture, when crude oil spikes like this, and you have a world already kind of tilting towards recession, facing U.S. tariffs, it's only going to accelerate that pattern, that pressure downward.
All right, Mike McGlone, who covers commodities for us at Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you so much. Oil right now, at least WTI, up 6.8% on the day. We're heading for the biggest weekly gain on WTI crude going back to October of 2022. We'll, of course, continue to keep an eye on the way the market is viewing the situation in the Middle East. But up ahead, an important conversation with former U.S. Defense Secretary Chuck Hagel. So stick with us right here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red. Global markets moving into defensive mode after Israeli airstrikes on Iranian nuclear targets sent oil prices sharply higher. Equities lower across the board right now, with the S&P down 44, holding right at 6,000. The S&P down 0.7%. Dow Industrials down 617 on the Dow, a drop right now of 1.4%. While the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 141 points, down 0.7%. Spot gold is up $44 the ounce, up 1.3%. The 10-year at 4.44%, with the 2-year 3.97%. Oil is the big story today in terms of markets. West Texas Intermediate crude now surging by 6.9%, have been up as much as 14%. Brent, the global benchmark, up by 6.9%. Airline stocks are declining around the world after Israel launched airstrikes against Iran. In the U.S., airlines with significant overseas business lower across the board. UAL down now by 3%. American Airlines Group trading lower by 3.4%. Delta down by 2.3%. Both Delta and United say they are suspending flights to Tel Aviv following Israel's bombing of Iran and the closure of Israel's airspace. Recapping, stocks lower. S&P down 42, down 0.7. West Texas Intermediate crude now higher by 7%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us here on the fastest show in politics. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Watching for headlines here as Israel continues strikes. Some hours after strikes began against Iran, targeting nuclear facilities, they've gone back around a couple of times here, and we're still waiting as well for news on a concerted retaliation beyond the drones that we heard about earlier today that Iran sent towards Israel. We're also waiting for news from the White House. There was an 11 a.m. at least scheduled meeting inside the Situation Room with President Trump. He has not spoken publicly today. He did speak publicly in advance of the strikes, before we knew that they'd be taking place only hours later. Here's the president yesterday at the White House.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, I want them to be successful. I want to have an agreement with Iran. We're fairly close to an agreement. We are fairly close to a pretty good agreement. It's got to be better than pretty good, though, but it's got to be, I'd much prefer an agreement. As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want them going in, because I think that would blow it. Might help it, actually, but it also could blow it.
And we are unclear at this hour as to whether or not efforts toward making a nuclear agreement will be furthering this weekend at talks that were scheduled to take place in Oman. It would have been the 6th round between the U.S. and Iran over its nuclear program. And as we consider Iran's nuclear capacity and where this specific conflict will go next, we're joined now on Balance of Power by former U.S. Defense Secretary Chuck Hagel, who's with us now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Mr. Secretary, we appreciate your time. When we consider that the U.S. is trying to constrain Iran's nuclear program through diplomatic means, obviously Israel is trying to do so as we speak through military means. And I wonder your assessment of Israel's capacity to actually fully eliminate the threat posed by Iran's nuclear program. Do they have the weapons that would be needed to get rid of that threat entirely?
Well, thank you. No, I don't think they have what they really need specifically to go deep down into those nuclear facilities that Iran has. What we have, no other country in the world has, these explosive, hugely powerful bunker busters. And I think to really complete what Israel would want to do, to eliminate any potential nuclear facilities in capacity to build a nuclear bomb, they would need those weapons. But Israel has many sophisticated weapons, obviously more than any other country in the Middle East, and they'll use them. And I'm sure they have been using them.
Secretary, would it be in the U.S.'s best interest, knowing now that Israel has apparently begun attacking the underground enrichment facility at Fordo, where the Moab and other bunker busters that you're referring to would likely be required. Is it in the U.S.'s best interest to help now to close the deal on this while the window is still open?
Well, I'd be very surprised if the United States was not in some way involved here. I mean, publicly they're expressing both sides that this is an independent Israeli attack, but rarely, because our intelligence is so interconnected. Everything that Israel does is connected to us in some way. So I know what the administration and our officials are saying, but I'd be very surprised if we weren't somehow connected into this. And I think always the next question and most important question that you ask in anything is, where is this going? You know, how does this end? And the United States clearly has an interest in answering that question and getting the right answer for that. How does this end? Because of all the Middle East and what will come out of this, consequences of this. You just had a segment on oil prices. I mean, that's just but one. Yeah. How long does this go? And so, and you're talking about dynamics here that you can't predict, but the United States, I don't think, would allow Israel just to go ahead, do what you want, and we'll just hang back.
Well, when we consider the question of how this might end, Mr. Secretary, I would imagine a lot of that is based on the decision-making of Tehran and how Iran decides to retaliate. And if it decides that retaliation is exclusively targeted toward Israel, or perhaps does encompass U.S. forces in the Middle East or other allies in the Middle East, knowing that they did send 100 drones first, slower moving, easier for Israel to shoot down, do you expect that that was just a warm-up act, or was that purposefully de-escalatory in your mind?
Well, I don't know. But Iran is in a weak position. I mean, obviously, Israel has understood that and concluded and made a decision, I think, as to what they're doing, the attack on Iran being weak. And you look at where the Middle East is and the countries in the Middle East today and what's going on in Gaza and so many other factors here that would connect to this. I don't know what Iran will do. I think Iran has got to respond in some significant way. I don't know how much they can respond. The capacity they do have that would overtake Israeli defenses. Israeli defenses are sophisticated and very impressive. So they'd have to do something, and are already do something. How much more they will do, I don't know. But Iran operates in different ways too.
I wonder, Secretary, when you go back to the days when you had this job, you're one of the few people who could answer this question about how you approach this in terms of priorities, specifically when it comes to force protection. What would have been your first moves to make sure Americans who were already in the theater were safe?
Well, from what I understand, this administration has done and was announced a couple of days ago, withdrawing our people, our civilians from many of our embassies, specifically Iraq. But also for our military, you would put them on a high alert. You would make sure that nothing is taken for granted. I don't think you're going to remove them. That would not be in our interest. But this is a dangerous world. That's a dangerous part of the world, maybe the most dangerous part of the world. And so, yeah, for our military, it's a difficult time, and you have to adjust for that and do everything you can to protect your military and using whatever means you have, and we have a lot of means.
Well, and when we consider the U.S. military that is in the region, Mr. Secretary, would you consider that the thing that would most obviously force the U.S. to be drawn directly into this conflict between Israel and Iran? Would it have to affect U.S. service members, or could something else Iran does actually mean that the U.S. steps in?
Well, that's a consideration, yes. If they would attack one of our bases in some significant, overt way, and you've got a lot of terrorist groups who Iran finances, and they're connected to, so it wouldn't directly necessarily be an Iranian attack, but certainly an Iranian-sponsored attack, maybe. You have to consider that, depending on the lethality of the attack, depending on what they would do. You had a segment on just a few minutes ago in the oil segment about the Straits of Hormuz and how dangerous that is. You've got Yemen. So you've got a lot of pieces here in the Middle East that could be drawn into this and will, in fact, be affected by this. And again, it goes back to my question, where is this going? And I don't know if the United States can just stand on the sidelines and say, well, whatever happens, happens, and Israel, go do what you want. I doubt if that's been the approach, but I hope not, because there are so many factors here that are dangerous that have been building up. There are economic factors, like I said, but also security factors and lethal factors that we've already seen, but there'll be more that will play out.
Do you get a sense, based on the lack of reaction so far outside of the drones that were sent from Iran to Israel, that Iran is in fact on its heels, that it may not have the capacity to strike Israel with hundreds of ballistic missiles as had been threatened following some of the attacks that we saw last year? Israel apparently did quite a job on Iran's ability to respond.
Well, I think Iran has been significantly damaged in its capacity to strike back and to defend itself. All I know is what I know from the media the last 24 hours. So I don't know exactly. None of us know exactly really how much damage was done. We know what Israel said and what others have said, but we really are not clear. I would suspect that Iran's going to have a very difficult time in responding here in too lethal a way against Israel. I don't know what capacity they have left. Our intelligence with Israel's Mossad is very good. We're aware of almost everything that goes on in Iran. Not everything, but almost. And again, it goes to the question of why now? Why did Israel strike them now? And we just talked about, I think Iran is in a weak position, as weak a position as it's been in for some time. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, and of course, Iran's perceived weak position is also why the Trump administration has been pushing this notion that maybe a nuclear agreement can be reached with Iran, knowing that you were serving as defense secretary while the original agreement, the JCPOA, was being negotiated. Do you believe we would be in this situation now had the U.S. not backed out of that deal during the first Trump administration?
Well, no one can be sure in answering that question, but I don't think we would be in this position. If that 2015 agreement that President Obama negotiated and got through, which was very significant because it had the concurrence, if you remember, it wasn't just a U.S. deal. It was the Chinese signed off, the Russians signed off, the French, the Germans, the British, the United Nations. And it opened up Iran, it opened our ability to inspect, to have actual U.S. inspectors on the ground in Iran. So many pluses to this, to open up Iran. And to have it handled and have it abruptly stopped in 2018 like the Trump administration did, what was going to lead to something like this? There's no question in my mind, of course it was going to lead to something like this. The Iranians took the position, you can't trust the Americans, you can't trust any of these people, and we're going to close down what we agreed. We're going to start moving forward underground on at least giving us the potential to build nuclear weapons. Yeah, it's pretty obvious to me that Iran responded in a predictable way, the way that we assumed that they would. So, no, I think if that 2015 agreement was allowed to hold and keep working, we would not be here today.
Chuck Hagel, the former U.S. Secretary of Defense. We appreciate the insights, sir, and I hope you'll join us on the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. You're on Blue.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Happy triskaidekaphobia, which, if you don't know what that means...
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah.
I've known you long enough at this point, Carol Masser, that it's your favorite word a few times a year.
You know, it takes me back to my college days.
So what is it, fear of Friday the 13th?
Yeah, it's kind of superstition around the number 13, and I kind of lived on that floor in college, and so you really don't have a floor 13, but we knew it was.
You were on the 14th floor?
Well, it was 13, but they called it 14.
Okay.
Having said that, I feel like there's something to it on a day where, once again, we wake up and there's something that maybe was not totally unexpected, but it's just a reminder of the world that we're living into. Because on this Friday the 13th, in this month of June, we have seen global stocks running for cover, although I will point out, as we've seen investors, Tim, search for some of those safe havens, here in the United States, we're bouncing around a little bit, and we're definitely off our worst levels of the session.
Yeah, we're going to be with Charlie in just a minute. He'll have some more details, but suffice to say the S&P 500 up 0.6%, as is the NASDAQ composite, down, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 1.4%. This, of course, as airstrikes on Iranian nuclear targets, Israel launching those. Oil notched the biggest move. Traders stayed on edge for signs of an escalating confrontation. And yet, Carol, as we mentioned, stocks off their lows of the day.
Yeah, so interesting day. So much going on, I feel like, behind the numbers. We are going to be heading to Tel Aviv in just a moment. We're going to get the latest on that attack, Israel's attack on Iran, what you need to know specifically. We're also going to kind of get into, when it comes to the Middle East, it's so important to understand context and these complex relationships that are over there in the region. And then, Tim, really where the United States fits into all of this.
Also, I mentioned oil spiking. We're going to dig into how an oil spike may impact global growth. Also, a day without a mention of AI would not suffice. So we size up Meta's multi-billion-dollar investment in Scale AI. We've been eager to get this story to you.
All right, first up, let's get to the trade on this Friday the 13th. Over to Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much. Lots of red on the screen, but let's put it all in context, because believe it or not, the S&P 500 index, as of right now, 2 hours to go, we are on track for a winning week. If that happens, it will be the third weekly gain for the S&P 500 index, but right now looking at a gain of just about 0.1%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. We're off session lows. Stocks pairing losses. Energy producers and defense shares are rising. Airline and travel companies are falling. Gold hovering near a record. S&P down 35 at 6,009. That is a drop of 0.6%. We've got the Dow down 582, down 1.4%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 113, drop there of 0.6%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index has overcome earlier losses, now up by 0.2%. The 10-year 4.43%, the 2-year 3.96%. Spot gold now higher by 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude, what a story there. Had been up as much as 14% earlier today, now higher by 7.3%. And Brent, the global benchmark, up by 7.2%. Defense contractors and arms manufacturers moving higher as conflict escalations suggest elevated military spending. Northrop Grumman shares, they're up 3.8%. Lockheed Martin up 3.5%, and RTX Corp, that is up now by 3.3%. Again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 0.6%, West Texas Intermediate crude up 7.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're up to date on the trade at this hour, just about 2 hours to go until we wrap up the day. Hey, listen, you know the big story today. Israel launching strikes across Iran. That happened early this morning, targeting nuclear facilities and killing top military commanders in a major escalation against its chief adversary that risks sparking a broad war in the Middle East. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking about it earlier today.
I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists.
All right, of course, that's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel earlier today. Now, the strikes were the most extensive that Israel has carried out against Iran. It really underscored the country's growing assertiveness as well as its military and intelligence capabilities. Meantime, Iran has vowed reprisals and sent drones toward Israel, raising the risk of a wider war. I've got to say, we've been kind of glued to the Bloomberg and news headlines throughout the day because stuff keeps crossing. Right now, let's head to Tel Aviv. It is late over there. To Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief Ethan Bronner, who joins us. Ethan, curious, there's been tensions right between these two countries for a long time, but why is this happening now?
Carol, I mean, this is something that Netanyahu has been wanting to do for a long time. And in the last year, as a result of the Hamas attack on Israel, Israel shifted its defense doctrine and also was able to take out Hezbollah, which was a major missile threat from the north, and also a proxy of Iran, and also to strip a lot of Iran's air defense systems in an attack in October. So he felt that this was a time, and also with Trump in the White House, that he could get it done. He said in a speech this evening that he planned it as of November, last November. I note that that would be after Trump was elected. This is when they thought they could get it done.
I got to say, and I actually did a Twitter poll on this, or X poll, whatever you want to call it. And I was just curious in terms of whether or not how many people saw the move by Israel, basically Israel being a proxy for the United States here. How do we roll the U.S. into it? They knew about this attack, but I'm just curious how much the U.S. wanted this attack to maybe help move their goals with Iran here when it comes to nuclear. And
I think it's a great question, and I think we don't know the answer. I mean, also, what is the United States? Is it Donald Trump? You know, it's a little unclear. I think that Trump thought and hoped he could get a deal through negotiation, but if not, he would be happy and willing, happy might be the wrong word, willing to see Israel do this. He didn't take part himself, as far as we know. The United States didn't. So, look, I think it's more of an existential concern for Israel, but I do think that the Trump administration believes and agrees that a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran is a danger to it and to the West as well.
Hey, Ethan, we have some breaking news to report. The IDF has identified missiles launched from Iran toward Israel.
Yes.
Systems are operating to intercept the threat. The public has been instructed to enter protected space and stay there.
Correct.
ABC cites an Israel Defense official, Israel Defense Forces official. This is familiar territory for you, but just walk us through, in a situation such as this, what you do and what the expectations are for retaliation.
Right. So all day, it's almost 24 hours. It's not quite 20 hours or so. We've been expecting ballistic missiles to come to Israel. In the first hours, we were told to stay in or near bomb shelters. After they didn't come in the late morning, they said, you know what, you don't have to. And then they reissued that a warning an hour or two ago, and they've just repeated it. We get our phones blast out a warning. I happen to be sitting in my secure room that happens to be my study, so Bloomberg and I are safe. But people who don't have one in their own apartment, they have to go to the basement of their building. They have to go if there are not too many people are out in the street because of what's going on. This is a very well-protected country from the point of view of bomb shelters, so people head to them and head near them until they're told to get out.
Ethan, is this the type of attack that incoming, at least the expectations around it, that the Iron Dome can handle?
Yes, and actually ballistic missiles are handled by the Arrow, not by the Iron Dome. But yes, Israel's
explain the distinction there.
The Iron Dome is more for short-range rockets. The Arrow is for supersonic and high and actually space warfare. And so they get them way out of Israel's boundaries at sea and over the neighboring countries. So that's what they're going after them now. The last time it happened, a few did get through, and they're almost certainly going to shoot more than they shot last time, and more than a few are expected to get through, and it won't be pretty.
Hey, one more headline, just continuing to get information on this. Now the IDF says it identified missiles launched from Iran to Israel, Ethan.
Right, so in other words, they're getting them. That makes sense. I mean, they get most of them. That makes sense, yes. But we'll see. It's about they're on their way. These missiles don't take more than about 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's like
unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable, right? How this is all happening, and how warfare is today. Hey, what's the public perception in Israel today of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu? Is it possibly seen, dare I say, as another move for him to hold on to power?
No, it is not viewed that way at all. I mean, by maybe a certain tiny percentage of people who truly, truly despise him, yes. But fundamentally, this is an issue that's been underway for decades and certainly years. So, in fact, it's the idea was that this is a moment that you can act, and this is not a moment to get rid of the prime minister. I would say the vast majority of people believe that he's done the right thing. We won't know till we see some polling, but that's my instinct. And of course, we also don't know until if there are ballistic missiles that come and hit and people are killed, then that of course can affect things. But as of today, it looked like a very, very sophisticated and successful operation. And people, I think, were proud of this country.
Hey, one thing I want to go back in terms of the U.S. involvement. We did have a story cross earlier, Ethan, about apparently President Trump said to Axios, Israel's attack could help me make a deal with Iran. Is this all about nuclear negotiations with Iran by the United States? Is that what this is all ultimately about?
No, it's not all about that. I think that there are two parallel tracks. One is, might it be possible to make a deal? That's the question. And the United States and Israel have said, look, if Iran is willing to abandon its program and abandon enrichment, great. But we doubt it, and so we're building up this plan. So, it's kind of like that. It would be great if they agreed, but they probably won't. And so this is what's going to happen, and that's what is happening right now.
Hey, listen, as always, we're glad you're safe. Stay safe. Hope all of those around you are as well. Ethan, thank you very much. Ethan Bronner, he's Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief, staying up late for us. It's about a little bit after 9 p.m. in Tel Aviv, about 9/11 in the evening there. All right, we're going to stay on Israel's attacks on Iran's nuclear sites and the latest in terms of Iran striking back. Let's get to a voice to really help us further understand, I should say, the complicated and often contentious relationships in the region. With us is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defense Analyst Wayne Sanders. He is a former colonel in the U.S. Army, keen knowledge of intelligence analysis, information technology, counterinsurgency, and more. He is with us from Maryland. Hey, Wayne, you're hearing the latest headlines as they are coming just moments ago. The U.S. knew about Israel's plans to attack. How are you thinking about the role of the United States here in all of this?
Thanks so much for having me on, first off. I think that it's actually the United States-Israel partnership for a lot of things across the defense landscape has been a pretty close partnership. So from the U.S. intelligence collection perspective, the United States being aware that the attack was imminent, I think that's to be expected. I don't think that there's anything beyond that. I think the key then is how those conversations went down with senior military leaders beforehand in terms of pretty much everything you do in the military is, they call it wargaming, right? You have action, reaction, and counteraction. So I guarantee you at some point in time, they came through and said, if we do this, this is the type of response that we can expect. And then what would we do in response to that? So whatever options were being presented, both from the kinetic and the non-kinetic realm, you brought up cyber as well. They looked across all of those to figure out where it is. I think from the U.S. side, they provide their advisory role to Israel, but ultimately it's their decision on what they do. And then from that, the U.S. Central Command commander, as well as other parts of the joint force, then have to be prepared for whatever it is going to come back our way from a United States perspective. Trying to move out the dependence out of Middle East embassies being one of those preemptive actions the United States took. So it's really a question now as to what type of preparation, what type of indicators and warnings are being put against the intelligence collection community to say, hey, we think they're going to attack, if they are going to attack the United States in any way in the region, how would they go about do it? And then they assign assets necessary to be able to do that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just want to repeat some headlines and also bring in some new headlines that we're getting. The Israeli army saying that, quote, all of Israel is under fire as Iran fires projectiles. We're looking at some live images from Tel Aviv right now on your video screen. The IDF says it identified missiles launched from Iran to Israel. Wayne, I want you to take us through the complicated relationship that the United States has with different elements of the parties involved here, and even parties not necessarily involved here. I'm wondering, given the president's trip recently to the Middle East, the time that he spent in different countries there, if that changes the U.S. relationship with Israel.
Well, it's a great question. You know, when you look at, you know, President Trump went over there and he, between some of the different mineral deals that he's done across with Saudi Arabia, UAE specifically for things like gallium and things that China had cut off. I know those were important business decisions that need to be made. They were important critical infrastructure to national security that needed to be made in that. I know that President Trump has stood behind Israel in the past, saying that this is a critical relationship for us in the region. I don't think that has changed. I think that, you know, partnership between U.S. Central Command and with Israel, I think is still something that is there. It does create a different balancing act at that point in time in terms of the relationships, because now when you look at it, all of the decisions that he's making that involves anything from political, economic, military, or information-wise, those types of settings, you have to look at each one of those and figure out what we call the second and third order effects of any action that's being taken. If they end up, if the U.S. ends up providing any type of kinetic response, then what will that do economically? What will that do militarily from a response perspective? Even critical infrastructure, cyber attacks against the United States. So all of those things go into those decisions, and they do become much more complicated the further into the Middle East the relationships go.
All right, we're talking, of course, with Wayne Sanders. He's senior defense analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence with us from Maryland. We continue, for those watching on television and YouTube and Bloomberg Originals, they are live shots of Tel Aviv, as we know that the IDF, all of Israel under fire as Iran fires projectiles. So we are seeing incoming, certainly from Iran, into Israel following this morning's attack of Israel on Iranian nuclear facilities. You know, Wayne, the United States and Iran were meant to meet for their next round of nuclear talks on Sunday in Oman. It's unclear if those negotiations will still continue and will happen. Oman's government first comments from a Gulf state earlier today said Israel's actions were reckless and would undermine regional security. Other Arab states have echoed those comments, including Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. Draw the whiteboard out for me in terms of this conflict. Who's allied with the U.S., with Israel? Who is not? Where is China in all of this? I just kind of want to understand the powers at play here.
Well, I know the U.S. has a pretty close ties to Saudi Arabia, UAE, and to Jordan, but those are a lot based off of original peace agreements that have been made in the past. Those are areas where even when I was still in the military, places that, you know, you could potentially go to provide some security assistance, sometimes an advisory role. So in the past, those have been areas, those have been regions that we have been aligned to with the United States in order to keep some of the security in the Middle East. Now, some of those things are being upset based off of lines that are being drawn in the sand, and I think that's really where the decisions have to be made by those senior military leaders, as well as President Trump and the Secretary of Defense, is being able to figure out from that perspective is how much this is going to hurt a relationship. When you look at military response options, they bring in the right experts to be able to look at this. And so they're probably going to have a political military expert that's in there saying, okay, if there is a kinetic strike on this, this would be the most likely reaction based off of each of those countries in the relationship they have with the United States. So I think all of those do play a part depending on how much an escalation of force relationship there would be here, right? Cyber attacks or information campaigns and those types of things being more low threat have a different type of response than obviously if there was some type of launch of long-range ballistic missiles or something of that nature. As far as China, I think when you look at Russia and China both, right, from a peer adversary perspective, is Russia's sitting back as a proxy with a lot of Iranian ties on how they operate from a funding perspective and others. And so I think that side is fairly clean. When you look at the Chinese side, there's goods and bads to be had based off of the types of relationships that are being built. And if those start to become tenuous relationships, then obviously the PRC may look at opportunities to diplomatically go in there and say, hey, since you don't have as strong a relationship with the U.S. as you used to, maybe this is a different opportunity for us to get involved.
We're speaking with Bloomberg Intelligence senior defense analyst Wayne Sanders. He's a former colonel in the U.S. Army. Wayne, we're also looking at a skyline of Tel Aviv. To repeat some headlines, the Associated Press reports that dozens of incoming missiles have been detected by Israel. The Israeli army saying that all of Israel is under fire as Iran fires projectiles. Given your experience and just the way that you understand this region, the way that you understand this conflict, is the U.S. viewed by Iran as being, since it's a supporter of Israel, is Israel seen as a proxy of the U.S.? Is the U.S. seen as being involved in this conflict because of its support of Israel?
I wouldn't say that it's considered a proxy, but I would say that any decisions that are being made by Iranian officials and senior leaders, anything that they're looking at, they have to weigh in whether or not this would be a response from the United States. So when they're not going to just launch that and believe that President Trump or the U.S. are going to sit idly by, there is going to be some type of response. Now, whether or not that is done non-lethal means, lethal means, whether it's done politically or economically, all of those are the options that the president has at his disposal. But from that perspective, I think that's one of the key pieces to look at this is both sides realize that there are second and third order effects for any actions that are taken. Even when you look back to the attack on October 1st, the attack back October 1st, 2004, it was 200 missiles that were being shot. They were trying, at that point in time, you really looked at the threshold, as you guys were talking to Ethan about Iron Dome and the capabilities of Iron Dome.
Yeah.
And the response times in calculus, as he brought up, 12 minutes. Big difference between that and the previous attack that was a bunch of drones that took over 2 hours to get there. So from that perspective, knowing that those are coming in, the capabilities that Israel has to defend, Ethan, he brought up two different ones. He brought up Iron Dome and he brought up the Arrow system. So Arrow 2 and 3, those are the long-range weapon systems, but you also have something called David Sling, which is that middle air defense area, and then Iron Dome is that short-range air defense capability. And the system is all set up so that you have this nested capability to find out. They can see, based off of their radar systems, what is being shot at them so that they can actually figure out, is it a drone? Is it a Shaheed? What is it that's coming at them? They also see a lot of the math behind it that's showing the trajectory of those capabilities, and then choosing which interceptor is best to be able to do that, right? So that kind of keeps the cost piece down. And if it's going outside of a populous area, they may not even choose to use something at that point in time, depending on how many strikes they're planning for at this time.
Still getting headlines, and worth repeating some of the headlines that we got just in the last 10 minutes. The IDF says that all of Israel is under fire as Iran fires projectiles. The Israeli army also saying that it identified missiles launched from Iran to Israel. Over the last hour and a half or so, the Israel army has instructed residents to remain in protected areas in Israel. The Air Force attacked Iran nuclear site in the Isfahan area, and the IDF has identified missiles launched from Iran toward Israel.
We are talking with Wayne Sanders, a Bloomberg Intelligence senior defense analyst. I have a couple of questions, just quickly. Do we know if any of the weapons that have been used by Israel, are they American-made?
As of this time, for the one that's going on right now, I don't know. But there were Aegis missiles, SM-3s and SM-6s, that are Navy platform systems, air defense systems that were used in the October 1st attack as part of it. So it provides with that additional capability, that umbrella of protection. But that was back on October 1st. I don't know what the disposition is of U.S. naval forces or additional ground forces from the U.S. at that time.
All right. And Wayne, the other thing I want to ask you is how real is this risk of this conflict expanding? Yeah. And I ask because I think, we're Bloomberg. We look at the market impact, and we certainly have seen crude oil spike. Right. And then there's, the stories that we are reading about the global economy, the U.S. economy. If we see higher energy prices longer term, what impact that could have. However, the caveat from a lot of strategists at this point is saying, time will tell. The longer this goes on, and if oil supplies, whether through the Straits of Hormuz or elsewhere, if they are impacted, then we talk about a longer-term impact. So how real is this risk of a conflict expanding in the region?
I would agree with what the analysts have already said. I think that that's actually a really good point. The Straits of Hormuz always being one of the major choke points for a lot of the shipping that's in and out of that region, and it's an area that, from a military standpoint, when you are putting together those war games, that's an area that you have to consider: is how do you leave those shipping lanes open? What are you willing to put forward and deploy from your U.S. naval fleet? Are you bringing out some command groups that can do this? The way that they set up from carrier groups, right? If they send out and they provide that level of support, those are strategic areas that could have significant amount of impact, and that could lead to some escalation. But I also think that when you look at Iran and Israel, they both have been kinetic, right? They have both been kinetic with one another over the past year. There's a lot more tension right now, but from a launching projectiles at the other country, this isn't the first time. And so that being said, I think that there is a certain amount of whether or not it remains localized between Iran and Israel, and how much of these additional partners and allies for each side would come to support the other one in terms of that, or how localized is it going to remain for Israel and Iran.
I just want to point out Reuters putting out on social, on X, that airlines have suspended flights after Israel strikes Iran. Things that we've seen, certainly the airline sector under pressure, tourism names under pressure here, and concerns about how this might impact some international travel. So again, Israel's strikes against Iran have prompted international airlines to halt flights to sub-Middle East destinations. So again, we're seeing this cross as well.
We're speaking with Bloomberg Intelligence senior defense analyst Wayne Sanders, a former colonel in the U.S. Army. Wayne, as we mentioned, the AP has reported dozens of missiles being detected. They're citing an Israeli military official whom it did not identify. I'm curious if we should think that this is the extent of Iran's retaliation. This is the tat based on what happened last night.
I would probably say anything with regards to escalation of force between these two countries has always been very, very calculated. Even when the first attack with the drones, they knew what they were doing. It was pretty much more of a verbal date with some additional capability behind it, but they pretty much knew that Iron Dome was going to be able to take those down. Then when the October 1st incident happened, right, they were a lot faster. There was over 200 of them, so it tested some of those systems, and it was based off of some back and forth that's come from this. And so I think Israel is prepared to respond as necessary. I think Iran continues as well to be able to do that. I think that the one thing that we don't know a whole lot of is the increased pressure from President Trump, as well as the rest of the U.S. military, that would potentially say, hey, look, you really need to stop doing this, or we will be involved. If that's not going to be the case, and it ends up staying below that threshold, then I think that continues, like I said, to be more along the lines of Israel and Iran continuing to do the this for that model.
Hey, Wayne, one thing I do want to also mention, too, and I mentioned the airlines, our Mary Schlangenstein, also of Bloomberg, reporting Delta, United, suspending flights to Tel Aviv following Israel's bombing of Iran and the closure of Israel's airspace. One thing before you go, since cyber and intelligence is certainly in your wheelhouse, I do wonder, I'm sure American intelligence is looking into this, and I believe President Trump had talked about pulling personnel from the Middle East and concerns about the region, and that was, I think, just this week. Do Americans need to be worried?
No, I think the biggest piece, if you look at the way that they pulled out the dependents from some of the embassies, that's pretty standard. If there's an escalation, if there's a risk of escalation within specific countries, it does happen a lot more than people even realize. They say, hey, just to be safe than sorry. The U.S. service members that are over there know what they've signed up for. They know why they're there, and are prepared to respond to defend the United States as necessary. And so I think from that perspective, they don't need to be worried about. And any of this conflict is always something that people need to be worried about. But from the fact that they brought people back, that's pretty standard from being able to do that. Even back in 2019, when President Trump's first term, after Iran downed one of the Global Hawk drones and was looking at military response options. You know, there were things that were being considered, and there were escalation of force considerations between kinetic and non-kinetic capabilities. Right? Am I going to drop bombs from carriers to be able to do this over here, or is it going to be more of like a cyber attack from an intelligence collection perspective? And like I mentioned, I think that all of those decisions, the way the military does things is that they identify these things called priority information requirements, and then those PIRs then have indicators and warnings that say, hey, this most likely course of action, it looks like we're going in this direction. So then, therefore, here are the different courses of action that we could present. And so that happens all the way at the strategic level, all the way down to the tactical.
I lied. I have one more question for you, and then we're going to let you go. AP News Alert, Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khomeini vowing revenge for Israeli attacks, a recorded message to the nation, and specifically making some comments saying Israel started a war, it will not go unscathed. I know things can get very heated and words are words, but I'm just wondering what your read on that.
I know the Ayatollah normally means what he says. When it comes to that, I think that it really comes down to what type of response. And the decision calculus for what they are going to have to realize is a certain level of response may cause the U.S., allies, others in the region to be involved. So that's going to go into that calculus. They obviously want to make sure they want to make sure that their sovereignty is being held. They want to make sure that they are being taken seriously. And I think that the fact that they can launch these types of strikes against Israel, and Israel can as well back. They've both proven that they are formidable within this arena of defense. They are trained to be able to do this. So the real question then becomes, who's going to be the next one who takes it to that next level?
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Wayne, thank you so much. So much context and insight into what is going on today. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defense Analyst Wayne Sanders joining us there from Maryland.
More headlines. We are also hearing more from Iran's Khamenei saying that Israel started a war, it won't go unscathed, and the country will not ignore the violation of Iranian airspace. This is via an AP News alert. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, vowing revenge for Israeli attacks in a recorded message.
All right, we're going to continue our coverage. We're trying to keep abreast of all of the headlines crossing and watching what is coming out of Israel at this point. For more color and context, and I'm curious about what is going on in Washington, specifically at the White House right now, let's head to our Bloomberg DC News Bureau and Bloomberg News Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries, a voice we lean on a lot, Michael Shepard. Hey, good to have you back with us to weigh in on this. First of all, what are you hearing out of the White House? What are you guys? It seems like it's been somewhat quiet, but tell us what you're hearing.
Well, earlier today, Carol, we had heard the president lay out his hope that Iran would finally come back to the bargaining table before, as he put it, it gets too late for Tehran. He warned that this could just be the beginning of what Israel is doing, and this is an opportunity for Iran to avoid a much worse fate that had already been inflicted upon it in the past 12 hours or so. Now, we have not heard from the president since this large-scale retaliation began from Iran against Israel, which we're watching on the screen right now unfold with the Israeli military warning, according to the Associated Press, it was perhaps dozens of missiles being aimed toward Israeli territory, and we're seeing signs of explosions and other detonations in the Tel Aviv area. We do know that Israel has a robust Iron Dome missile defense capability, one that has a lot of U.S. support, both in terms of technology and intelligence, as we saw during previous attacks by Iran on Israel in April and again October of last year. And so we're waiting to see now how the U.S. and how the administration will step forward to speak in response to this counter move by Iran right now, Carol.
We're continuing to get, Michael, information from the Israeli army. It says the Iranian attack is ongoing. Dozens of additional missiles were launched toward Israel. Once again, the IDF saying the Iranian attack is ongoing. The U.S. was not involved in Israel's strikes. This is according to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He also warned Iran against targeting U.S. interests or personnel in retaliation. What is the message that the Secretary of State is sending, not just Iran, but Israel right now?
Well, the U.S. is trying to make clear that this was an Israeli operation carried out for Israel's own strategic interests, and that the U.S. should not be the target of any retaliation. And yet we did see Tehran warn that it would seek reprisal not only against Israel, but also against American interests, perhaps. Now, we don't know what shape that will take. As our colleague Wayne was saying earlier, U.S. diplomatic and military personnel have departed certain parts of the region, especially in Iraq. The embassy in Baghdad, non-essential personnel have left there. Dependents have left there as well. That is one of the areas that's closest to where Iran and some of its allies could strike. But now the question is, what about Israel? So far, the embassy there and the State Department are not calling for an evacuation, though they have encouraged Americans in Israel to seek shelter as necessary at this moment.
Just continuing to get information, I want to bring everybody the latest. According to our live blog, Israeli emergency services say they are currently searching 7 reported sites in Gush Dan, the metropolitan area surrounding Tel Aviv. We were seeing some live shots throughout our broadcast this afternoon and this evening in Israel of the Tel Aviv skyline.
And I just want to go back to markets because we should point out, everyone, we are seeing U.S. equities move towards their lows. We've seen them take a distinct leg down on this new round of headlines and this on the news that Iran is attacking Israel at this point. S&P 500 down 1.2%, down 73 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average just shy of a 2% decline, down 847 points. And the NASDAQ 100, a decline of about 1.3%. That average is down 285 points. We've got crude futures. They are up about 7.7%. They are off some of the higher levels we saw initially on news of the Israel attack on Iran earlier today. And gold futures continue to trend higher, but again, off their highs of the session. But gold futures are up about 1.5%. We're talking at $3,454.90 an ounce. You know, I do wonder too, Michael, at this point, you know, it's just kind of interesting. Tim and I keep asking, you know, we see Secretary of State Rubio say that the U.S. is not involved in the Israel strikes against Iran. I'm not quite sure what that means. Like, who knows what kind of conversations were had beforehand. We know that the president has been on a mission to have a nuclear deal with Iran. There were talks to be held this weekend in Oman. So I'm just curious what other intel, because we keep asking, is Israel to some extent a proxy for the United States in terms of Iran?
Well, Israel is one of the closest U.S. allies across the Middle East. There's no question about that. And the U.S. has long supported not only Israel's right to exist, but also to defend itself, and not just in word, but also, you know, with significant military and intelligence support. And as I said, we saw that in previous Iranian strikes last year against Israeli territory. And the question will now be, to what extent has the U.S. and the U.S. military and intelligence services supported Israel's efforts to defend itself here against the ongoing Iranian barrage right now in response? It's unclear to what degree Israel received support ahead of time for this strike. Our reporting suggests that the U.S. was given a heads up, but perhaps not much more of that. Israel, of course, has its own formidable intelligence services and an ability to penetrate within parts of Iran's governmental and other structures, as we saw the way that they were able to break into Hezbollah and infiltrate it with all of those pagers that exploded simultaneously in that audacious operation last year. All of that points to how Israel can, in many ways, operate independently for its own strategic reasons from the U.S., and yet it does rely on the U.S. for other critical areas of support too, Carol.
We're speaking with Bloomberg News Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries, Michael Shepard, joining us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Michael, I'm wondering about the prospect of the U.S. being seen as being involved in this. It kind of builds on Carol's question about the U.S.'s support of Israel, especially in the context of the recent trip to the Middle East that the president made with many leaders from American companies. To what extent does this complicate what the president is trying to do, at least from a business perspective, with other countries in the Middle East?
Well, you know, Tim, that's a great question. And from the perspective of many of these businesses in the region, they have been aware of and cognizant of the risk factor, which is not zero, of a regional conflict of the likes of which that we could see unfolding right now. It's unclear how long this will go on between Israel and Iran right now. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warned that this would not be over in a day. It could take several days or longer. And of course, Iran is promising to meet whatever comes its way in full measure. But at what point the two sides decide to step away, that will dictate the potential impact on business and risk assessment in the region overall. Remember that many of these Gulf nations, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar, have invested significantly and over years and plan to continue doing so for quite some time. So there is a durability over the long haul for that, but certainly for the near term, this is no doubt something that they are taking notice of, and we are certainly seeing a number of Arab governments in conversation with each other about trying to find a way to cool tensions in the Gulf if there's any way possible at this moment, Tim.
All right, we're talking with our Michael Shepard, of course, of our Bloomberg News team out there in our D.C. bureau, looking at our live blog that is monitoring everything out of the Middle East. We have a bit more on Iran's supreme leader. He vowed to act forcefully and avenge an Israeli military strike on his country that has so far killed his most senior generals and targeted key nuclear sites. Israel, quote, should not think that it is over because they attacked and it is finished. No, they started this and initiated the war. We will not allow them to escape unscathed from this great crime they have committed. Again, Khamenei saying in a pre-recorded message shown on state TV, again, that is Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Michael, I wanted to get your thoughts on what we just heard from Carol and from the Ayatollah, and the idea that in previous, I guess we can call them skirmishes, where Israel has launched an attack, perhaps of drones in the past. We've seen a drone attack come from Iran, and then that was it until now. Is this, in your view, and based on the folks that you're talking to, is this it as far as retaliation for Israel's attack?
Well, we need to see the scope and the extent, you know, really get a full sense of the measure of how many missiles were launched, how many were intercepted and interdicted by Israel, and what targets were actually struck to get us better sense of how serious and how much heavier the Iranian counterstrike in this case was, and how Israel might respond in turn. Israel really struck a heavy blow against the senior leadership in Iran, going after key figures in military, in intelligence, and also in its nuclear program as well. And that is a blow to the equilibrium of the regime led by Ayatollah Khamenei, and it is certainly something that they will not let go untouched, if only for domestic reasons as well. They have to show that they are not simply going to be pushed around by a country that Iran has viewed as an arch enemy for so many years, and really has, constructed its defenses and military around for so long. But we will, again, as I said, have to see how Israel responds and what the assessment is from the ground. Right now, we are still seeing it live and unfolding in real time, and it will take a bit of time and assessment to figure out what the scope is actually.
Hey, Michael, last question. You did mention that we did hear from President Trump earlier. He was out there on social. He urged Iran to make a deal before it's too late. There was certainly some activity earlier this morning. It does, again, I'm going to go back to it, feels a little bit quiet on the White House front. Is there anything we're hearing in terms of the president's schedule, any expectations that we're going to hear from either Secretary of State Rubio, anyone from the administration on this, maybe later today?
Well, it's a great question, Carol, and you would normally expect the president to step forward at some point. So far, nothing on the schedule yet. We do know he has his big parade planned here in Washington, weather notwithstanding. And then on Sunday, the Group of Seven Summit in Canada. He is planning to attend that, and this unfolding before our eyes now in the Middle East will certainly take center stage there, even as other leaders are going to be trying to discuss trade and other matters that they also wanted to bring up with the president. So he will have a lot on his plate. He may try to say something about it before day's end. For the moment, though, we do not see anything on his schedule where he would come out in public and address this. We do know that at 11 a.m. this morning, he was scheduled to meet with his National Security Council, and we don't know what determinations emerge from that, but we may get a little bit more clarity this afternoon from the Pentagon or State or the White House itself.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Hey, listen, Michael, thank you so much. A lot going on, and you jumping in the chair to sit down with us and cover some more of what's going on. Of course, our Michael Shepard, Bloomberg Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries, joining us there in our D.C. bureau.
I do want to let everyone know, in case they missed it, the president did speak to Axios a little earlier today, and he did mention that that Israel used, quote, great American equipment during the attack. In addition to that, we are just bringing you updates on what we're hearing from Israel. Israeli emergency services say they are currently searching 7 reported sites in Gush Dan, the metropolitan area surrounding Tel Aviv. Once again, the Israeli army is saying that dozens of additional missiles have been launched toward Israel. The Iranian attack is ongoing, and the supreme leader of Iran saying, we will not ignore the violation of Iranian airspace in the attack. And Israel started a war, and it won't go unscathed.
All right, everybody, and we do want to point out that we've seen stocks, they're just bouncing off their lows of the session, but they did definitely move down to their lows based on all of these headlines coming on the counterattack by Iran on Israel. So we have seen stocks move down to about a 1.2% decline on the S&P 500 and down nearly 1.3% on the NASDAQ 100, Tim.
All right, let's get on over to Charlie Pellet for an update. He's standing by with all the business news and, of course, the market reaction.
Indeed. Right now, we are looking at stocks, as Carol mentioned, very close to session lows. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red as we continue to monitor images of missiles over Tel Aviv. Right now, the S&P is down 69. That is a drop now of 1.2%. So the S&P back below 6,000, 59.75. Dow Industrials now down 825, drop there of 1.9%. NASDAQ down 255 points, drop there of 1.3%. And to be clear, we did see our lows of the day just a few minutes ago. We've got the 10-year at 4.42%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.95%. Gold, big story there, surging $48 the ounce on Mideast tension, up 1.4%. $34.34 the ounce on spot gold. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is now surging by 8.2%. WTI at $73.61 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, up 7.6% right now. We've got Brent crude trading higher at $74.64 a barrel. Airline stocks declining around the world after Israel launched airstrikes across Iran. Right now, we have got shares of UAL, parent of United, down 4.4%. American down 4.7%. Delta shares, they're down by 3.7%. We do have defense stocks trading higher. We'll have more on those coming up in just a moment with our Nora Melendez. So again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing, all declining, I should say. S&P now slumping 70, down 1.6%. You run the GIP screen on the S&P, and we are very close to session lows. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it. Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, live here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We do want to remind everybody, we know what's going on. Israel launching a strike against Iran's nuclear and missile programs. Iran has retaliated in the last 45 minutes or so. And I've got to say, it's a complex and rapidly evolving situation. That's certainly how our Bloomberg economics team says it, and they see it. And they have been assessing some of the economic impact. It's really just a reminder. It's another layer Yes, it's a human story. We know areas of the world at war. It's always difficult, but it's also something that leaders around the globe have to take into account. So we want to bring in a voice who knows something about that. Dr. Rebecca Humkes, she is on the faculty at Duke Corporate Education, a lecturer at the London Business School, Executive Education. She's also a former fellow for the White House's President's Council of Economic Advisors. She joins us from London. Rebecca, good to have you back with us. You know, leaders, there's a lot coming at them at this moment, and a lot of it is very difficult if I think about just the last 24 hours. So tell us about any feedback or conversations you are having with leaders following the attacks here between Iran and Israel, and just kind of against the macro backdrop. That is a difficult one.
It's a difficult one, Carol. Look, uncertainty is the new certainty. It's very cliche to say, and I think we're all embracing that. But this level of geopolitical volatility is adding a new element to what's already a pretty shaky economy. So leaders are hearing the news, depending on the region, depends on how quickly you need to move. But I think this means another few months of paralysis is going to come into a lot of decision making.
Dr. Humkes, you know, we're hearing from different leaders right now. We heard from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier today. Now the Supreme Leader of Iran has responded, saying that Israel's attack will not go unscathed. We spoke to our own correspondent, who's the head of the Bureau in Tel Aviv, Ethan Bronner, a little earlier at the top of our program. And Carol asked him specifically about Benjamin Netanyahu and the support or lack of support that the Prime Minister has right now. And Ethan made the point that it does seem like that he has a strength of leadership right now in the wake of an attack on Iran. Can you talk a little bit about what happens in a situation where there is maybe perhaps a rise of nationalism during conflict?
We're already seeing a bit of rise of nationalism, and I think over the last couple of months, years, but really the last couple of months, we're seeing that. This could lead to a little bit more retreatism, a little bit more nationalism, pulling in what's already, again, a pretty shaky geopolitical context. So I just think this adds one more element to a very shaky environment where we're going to be looking a lot more inward than outward. So if we put everything on top, we also have Russia-Ukraine, which is escalating as well. We have tariff threats, which aren't really giving us much certainty. So leaders are going to be looking for their own national policies and their own national interest right now.
We are thinking about, too, I always think a lot about the strategy of our leaders, you know, certainly here in the United States, and in particular our president, who has a very distinct leadership style. Some say it's a strategy of always keeping many people on edge, and that gives he and his team an advantage. Is that the case, or is it just simply chaotic? And I just wonder, you know, kind of what we need with the macro backdrop that is today.
You know, different folks, depending on your partisan filter, will tell you how you view the art of deal making, but it is a chaotic environment, Carol, and chaos has a real cost. Chaos leads to paralysis in decision making, to lack of confidence, to what can really lead to a doom loop. If you think more chaos is coming, you delay decisions, you delay hiring, you delay investment. So look, it's theoretical, but it's actually practically very, very difficult for leaders. So it's, again, while you can say that it's a deal-making president, kind of always changing things, keeping people on their toes is not what CEOs want. We need a better element of certainty in this environment if we want the investment in America this administration is promising that they do want. This level of uncertainty and constant changing is not helping. And, you know, geopolitical tensions as well. We want to look to the U.S. leader and know that there's going to be a face of calm coming into these tensions. And I'm not sure that we have that sense of reassurance as leaders right now that that's going to happen.
All right, that's a good note to leave it on. Hey, thank you so much. Dr. Rebecca Humkes, she is professor at the London Business School, faculty at Duke Corporate Executive Education, joining us today from London. We are watching the markets, as we always do here at Bloomberg, obviously taking the geopolitical, the business, the financial into account when it comes to the trade. And today it's geopolitical, taking a front seat when it comes to what's going on in U.S. equities. Right now, the S&P 500 continuing to be under pressure, hovering near its worst levels of the session. So that means we are looking at a decline of about 1.2% here on the S&P 500. Dow Jones Industrial Average down more than 820 points, down nearly 2% here. And Tim, we've got the NASDAQ 100 again down about 288 points, down about 1.3%. Again, just off our worst levels. But if you take a look at the charts in terms of the trade, as soon as these headlines started to cross in terms of Iran's counterattack against Israel into Tel Aviv and other spaces there, we certainly saw U.S. equities take a leg down. We continue to see crude higher in today's trade. We continue to see gold higher in today's trade, one of those safe haven trades that continues to play out on this Friday.
Yeah, NYMEX crude oil up 8.4%. Some oil futures back up around 7%. The dollar and gold both caught a bid again, though well off of session highs. I want to bring in Bloomberg News equities reporter Nora Melinda. Not only does she cover defense stocks, but also to take a look at the broader market reaction to the headlines that we've seen over the last 20 hours or so, and specifically, Nora, over the last 50 minutes or so. What are you seeing?
Well, you both really laid out the broad strokes of what today has looked like. Of course, we know that tensions are very high today, but as we dig into what the sectors are doing right now, of course, we're seeing a broad-based sell-off as we speak, but we are seeing energy as the lone best performing sector in the S&P 500. We've got every other sector here that's falling into the red. But as we think about what investors are thinking right now and where Wall Street is, they're really just trying to assess whether or not there will be a lasting impact here as we're really just assessing what's going on here with the geopolitical tensions. I was seeing some U.S. strategists are saying that past attacks involving Iran and Israel initially led to oil prices to spike and surge, but only to fall later. So I think that Wall Street is really just trying to position themselves right now. But you mentioned defense stocks earlier, which I cover very closely. We're seeing defense stocks like Lockheed Martin, that's ticker LMT. We're seeing Northrop Grumman, NOC. Those are higher in trading today, and that's just been off the fact that U.S. defense contractors could be a potential beneficiary. Trade here is what we're seeing Wall Street really sketching out here. But also when we're seeing hotels, we're seeing bookings, firms and other different travel entities here, they're really struggling. They're sliding right now, especially as people. This will affect different airline companies and other movers in that space.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen already some of the airlines, certainly when it comes to flights into Tel Aviv canceling. We saw Mary Schlangenstein reporting that out earlier. We have seen a lot of groups in the tourism area, which makes sense. I'm looking at the VIX right now. We're seeing a bump up of about 3 points, more than 3 points. So we're at 21.24. It's not anywhere near where we've seen at other moments of crisis. But again, it sounds like the commentary that you guys are hearing, certainly on the equities team, is that I guess people are waiting to see how long this goes on. What are the longer term impacts when it comes to energy, right? If we start to see oil supplies, energy supplies impacted, that could certainly have a longer term impact.
And I was looking at some of the commentary coming out of Navalier and Associates. They're saying the lasting damage may be crude oil prices, which is what we've been discussing all day long today. But they're saying that this will certainly do some damage to inflation statistics if it doesn't roll back soon. So we are seeing Wall Street really poking in different areas right now. I mentioned defense. I also mentioned some of those travel names, but of course, oil's still, rising, and people are really just monitoring that right now.
Okay, so we're talking about different movements during the past day or so, as we've seen the conflict intensify between Israel and Iran. Airline stocks certainly taking a hit on this. The airlines index in the S&P 500 at one point today down more than 3%. Thinking about other areas and sort of like the short term or versus long term of this, Nora, it's something that you alluded to. Oftentimes we see these are sort of quick knee-jerk reactions, and then stocks bounce back. That happens every time.
That seems to be the case. And I know you mentioned some of those travel names that we've really been looking at today. And when we think about the near term versus the long term impact here, of course, you are seeing that knee jerk reaction here, especially with us seeing a lot of these travel stocks under pressure on the idea of higher crude prices, and this potentially resulting in jet fuel prices and operating costs going up higher. So you are seeing people kind of fleeing these travel names. But to your earlier point, what we're hearing strategists saying is that we could see a potential reversal as we move forward in the coming trading sessions.
At the meantime, or at the same time, I should say, in terms of, we've also other flight to safety trades, we've seen investors also moving into treasuries. So once again, seeing that as a safe haven.
Yes, we definitely are seeing treasuries as a safe haven, but I also was looking at treasuries falling a bit as a surge in oil is really stoking concern about that resurgence in inflation, and we are seeing the dollar edging up a bit. So there's a lot of different moving parts happening right now, and to your earlier comment, this is a really evolving story, so we're really seeing the trade reflect that.
Yeah, speaking of it being an evolving story, I'm glued to our live blog on the Bloomberg terminal. I encourage everybody to check it out if they have access to it. Israel's military said the attack is ongoing, with explosions heard from interceptions or fallen projectiles. Our own team writing that it's hard to ascertain at this point if any missiles have pierced Israel's defenses, but Carol, in the past, actual hits have been minimal.
Yeah, I agree. The live blog, just kind of on it and pulling in all the headlines. Nora was just talking about the Treasury moves. I mean, earlier in the day, much earlier in the morning, we saw, I'm looking at the 10-year, that was below 4.32. Now we're above 4.44, shorter end, most sensitive to what's going on, certainly at any given time. We did see the 2-year note. It was easily close to, definitely down below 3.86. We're now just shy of 4% at 3.95. So we definitely have seen some movement here. All right, we're going to leave it there. Nora, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Bloomberg News equities reporter Nora Melinda. It's been a busy hour, and we can assume that we might continue to see some headlines, and we're going to obviously continue to track it. In the meantime, we are seeing it play out in the markets. As Nora mentioned, energy, the only name or group in the S&P 500 among those major industry groups. There are 11 up about 1.6%. Everything else is down 10.
If you're sticking with us on radio, Bloomberg Originals, or YouTube, our coverage of this conflict continues. If you're sticking with TV, the close is next.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just 60 minutes away from the closing bell on this Friday. Very different trade and tone that we are seeing. We have seen certainly a subdued trade for most of the day and down, but bouncing around a little bit. But we are just hovering near our lows of the session. So what does that mean? The S&P down about 1.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down almost 1.9%. NASDAQ 100, a decline of 1.2%. This as we see escalating tensions between Israel and Iran. Within the last hour or so, we have seen Iran strike back against Israel, and so we continue to see the back and forth, and markets are certainly responding here in the United States.
Yeah, Iran has fired a barrage of ballistic missiles at Israel. Israel's military says, quote, all of Israel is under fire. It comes hours after Israeli airstrikes targeted Iranian nuclear and ballistic facilities, killing senior officials, including the commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. President Trump has urged Iran to make a deal, quote, before it's too late. As Carol mentioned, crude oil has surged on geopolitical risks and concerns about supply, while U.S. stocks fall.
All right, right now on Bloomberg Television, our Romaine Bostic talking with former ambassador to the United Nations, former National Security Advisor John Bolton. Let's head there now.
Ballistic missile attack on Israel. So the targets that I've seen mentioned in the press cover most of those sites. We'll see what happens in subsequent days. But the Israelis are certainly going after key elements of the program. The Natanz facility attacked last night, as you mentioned. The Esfahan facility, very important, not well known, but very important. It's the place where they take uranium in a solid form and turn it into uranium in a gas form, uranium hexafluoride, which you have to do to enrich. So if you can't convert uranium from uranium oxide, yellowcake, to uranium hexafluoride, you can't spin it in centrifuges. That was attacked last night, very important. We don't know fully, obviously, what the damage is, and we expect that, according to press reports, this could continue for as long as 2 weeks.
Yes, and they have said that. We should also point out, again, we do not know the damage. The Iranians have weighed in, saying that they will actually still continue their nuclear program. And I guess that gets to the question, Ambassador, of whether Israel can truly neutralize this nuclear program. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Natanz and just how deep underground that is, the way that it's protected by mountains. I mean, are there actual military capabilities to truly do away with it?
Look, I don't think there's any doubt that Israel, apart from the enrichment site at Fordo, can destroy any of these facilities. Most of them are above ground. We could do a better job, and it's one reason why we should be working with the Israelis on this with our bunker buster capability. But I think they can effectively destroy Natanz. Fordo is under a mountain, so the Israelis can close the entry shafts and the air shafts, and, you know, if you can't breathe, it's pretty tough to enrich uranium. The things we don't know, though, are whether Iran is renting or has nuclear facilities in North Korea, which is obviously beyond the scope of Israel's capabilities. But I'm sure the Israelis are going to go after these 17 remaining known sites during the course of their offensive and try and take them out, and it is possible for them to do it.
Mr. Ambassador, my question to you now is, based on your best understanding, why now? Israeli officials said that the strike was preemptive. It has been months since the last round of Iran or Israel strikes. So is this Israel using the element of surprise to its advantage, or is there, do you think, something specific that prompted this?
Well, it was reported in the Israeli press today that Netanyahu said he had intended to do this in April. And the thing that prevented him was Trump announcing he was sending real estate dealer Steve Witkoff off to negotiate with the Iranians. And that explains the 2 months delay. I think the Israelis really waited to the last possible minute, maybe even beyond the last minute, because they worried that Iran was as close as they could permit to actually having a nuclear weapons capability. You know, you're seeing in the skies over Israel right now Iranian ballistic missiles coming in, most being intercepted, and no one can know whether under the nose cone of one or more of those ballistic missiles is a nuclear weapon. And Israel doesn't want to live under that threat, and we wouldn't either.
The U.S. has made clear that it was not involved in these strikes. Does that matter when it comes to retaliation from Iran?
Well, I think what we're seeing today is a significant U.S. effort to assist Israel, and there were elements of U.S. forces involved last night in responding to the drone attack this morning, actually in Middle East time. F-15 stationed in Jordan and other capabilities we have. I think we'll be strengthening our forces there because of our deployed troops at the various bases in the Gulf, and hopefully to help out the Gulf Arab allies as well. It's very interesting that last night, I think Secretary of State Rubio said Israel had acted unilaterally, and there was no statement of support for Israel in his remarks, whereas today, President Trump has been saying that we support Israel and this attack will boost the stock market ultimately. So it's an interesting shift in the administration view.
I am curious, as we sort of move forward with the next steps in all this, and I do want to go back, particularly with your time serving the administrations, and specifically that speech that Netanyahu gave back before the UN, I believe in 2012, in the fall of 2012, and everyone knows he held up that picture of the bomb, and I know a lot of people made fun of him, but underneath the surface, there was a lot of substance to what he was talking about how far along the Iranians, in his view, were with their nuclear program. And I do wonder if you can reflect back on that day and answer the question as to whether Netanyahu was indeed right.
Well, I think he was. You know, the negotiations, serious negotiations, were started by the Europeans with Iran in 2003. And the conditions they were willing to accept were that Iran could have a civil nuclear power program, but it could not have the capacity to enrich uranium. That they would buy fuel rods from the outside world, and then they would send them back after the fuel had gone through the reactor. The Iranians insisted for years that they needed to have a domestic uranium enrichment capability, which the Obama administration ultimately conceded in the 2015 deal. That was the fatal mistake, because that is what gives Iran the ability to enrich uranium to weapons grade. People say, oh, it's such a huge distance between reactor grade uranium and weapons grade uranium in terms of the enrichment process. In terms of the actual physical energy expended, it's very close. You have enriched to reactor grade. You've done 70% of the work you need to get to weapons grade. Yeah. That we never should have permitted the Iranians to have.
Where we stand right now with the military action, and I assume this takes any real chance of a true nuclear deal off the table, no matter what the president says. It raises the question as to what type of fuel is there, how weaponized it has become and what control, or I should say who would have control of that if this military conflict escalates?
Well, it depends on what damage the Israelis inflict. You know, at the uranium conversion facility at Esfahan, there's a lot of radioactive material, not enriched to at all at that point. And that could be scattered around. I assume that the Iranians will continue, the Iranian government will continue to control it. But honestly, if for example, the regime in Tehran fell, I would hope that the U.S. and others could go in and under a new regime and take control of all of that and move it to Oak Ridge, Tennessee. That's where we stored the Libyan nuclear weapons program when they gave it up in 2003 and 2004. That's where we should put the Iranian nuclear weapons program if opportunity comes to us.
All right. John Bolton, the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, thank you so much for joining us today. The conflict between...
All right, everybody, you have been listening to Scarlett Fu and Romaine Bostick, our TV colleagues, talking with former ambassador to the United Nations and former National Security Advisor John Bolton, serving during President Trump's first term, also served in the Reagan and George W. Bush administrations. He did kind of highlight that we really don't know the damage specifically in Iran, and we haven't heard on that front. Ambassador Bolton noting that according to press reports, the activity between the two nations could continue for 2 weeks. He also did point out some of the comments that we heard from the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, earlier today. And he, the former ambassador, John Bolton, noting that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying that Israel acted unilaterally and did not voice support for Israel. So that was coming from the Secretary of State, although, we certainly did hear from the president, which seems certainly much more supportive a little bit later on. But we are, again, maybe hoping to hear a little bit more from the White House maybe later today. Nothing that we've heard, but it's certainly something that we are watching out for.
Our coverage of the conflict continues. Among the latest headlines, Iran firing a barrage of ballistic missiles at Israel. All of Israel is under fire, the military of Israel says. It does come hours after Israeli airstrikes targeted Iranian nuclear and ballistic facilities, killing senior officials, including the commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. For more on the, you have some more headlines, Carol?
I just want to point out that our blog, and these are folks that have been following this situation so closely, our editorial team, they are pointing out that the rapid pace of the Iranian retaliation against Israel with missiles now fired hours after Israel's airstrikes. Our team pointing out stands in contrast to previous episodes with Tehran. In some of those tit-for-tat moments, it was a matter of weeks and a lot of rhetoric before there was a military response. Their point is this was a pretty quick response. We're talking in less than a 24-hour period.
Yeah, they note that the ball is now again in Israel's court. And the question is, will it see this as a response it can tolerate, or will it soon hit Iran again in turn? We want to bring in Executive Director of the independent nonprofit Middle East Forum, Greg Roman. The Middle East Forum works to, in its own words, focus on ways to defeat radical Islam, work for Palestinian acceptance of Israel, develop strategies to contain Iran, and deal with the great advances of anarchy. Greg joins us, as I mentioned, from Philadelphia. Greg, good to have you back on the program. The Forum out with a piece yesterday before these strikes that says, quote, the greater strategic risk is not a decisive Israeli strike, but allowing a nuclear Iran to feel immune behind its own deterrent. So in your view, were these strikes warranted?
These strikes were warranted, and as Ambassador Bolton said, the plan for this to take place was actually going all the way back to April. But President Trump asked Prime Minister Netanyahu to give him a 60-day window to be able to lay away Israeli strikes, or the plan for an Israeli action against Iran. And on day 61, Israel decided it had to act on its own and unilaterally go after Iran's nuclear weapons and missile program. The reason being that those sites that you're now seeing of Iranian missiles falling on Tel Aviv in civilian areas, if any one of them had a radiological, chemical, biological, or God forbid, nuclear device, Tel Aviv might no longer be with us anymore. So Israel decided it had to act fast, had to act first, and it will not stop until the entire Iranian enrichment, nuclear, and missile program has been eradicated.
Do you see Israel acting as a proxy for the United States here? Because obviously the U.S. and the President Trump, that is, has been certainly working with a mission to get some kind of deal when it comes to nuclear capabilities in Iran. That has certainly been a goal.
I don't see it as a proxy. I see it as a partner to the U.S.'s national security interests. For the better part of 4 presidential administrations, the Iranian nuclear program has posed a threat to the United States. However, the chosen tool for the U.S. has been diplomacy, especially since the 2003 Iranian freeze on its nuclear weapons program, the military elements of it, not the civilian elements of it. But new intelligence that came into the United States and the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, at the beginning of May showed that the Iranians were 1 week away from a nuclear weapon. And a comparable report from the Viennese, the Austrian intelligence agencies, said that Iran was actively marching towards a bomb. Now, this is a European ally of the United States and Israel saying this, not the U.S. nor Israel. And I think what really finally encapsulated the U.S. position in terms of seeing Israel as a partner to have it willingly, kinetically strike Iran's nuclear program was when Secretary of Defense Peter Hegseth said on Tuesday that he believed that Iran was developing a nuclear weapon.
Can I ask you, I mean, Tim and I we have this conversation, or some of us do, like, who is it that determines who should have nuclear capabilities? I mean, I know if you go back, I remember studying in college the concept of nuclear deterrence, right? You have it, I have it, nobody uses it because we know what the outcome is. Israel is widely believed, some say, to possess nuclear weapons. So how is it that we decide Iran shouldn't? I'm playing a little bit devil's advocate here, but I'm trying to understand how peace actually happens in the world.
Well, no, with Iran being a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT, and also Israel not being a signatory to that treaty, just under international law, Iran had an obligation to not develop a military weapons program. But beyond that, I think it was just use common sense. Israel has never instigated nor started a war that it wanted to be able to do in terms of an offensive capability to either try to take more territory or to try to impinge on the rights of countries that didn't attack it first. Unless you look at 1967, where you had 7 Arab armies getting ready to invade Israel, and yes, they had a preemptive strike at that time. But if we look back in 1981, when they struck the Iraqi reactor, 2007, when they struck the Syrian reactor, and now in June of 2025, it was an attempt to stop a program whose sole design was to destroy the Jewish state. So I think Israel, with its strategic ambiguity that it's had for the last 60 years with its nuclear program, still maintains the right to have that insofar as it relates to the fact that the Jewish people, amongst maybe the Armenians and a few others, have been one of the only victims of a worldwide genocide attempt by a dictator wherein the Iranians, prior to 1979, had peaceful relations with Israel. So the Iranian intent was to create a nuclear device to destroy another state. The Israeli intent for its nuclear program is to be able to defend its state from destruction.
Greg, how is Israel going to know when Iran's nuclear program has been destroyed to its in a way that the country sees as sufficient?
Well, there's 3 different indicators through LN, SIGINT, and human. The first is electronics intelligence. Think of satellite reconnaissance, being able to actually see not just the images that you can take with a deep range camera on the surface of Iran's program, but also what you can do through different sort of thermoscopic imaging. The second, in terms of signal intelligence, Israel had indicators that Iran had reactivated an explosives line, which was meant only for the purpose of being able to create a detonation device for fissile material. In terms of human intelligence, Iran has had a deep penetration of its government, of its security organs, and of its nuclear program by Israeli intelligence. And I think those 3 indicators will give it a sign.
We only have a minute left here, but another headline crossing: at least 2 Israeli fighter jets have been shot down over Iran. That's according to IRNA. Also a headline: the U.S. is helping Israel down Iran's missiles, a U.S. official tells Axios. First, your reaction to the 2 Israeli fighter jets being shot down over Iran?
I think Israel has plans in place through its 669 rescue unit on countries which border Iran and perhaps even in the country to attempt to rescue those pilots. And in terms of the U.S. helping Israel with its missile defense, this is something that took place in April and October of last year, and President Trump made a promise this morning that he would further assist Israel with its efforts to down Iranian missiles targeting the Jewish state.
Hey, listen, just got about 30, 40 seconds here. Greg, you know, it feels a little complicated, messy. Israel worried about its state, as you have said, at a time when it continues to push back, it seems, on a Palestinian independent state. I mean, just got about 30 seconds. Where are the lines drawn? Where are the fair lines? Just quickly.
Well, right now, there are no lines to draw. The ambition for the Palestinians to have their own state died with October 7th, when Hamas brutally murdered over 1,000 Israeli civilians and military members alike after that daring, dashing, brazen attack. But the idea for there to be an independent Palestinian state might take place after
Okay.
the Iranian threat is dealt with and you have Palestinian people who want to have peace with Israel rather than violence.
All right, time will certainly tell. Executive Director of the independent nonprofit Middle East Forum, Greg Roman, joining us here. We continue to watch the headlines and the markets selling off on this Friday. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A day of fast-moving developments out of the Middle East. We got you covered here on Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red right now. Slight bounce off the bottom. Emphasis on slight. Looking at a loss right now on the S&P of 1.1%, down 65. Trading below 6,000. The S&P right now at 59.78. Dow Industrials down 800 points, down 1.9%. NASDAQ lower by 241. For the NASDAQ Composite Index, a decline right now of 1.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index, full of big tech names, down 0.7%. The 10-year, 4.41%. The 2-year, 3.95%. Spot gold now surging $51 the ounce, up 1.5%, 34.36. But perhaps the biggest market story of all today, what's happening with crude. WTI, West Texas Intermediate, was jumping as much as 14%. It has now trimmed that surge surge, but still up by 8.2%. WTI 73.58 a barrel. Brent crude, the global benchmark, 7 point higher by 8% right now. Bitcoin down 0.7%. So oil is surging. Ellen Wald is senior fellow at the Atlantic Council and on surveillance this morning. She explained why China is paying particularly close attention to what's happening with oil.
Now, China has a huge interest here because China not only buys most of Iran's oil exports, but China buys a lot of oil from other Middle Eastern Gulf exporters, from Saudi Arabia. I mean, they have very tight oil relations right now with the Saudis. So China does not want to see any kind of disruption.
Ellen Wald of the Atlantic Council interviewed on surveillance. So oil surging, oil stocks higher as well. Case in point, we've got shares of ExxonMobil up by 2.3% right now. ADRs of BP up 2.6%. Chevron up by 0.8%. Recapping, stocks lower with the S&P down 1.2%. Your 10-year 4.41%. Crude now surging. WTI up by 8.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. The number is worth repeating that we did just hear from Charlie. The S&P 500 off of session lows down 1.2%. The NASDAQ composite down 1.3%. Oil surging on the day today. Let's bring in Eric Weiner, senior editor for Equities Americas, joining us from New York. Eric, a day like today, we see a knee-jerk reaction. Does it actually change the outlook for U.S. companies and U.S. equities?
That's not what we're hearing in general. I mean, obviously, this is a fluid situation. We'll see where it goes. But for right now, the outlooks that we're with the strategists that we're talking to, with the company executives that we're talking to, it's not like this is really transformative. We were kind of surprised, to be honest with you, that stocks weren't down more earlier. This is kind of where we thought they would be, maybe worse, because, you know, it is a big macro thing. But there's so much unknown, and it has happened before. So there's a lot of wait and see out there.
Yeah, it does feel like, Eric, you know, a lot of the strategists weighing in, especially when it comes to, I think one of the big things we're watching is energy prices, right, which eventually trickle into kind of everything in the global economy, right? We feel that. But until supplies are impacted, right, it's not really something we can start to quantify.
That's exactly what we've heard, that, you know, they hit the nuclear sites, but they didn't hit the pipelines. Iran hasn't closed off the Gulf of Hormuz. So while, you know, WTI is up, I mean, it's as high as it's been since January, before Trump was even inaugurated. And while, you know, this is a risk off, you know, sell off late in the day with, you know, everything that you would expect to be down, all of the movers that lead things higher when there's enthusiasm are down now. It's not something that you can really game out overnight.
The VIX also, it's up just a little bit. I mean, it's not like, again, that's spiking, which it's not a perfect index or indicator. We're at 21.4, 21.5, so up about 3.5 points here. Is that an important indicator for a day like today?
Well, it's an important indicator. Like 20 is a key number, right? Okay. So when you jump over 20, that's the beginning of concern if, you know, you're following this index. However, it is the kind of thing that you want to watch over time. So it's like if we're talking about this at the end of next week and we're saying actually now it's approaching 30, then we will be in a very different situation. For now, there's so much unknown that it's really, really hard to digest it all and then trade into it. And I think that's why you saw bonds react more, you saw the VIX react more than stocks. Now stocks are getting caught up. But it's just like we kind of expected a bad day looking at what was going on last night, and we're getting that at the end of the day.
Eric, I wonder if this could be different heading into next week and heading into the weekend. Our live blog pointing out that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu comments in a post on X, and he repeats that more action will be taken against Iran. there's now, as our team writes, a growing sense that this is not going to be reminiscent of the one and done episodes that we saw previously when it came to Israel and Iran launching direct attacks on each other. A reminder, our team writes, that it was not that long ago when the idea of either country even hitting the other directly rather than via a proxy or their forces in other countries was almost unthinkable. So what happens then, now that the defense minister has said that Iran crossed red lines by targeting civilian population centers in Israel, and there will be a very heavy price to pay in terms of escalation here? What happens?
The fear is, well, the hope was that President Trump wouldn't allow this to happen, that it's going on and that Netanyahu feels comfortable saying what he's saying is the fear. And that's why I say, like, when you're talking about something like the VIX, where it's literally a volatility index. So if today it's a little less volatile, then we look at what happens over the weekend, we look at what happens over a couple of days. If we're talking about this on Friday, we've got a problem.
Hey, listen, just really 20 seconds, just quickly, Eric. I mean, if we see selling into the close, that's to be expected because it's ahead of a weekend.
Yeah, we were expecting it anyway. We're kind of surprised that it happened so late. So this is, for lack of a better term, orderly and kind of anticipated.
All right, going to leave it there. Hey, have a good weekend. Be safe. Eric Weiner, Bloomberg Senior Editor of Equities Americas, joining us on this Friday. We should point out we are just off our lows of the session, but still down about 1.2% on the S&P, and Tim, down about 1.3% on the NASDAQ 100.
We're going to take a little break from our coverage of the conflict. We'll bring you any additional headlines as we do get them. In the meantime, there was quite a bit of news in the world of space this week. NASA and Axiom Space are postponing the launch of the Axiom Mission 4 to the ISS. A new launch date will be provided once repair work is complete. Everybody's familiar with NASA, of course. Axiom Space, perhaps not as much. Axiom is focused on developing private space stations, human space flights, spacesuits, and more. It's kind of rocket science, I guess you could say. Tejpal Bhatia is the CEO of Axiom Space. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Tej, it's great to have you here with us. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for your patience. It's a little bit of a crazy day, and I kind of want to start there because I feel like it would be remiss not to talk to you about the macro, considering just the last 24-hour or so news cycle. I feel like space exploration is something that makes us think about how small we are in comparison to the greater universe, and to not let the little things worry us. And yet we have some very big things coming at us, continuing to come at us. Does the macro worry you? How does it impact you as a CEO and a leader?
Yes, well, thank you so much for having me. At Axiom Space, we're developing the products and platforms for humanity to thrive off Earth. And you said you wanted to talk about the macro and how the geopolitical situation right now impacts us. If we were to go a little more macro than of that, up to the level of space looking down, space has proven to be the ultimate experiment for international diplomacy through crisis, right? The International Space Station is a collaboration of 15 nations over the last couple of decades. And over the last few years, access to many more nations, thanks to companies like Axiom Space and our public-private partnership with NASA and other companies. What you really see is through the crisis times, what's happening down here is not really what's reflected up there. They're working together to develop this platform and this lab for the future of humanity. And what we see is what's happening down here does impact a lot of decision-making, but ultimately up there, it is the ultimate collaboration. And if you think about the International Space Station, it's the largest object ever created by humans. It is the most expensive product created by humanity in a time where it wasn't as connected in real time as this. Think about 30 years ago.
Right.
They were doing this across languages, across borders, on phones, in the Soviet Union, in the US, in Europe, in Japan, in Canada, and they got that thing built.
Speaking of collaboration, I'm curious about the recent announcements that Axiom has made with foreign governments. I mean, we're talking Egypt, Czech Republic, Portugal, among others. Perhaps there are some out there who might say that it looks like there could be Axiom being a private sector arm of the State Department, essentially in the sense of boosting soft power globally. sort of as the U.S. has used in the past space diplomacy to compete against China. I'm curious about your take on this, and if you have any coordination with the State Department or NASA when it comes to these deals.
It's spot on. I wouldn't necessarily say it as a space diplomacy arm of the State Department. What I'd say is what Axiom has proven is commercial companies can drive U.S. diplomatic interests overseas. So we're a private company. We're an American company.
Is this the new soft power?
It is.
Forgive me, and go ahead, please.
And it's exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
I would expand that a little bit, also given the light of the news today. It's power. It's hard power, it's soft power, and it's economic power. And what you see is a 8-year-old startup. And you were saying that it's rocket science. It is rocket science. I joined the company a little under 4 years ago. I invested.
And you just became CEO.
I just became CEO. I invested in the company about 5 years ago. I don't have a space background besides being fascinated since I was 3 years old, right? I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm not a billionaire. But here, this outsider from the startup world, the tech world, the Google world, comes into space and in a very short period of time can have this outsized impact. And what we saw in this last week, I just arrived from Florida. We were down there for our launch.
We're going to talk about that in a minute.
We were at tables and conversations with NASA, SpaceX, the Russians, the Indian Space Agency, the European Space Agency, the Hungarians, and the Polish. This is the future of international collaboration. And right in the center in the front was a startup, an American startup. So being able to drive U.S. diplomatic interests, but also overall diplomatic interests. You mentioned the Chinese. They've had a space station since 2022, fully manned.
Yeah.
We remember the first space race, which was the U.S. versus the Soviet Union. The second space race is China versus the West and its industry. And the third space race is the first to create the next applications that are going to change humanity. So we see this rapidly scaling from 60 years down to 6 years to the next 6 months. I think you're going to see rapid development in space commercialization.
I have to ask you, my father was a rocket scientist and involved in the first space race, so I kind of liked him. Like, we just love this world. But what I'm curious about is it was a race for the United States to succeed before others. And it just, what you are laying out for me is a lot more collaboration between nations and regions of the world, where I feel like our headlines are often showing all of those groups that you were talking about kind of with stress points and tensions. So tell me, I mean, does that really show a much more true picture of what is going on globally in terms of relationships? Help me make sense out of that.
I think it does, and this comes back to your first macro question. And I will start macro, and then I'll bring it very micro back to the first space race, the second space race, and what I think is the third space race. The macro point here is a little more philosophical, but it is actually a collaboration question, is no single country, no single company can get off the planet alone. And if you believe we are destined to be off planet, to be multi-planetary, which I do, we have to do it together. So that's what you're seeing. It can't be done alone, despite what you're hearing down here and what you see on Twitter. And these problems are very, very
It's not a race, though, to be the first nation to do it?
It's a different race. So the first space race, getting back to your father's time, was actually a race. 2 countries. It was so hard and expensive and impossible that 2 countries were racing to get the first human, the first astronaut off planet. In those 60 years following that, there was an average of about 8 humans per year that went off planet. In the last 6 years, that average has jumped to 22 people per year. So in just the last 6 years, we've almost tripled the number of people that go up. 16 of those were with Axiom, which is just in the last 3 years.
Can you explain, Taj, exactly where you work within the context of SpaceX? For example, I think a lot of people are familiar with SpaceX. The launches get so much attention. The Dragon capsule and what it does with the ISS. Just explain where you sit in the ecosystem.
Absolutely. So when we pull these missions together, like the AX4 mission, India, Hungary, Poland through the European Space Agency, Axiom is pulling that mission together. So we are going out, getting the customers, creating the crew, procuring the vehicle, SpaceX being the launch provider, getting the permit from the ISS, primarily NASA.
You guys are essentially the producer.
That's a great way of putting it, actually. I don't think that language would necessarily translate to the space industry. Hollywood and Houston speak very different languages. It's both English, but it's very different languages. Hollywood and
but that sounds like what you're describing to me. You make it happen.
Yeah, and think about when a producer puts together a package, right? That's also a word that probably wouldn't resonate in the space industry. That packaging has a ton of value. Yes, the physical film or theater or studio or camera groups, but think about the intellectual property. Think about the products that are created and the derivatives that create value. So when we pull together these missions, there is a very large element of mission integration, training, payload integration, but the key is locking in the demand. Those countries are trusting us. And these decisions aren't made at a space agency level. These are done at the prime minister, president level. You're not sending up a human to space with a startup, with an American launch company without significant consideration and trust.
You mentioned you were just back from Florida where you were for the AX4 mission launch. It was ultimately scrubbed. When are we going to see a new date? And what exactly have you been told about leakage on the ISS?
Sure. So the mission was scheduled to launch earlier this week. We had some weather delays, which is normal for a lot of our guests who have gone down to Florida and want to see an anticipated launch. While it's normal for the space business, it's not really normal for someone who flew down to Florida to see it, but it happens. I've been through 4 launches myself with Axiom now, and the delays usually go, sometimes months, then weeks, then day by day based on minor things. So we had a weather delay, totally normal. There was some data that came back from the launch vehicle, which was resolved, also completely normal. Sometimes that happens during a test, a readiness review. Sometimes it happens on the launch pad. Better to happen before than on the launch pad, but these are all measures for safety. Then this issue on the ISS, the leaks have been happening for a while. There is an effort to improve it, to fix it. The ISS is old. You can think of it as a piece of equipment, not really like a building. It has a lifespan, which is it's coming to its end. The whole reason Axiom exists is we won an award. We are the exclusive company, the only company that can connect its modules, commercial private modules, to the ISS. The reason for that is to prevent a gap in human presence in low Earth orbit. So Axiom connects what I'd say is a bridge, but it's actually physically a tunnel, onto the ISS. We make sure we preserve whatever assets and value we have on the ISS. We connect our second module, and then we can separate and be a free-flying commercial platform. So with the ISS itself, that's where we go right now. So in this production, imagine this as the studio or where we're going for. So their risk profile and their safety profile is what we follow. But remember, our risk profile is a little different. When NASA sends up astronauts with SpaceX, they're sending U.S. astronauts.
Right.
We are sending other countries' astronauts, so we don't take any risks here.
Since you rely on SpaceX for launching, what happens if Elon Musk has a fallout with President Trump and the U.S. decides to move away from SpaceX? What happens to you?
So what we have right now is what I'd call a supplier-constrained market, and that's okay. There's only one way to go up and down, and what SpaceX has done is phenomenal, and I really hope it doesn't go away, right?
It's important.
It's important. It's very important. What I see from SpaceX's point of view and their mission, I understand. Not the feud that's going on, not the rhetoric, not what's on Twitter.
None of us understand it, to be quite fair.
But I can understand the magnitude of what it takes to get off planet. Now, what they've created from a launch standpoint, it is phenomenal. It's elite. It is, really a wonderful thing for humanity, and I'd hate to see it go away. With that said, in a supplier-constrained market, certain dynamics are created. So to be the other power player, if supply is locked in, you want to lock in demand because that gives you leverage. And we've seen this model. You brought up the producer angle. I got my start at ESPN in media, and we can go back to the 70s and 80s of cable and satellite, how content companies, how Bloomberg TV probably got its opportunity, how ESPN, MTV, CNN, MTV, when there was the cable satellite wars, who benefited the content companies and the consumers. So I believe we're in that kind of market dynamic right now. So our hypothesis really is about the customer demand.
One last question, just got about 30 seconds. We just talked about the ISS. Elon has called for it to go out of service earlier than scheduled. Just quickly, is that at all possible?
Well, yes. I mean, it's already beyond schedule, right? It's been extended by Congress, which is also a good thing.
Yeah.
But the whole reason Axiom exists is to replace it.
To replace it,
That's
or to keep
it's
it
both.
going?
It's both. It's actually both. So to call for the end of it sooner, I don't think it's up to him. It may be up to the lifespan of the equipment up there, to the safety of it, but that's what Axiom is here for. So once we're attached and we preserve it, yes, of course, we should bring it.
When you think about us being developed on other planets, I mean, are we talking 20 years, 50 years? Just quickly.
I think it's in our lifetime. I really believe this is the moment.
Lied. We have 20 seconds left. You got to tell us about an update on raising capital right now. We reported in March that you're finalizing a new funding round. Could be as much as $100 million at a pre-money valuation of $2 billion. 30 seconds, an update.
I can't confirm or deny the news has been out there. I'll tell you, I'm an investor in Axiom in the Series A, and we will be the first to tell you once we can confirm the information.
All right. Tej Paul, thank you so much for joining
much.
us. We have to go. Tej Paul Bhatia, CEO of Axiom Space. Carol's looking at me like the control room's going to tell me.
We just don't want to let you go. We got a lot going on. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright, posting on X that he's monitoring ongoing situation in the Middle East, monitoring the potential impacts to global energy supply. That we know is something that could certainly impact us longer term. Iran also response to Israel will be firm and decisive. So that is also crossing at this hour. So continuing to track some of the headlines here.
Hey, we're just about 15 minutes from the close of equity trading on this Friday afternoon. Let's get over to Charlie Pellet, who's been watching everything happening. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. We got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the red. Big story, though, the jumping crude, West Texas Intermediate surging 7.8%. But right now, let's head over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here is Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are plunging right now amid the attacks on Iran and now on Israel. The Dow is currently down 840 points. S&Ps are down 76, and NASDAQ is lower by 1.4%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.31. Gold and oil are surging, but Bitcoin, that's lower by 1%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only energy was in the green. Financials and tech were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Chevron and J&J, while Sherwin-Williams fell 5.7% and led to the downside. In other news, Visa and MasterCard dropped on a report Amazon and Walmart are weighing issuing their own stablecoins. And wrapping things up, Oracle gained another 7.5% today to trade to a fresh all-time high. Live from the First Word breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much. Again, WTI right now up 7.8%, 73.34 a barrel. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAWK, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, folks, you just heard from Charlie Pellet and Bill Maloney on today's trade. We're just about 15 minutes or so, 14 minutes from the closing bell. We are near our lows of the session when it comes to the U.S. equity trade. We just want to mention a few more heads out of Iran. They are saying Israel attack derailed the path of diplomacy. The Iranian foreign minister telling the Indian foreign minister on a call, U.S. forces helping intercept Iranian missiles. That is from an Israeli official. So again, we continue to see some headlines. Iran saying the response to Israel will be firm and decisive. These are headlines that we've seen over the last 20 minutes or so. The U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright says he is monitoring ongoing situation in the Middle East and the potential for its impacts to the global energy supply. But again, a few more headlines here, Tim.
Well, let's bring in Julie Beal, Chief Market Strategist and Portfolio Manager, also Senior Research Analyst at Kane Anderson Rudnick, about $67 billion in assets under management. Julie joins us from Santa Monica. We just heard from Charlie, Julie, we just heard from Carol. Worth repeating the numbers, the S&P down 1.3%, the Dow down 2%. I think what's notable about a day like today is what we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He said that more action will be taken against Iran. In the past, it's been sort of a tit for tat. This response from Iran was the tat. If there's more, what do you see as the market reaction?
I think there is a real recognition, and I think the reaction that we're seeing in this market right now is the reflection that, wow, inflation has really been helped by having lower energy prices. And if that goes away, that kind of throws a lot into question. And that's pretty fundamental, right? Because it means that interest rates that are higher are probably here with us for a long time. And I think, too, the tone and the posturing of Israel is much more aggressive than it has been previously. It feels much more chin out. And I think for investors, that's really concerning, right? We already don't feel super comfortable with the position out there. When you add to this and you add this kind of level of defiance, it's really, really profound. Plus, you know that you have the support of this administration backing Israel with more muscular action.
On that, the Associated Press reporting that the United States using ground-based air defense systems to aid Israel. So you can see the alliance between the United States and Israel. Not surprising. We've been talking about it a lot over the last couple of hours, but nonetheless, AP, again, reminding everyone that the U.S. now, we are getting word that they are using ground-based air defense systems to aid Israel in this. You know, interesting week, a lot of stuff continuing to come at investors. We have seen the VIX move over 20, as we talked with our Eric Weiner. That's an important level. Again, it's something we have to kind of continue to watch to see if it continues to move up higher into the following week. Having said that, talk to us about, you know, what your team is hearing, either from clients, from investors, in terms of their psyche right now about where we are in this marketplace. Do they still feel like there's a lot of uncertainty out there, or do they feel like they are more willing to commit money to different assets, and where are they committing?
So what we're seeing, especially on our investment team, is this recognition that we've gone very far in both directions very quickly. And to me, that is really a reflection that there's just a very big lack of conviction in this market. We already had a market last year that was very strong but very narrow. And the reason why all of us were nervous about how narrow it was is exactly what happens in kind of the April timeframe. You don't have a lot of support for that market and everyone runs for the exits. It's a little bit the same kind of on the rally since Liberation Day and the lows, where there's this fear of missing out. And people think of FOMO as being this kind of heavy breathing thing, but it's a fear. People don't have conviction in this market. They just fear missing out on the upside. And that's very different, because that means that when there's any sign of danger, everyone runs for the exits like they're doing today.
All right, so and that means people are moving money today?
I think what you're seeing is movement towards more defensive posturing. If you've noticed in the most recent rally, a lot of it has been really driven by cyclicals. And I think there is a certain cynicism to this rally, right? Because if truly it was a function of, okay, the tariffs are going to be under control and everyone's going to be fine, you would see small caps participating, right? But they're not really. They have most recently, but they haven't really participated that much in this rally. And so I think that's just a reflection of, I'm going to work with the largest, I'm going to invest in the companies that are the largest and probably the most resilient to any kind of volatility. But I don't actually think that the economy is in great shape. And I think that's important to kind of factor in, because if there is any data that shows weakening, I think you'll see people start to really retrench towards more defensive posture.
Well, has your thinking around what the Fed might do? And of course, you know, we've got a Fed meeting coming up. And we have certainly seen the president putting pressure once again on Fed Chair Jay Powell in terms of making rate cuts and wanting kind of aggressive moves. But having said that, how is all of this changing maybe your thinking about what the Fed may do? Especially when you look at some of the economic fundamentals for the United States, you see weakness.
I think you do see weakness at the margin, and I think you do see some softness in the employment picture, but it's still holding up okay. And I think that they have more margin of safety by waiting than they do by starting to cut. And strangely enough, I actually think that Jerome Powell's resolve is probably strengthened by how much pressure he's receiving from the president and been supported by the Supreme Court, right? So I think if anything, it's going to force him to wait even longer than maybe he even would. I think they'll be very responsive if we see a sudden change in the jobs picture. That's really where they're probably the most focused. But now that we have a headwind possibly from oil prices, which have been a real good guy in terms of bringing inflation down, that is going to concern them and give them even more pause, I would think.
Yeah, I'm just looking at WTI crude futures off their highs of the session, but still up about 7.2%. Tim, we're looking at $72.95 a barrel.
Do you think we're getting to the point now? And look, this stuff happens really quickly, and oil companies, the drillers, don't want to make investments based on a quick spike in something. But does this move in oil actually prompt these companies to start doing exploration and drilling they wouldn't do at $60 a barrel?
I think that they're suddenly probably looking at plans for the potential, but I don't think they're actually committing capital yet. It's too soon. And I think for them, they need more confidence that these higher prices are going to hold. And it's still a little too soon for them. But I bet they're looking at those plans and kind of readying themselves if they can and should be able to move. I think what we always have to remember, and it's the same with the tariffs, you have this mismatch in timing where we want to make a decision based on economic inputs like tariffs. Okay, they're going to be here for a long time, but the problem is building a factory is a 4-year affair. Drilling is a little bit faster, but not that much faster. So I think they need more confidence that there's sustainability. Geopolitical risk is a tough one to bet on.
So I am curious, in any given market, there are buyers and sellers. Sometimes there's more buyers, sometimes there's more sellers, right? That's what makes a marketplace, but there's always activity going on, maybe different levels of it. Having said that, is this a moment in time, despite, again, I think about this 24-hour news cycle where we had the Indian plane crash. We're seeing, heightened tensions, attacks in the Middle East once again. There's just so much coming at investors. But having said that, there are moments in time in a market where certain areas of the market are beaten up and it's an opportunity for investors. So take me there and tell me, is there something in the market that you say fundamentally, this is still a great group, great sector, great asset class, and it makes sense that right now maybe that group is on sale?
I think that if I think about the group most on sale, it's for sure small caps, but they're on sale for a reason. So to me, what you have to do is you just can't be passively invested in small caps, not with 40+% of the index on profitable, but a lot of good quality small cap companies have just kind of been thrown out with the bathwater, right? And these are businesses that actually can demonstrate a lot of the same financial characteristics of a large cap company. They have good earnings resilience, they're competitively protected and they have solid growth ahead of them. But because they're kind of in small cap land, that's all been sold off and left for dead. So I think that's an interesting place of opportunities. And I think that still you could see an improvement and a thawing in capital markets. It's kind of slowly been happening. So I think financials could be interesting. I would prefer to play the ones that are doing the investment banking directly, like a Moelis, than a regional bank or even a large investment bank like a Goldman.
Where do treasuries fit into all of this? We certainly have seen yields kind of all over the place today to some extent, but we are seeing yields near their highs. I think there's concerns about higher energy prices and what that means for inflation in the United States. Right now I'm looking at a 2-year with a yield of 3.95, just shy of 4%. Did not pierce it. 10-year note with a yield of 4.4. So where are treasuries in your portfolio right now, U.S. treasuries in particular?
I think thinking about the treasury market, what's really important to think about is what are other central banks doing with their treasuries? And they're selling them, right? Typically, they hold a certain amount so that they can stabilize their own currencies. And we're seeing this smaller movement towards holding fewer U.S. treasuries. And to me, that's concerning, right? Because that hits us on many different levels. It hits us on interest rates, which are so fundamental to our economy, but also the deficit and the implications of the deficit. So I think for me, that's a place we're paying a lot of attention to, especially the auctions.
Yeah, makes sense. And we had some good auctions this week, actually. So we continue to watch very, very closely. Julie, thanks so much. Julie Beal, she's market strategist, portfolio manager, senior research analyst at Kane Anderson Rudnick. They've got about $67 billion in assets under management, joining us from Santa Monica on this super busy Friday, although I feel like I say super busy Thursday and super busy Monday.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of headlines coming. Fox News is reporting that the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu have spoken by phone. And once again, Fox News reporting that Trump and Netanyahu have spoken. Just to bring everybody the latest, Iran has fired a barrage of missiles at Israel. Israel's military says that all of Israel is under fire. This comes hours after Israeli airstrikes targeted Iranian nuclear and ballistic facilities, killing senior officials, including the commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard.
Yeah, exactly. We're getting some more kind of fill-in information, if you will, in terms of exactly what is going on between the new nations and what has happened in terms of the latest salvo with Iran firing into Israel. Again, from the AP, Associated Press, U.S. using ground-based air defense systems to aid Israel. And that coming as we know that the two leaders of the United States and of Israel are talking as well. All right, folks, do not go anywhere. Heading over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Scarlet Food, taking you to the closing bell with a global simulcast, and it starts right now. Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic join us in the radio booth. Alex Steele has the day off. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, and YouTube. A day where a lot of folks, Carol Massar, looking past relatively solid economic data on that UMich consumer sentiment data, and of course, looking to what happened last night and what is still transpiring over the skies of Tehran and Tel Aviv.
Yeah, the headlines fast and furious over the last couple of hours. You know, that's continuing to put support when it comes to oil prices, and that's something we're all watching right now. I'm looking at WTI crude still up about 7.5% off its highs of the days, but nonetheless, we're looking at $73.12 a barrel.
I think everybody's trying to figure out what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu means by saying that more action will be taken. In the past, these so-called skirmishes have kind of been a tit for tat, and this was maybe seen as the tat, Iran's response. But if there is more to come, then how much does this escalate?
Right, and that might be why Treasury yields are moving up. You see, it's interesting given that you would think that there would be a big shift to the safe haven of U.S. Treasuries, but that hasn't played out because everyone's still worried about the inflation ramifications of spiking oil prices.
Absolutely, and it gets to this idea now of how do you weigh the multitude of risk. We came in, of course, talking about trade risk into this week, and that seemed to have abated at least for a brief moment in time, and now the geopolitical risk back on the table. Do you trade into this weekend? Do you sell off and put everything away and then just wait to find out what happens over the weekend?
Yeah, it's a tough position right ahead of the weekend. So much could happen, and time will tell ultimately how it plays out here.
A lot to break down here as we get the closing bells in New York. Earlier in the session, it did look like we were at least going to hold on to some of those weekly gains, but that is not necessarily going to be the case. The Dow Jones Industrial Average on the day down more than 700 points, or about 1.8%. That gives it a weekly loss of about 1.4%. The S&P down 68 points, closing back below that 6,000 level, a key psychological level there, and down a half a percentage point on the week. The NASDAQ Composite down 255 points, or about 1.3% on the day. The NASDAQ 100 down a similar amount, and the Russell 2000 closing lower by about 40 points, or 1.9% on the day.
No surprise, Romaine, as we've seen increasingly that risk-off trade play out throughout the day, that we are seeing most names in the S&P 500 lower, 433 to the downside, Scarlett, on this Friday, 70 to the upside.
And a pretty clear-cut IMAP as well, showing the sector performances. Energy, the only sector within the S&P 500, finishing higher, up 1.7%. And for the week, also the best performer, gaining 5.7%.
All right, let's get to some of the individual gainers, if I may, and, you know, kind of holding my breath to see if they held on to their gains. No surprise, I should say, to see defense names, which we have seen trade higher throughout the day. This is one of the few groups with some outperformance, and that included Lockheed Martin. We've seen this one up more than 4%, finishing the day with about a 3.7% on those escalating tensions between Iran and Israel. Let's also go to energy names, which have definitely obviously been on the move, really riding the ride up in oil prices. We see Diamondback Energy, ticker is FANG. That name is up about 3.7% in today's session. Keep in mind that there is this debate in the analyst community in terms of what will happen with oil prices and where the ultimate landing point is for crude oil, because There's no impact yet on oil supplies, but that is something we're watching very, very closely. And we know that the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, is doing the same as well. We just heard from him a tweet on social just moments ago. Oracle, got to mention this one. This has been on a tear, guys. 7.7% to the upside today. Second day of big gains. It gained more than 13% yesterday. We had earnings late Wednesday. Company projected a 70% gain in cloud infrastructure sales this fiscal year, so it gave a bullish outlook for what is a very closely watched business at the company. Stock is up almost 30% year to date and trading at another record high, and it's up more than 70% since April 21, excuse me. And I got to just mention one more. I'm amazed that I've got these strong gainers. Also, we're looking at RH, formerly Restoration Hardware. This one, some outperformance in today's session, up as much as 25%, finishing the day with a gain of about 7%. It kept its outlook for the full year unchanged, and so there have been some concerns about the impact of U.S. tariffs in a weak housing market, but this company definitely surprising investors to the upside. Tim.
All right, well, to the downside, no shortage of companies to choose from. I want to start with shares of Visa, fell 5% today. This after the Wall Street Journal reported that large merchants, including Walmart and Amazon, are exploring how to issue or use stablecoins to bypass the traditional fees of card-based systems. So, of course, if this were to happen and these large retailers were to no longer use these credit card companies as much for those transactions, then those transaction fees would go down and these companies would struggle. MasterCard, by the way, fell by 4.6% today. Also, Adobe, we're talking earnings here. The company shares fell 5.3% today. The company did give a sales outlook for the current quarter, kind of failed to calm investors who've been skeptical about Adobe's ability to compete with AI-focused startups. The company's CFO reported that the company's family of AI models, though, has been used to generate over 24 billion pieces of content. The company expects $250 million in annual recurring revenue from AI products. Once again, shares down 5.3% today. And finally, looking at airlines as a whole today, this is the S&P 500 Passenger Airlines Index. It fell 3.7% today. Airline stocks declined around the world after Israel launched airstrikes across Iran. What it did was it forced several countries in the Middle East to close their airspace to commercial flights. Here in the U.S., Delta and United suspended flights to Tel Aviv following Israel's bombing of Iran and the closure of that airspace. United has not said when flights between Newark and Tel Aviv may resume. In the past, carriers have been forced to use these narrow flight corridors more often due to military conflicts around the world. What that does is it adds fuel costs, makes flights longer, it disrupts schedules, and leads to higher operating charges. That index falling by 3.7% today.
All right, let's take a look at what happened in the yield space. Yield's actually higher. Scarlett was talking about this just a second ago, pretty much across the curve, 4 basis points on the lower end, shorter end of the curve, and about 6 basis points on the longer end of the curve. Though we should point out on a weekly basis, yields are lower than where they were last Friday, about 8 basis points lower on the 2-year and 6 to 7 basis points on the 30-year. And of course, that is the setup for that 2-day Fed meeting that kicks off on Tuesday.
You know, that's exactly where I wanted to go, Romaine. I mean, I'm just thinking about what is being handed Fed Chair Jay Powell and company as they get ready to kick off that meeting and then talk about kind of the macro environment, whether or not they take a dovish tilt possibly. And I guess some of that has to do with how long this conflict goes on.
Well, Julie Beal over at Kane Anderson Rudnick, we just had her on our program, and she said the higher oil prices, the spike in oil prices that we're seeing right now, which obviously is inflationary, could complicate the Fed's task next week in terms of thinking about that rate path and those rate path moves. That's inflationary. So if we're seeing price pressure there, then that's certainly an issue for rates.
Yeah, it's going to be a game day decision because there's a lot of time before that Wednesday decision, and a lot could happen in the Middle East. The other thing to keep in mind that we have going on this weekend is the G7 meeting, and some analysts have talked about maybe there might be some trade talks that come out of that meeting where the U.S. Gets together with another country and we get closer to some kind of concepts of a plan or trade deals.
I'm glad you brought up the G7 because I do wonder if the dueling attacks today, if that changes maybe what the conversation is going to be about. I mean, we all pretty much assumed going in it was all going to be pretty much about trade issues, but you do wonder now if they have to focus a little bit more on global security.
Yeah, let's not forget too that the United States and Iran were supposed to meet this Sunday for another round of nuclear talks in Oman. So we haven't really heard anything in terms of whether or not not that's going to continue to go on. We know we've heard from various states in the region that have criticized the activities that have gone on and saying Israel's actions were reckless. But
we should point out too that the Iranian foreign minister apparently had a call with his Indian counterpart and basically told him that right now those negotiations, any negotiations they were having with the U.S. Are not happening anymore.
Yeah, also, we should note that a few more headlines dropping from a Fox News report that cited a White House source that it didn't name. The president and Netanyahu spoke by phone, according to Fox News, and the Trump administration also briefed lawmakers before those Israeli strikes. I think the question I have is, what happens over the weekend here, and to what extent do we see this escalate?
Well, one thing I'm curious about, and we had, Scarlett and I had John Bolton on a little bit earlier, and I don't think we had a chance to really ask him this, but also the idea that apparently this was something carried out without the U.S.'s direct, I guess, foreknowledge, I should say. At least that seems to be the implication in the reporting, though the U.S. did confirm that they did assist in some of being able to block some of those missiles coming in from Iran. But it raises the question as to whether Netanyahu went at this alone or whether he did get the backing of his number one ally.
Yeah, for a change, the U.S. is not the source of the uncertainty that all the investors in the world have to grapple with. So it definitely does create a new dynamic for investors to kind of price through.
Yep, and raising a little bit of volatility, certainly in the trade. We'll see whether or not that carries into also the trade next week. All right, guys, that's a wrap. A super, super busy Friday, and it's playing out in the markets. That is a wrap on our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We call it the closing bell. Have a good and safe weekend, everybody. Those guys continuing on TV, Tim Wright and I continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek. Just a reminder of how things closed out the day. We weren't at session lows, but pretty darn close to them. The S&P 500 down 1.1%, the NASDAQ down 1.3%, and the S&P 500, the Dow falling 1.8%.
Yeah, so much going on here. So things coming at us. We're continuing to watch the headlines that cross. Right now, we want to get to Dana Stroll to get her view specifically on what we've seen over in the Middle East. She is Senior Fellow and Director of Research at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, joining us from Washington, D.C. Dana, just your initial thoughts. We've been talking nonstop here at Bloomberg, our last 2 hours, but really all day here at Bloomberg, starting in the wee hours and really yesterday afternoon and into the late night hours last night. What's first and foremost on your mind right now as you watch the activities between Iran and Israel?
Well, first of all, I think this is very different from what we saw last year. And in both April and October of last year, Israel did strike inside Iran. But in both of those cases, it was one night, it was a couple wave of airstrikes, and it was over. This is different. Right now, the Israeli government is talking about a campaign. So we're talking about days, if not weeks. The target set is expansive, up to 20 senior Iranian officials, missile strikes around the supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei's residence, as well as nuclear installations, military installations, air defense, etc. So an expansive campaign, and Israel clearly has been preparing for this for a very long time. So going to go on for a while.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about your experience. You served in during 2021 to 2023. You were Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. It's the Pentagon's top civilian official with responsibility for that region. Did you ever think when you were in that position that in our lifetimes we'd see a conflict such as this between the U.S. and Israel? Between Israel and Iran?
No, frankly, there's a lot that we've seen since October 7th that I would not put on my bingo card. We generally had views about Iran's support for terrorist proxies, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, the militias in Iraq and Syria, Iran's client state, Syria, Bashar al-Assad. All of that is basically collapsed at this point. So I would not have predicted any of that. The idea that we'd have Israel striking inside Iran twice last year, a multilateral air defense coalition standing up to defeat Iran's attack last year, none of that are scenarios that we actively planned for when I was in the Pentagon. And so now fast forward to today, we have, in a situation where the past 5 presidential administrations, both Republican and Democratic, have looked at and contemplated military action against Iran and its nuclear program, and have decided to pursue diplomacy and negotiations instead. And every president says the military option is on the table, and we have never seen a U.S. president decide to execute that military option. And yet today we have Israel doing it.
Israel certainly has the capabilities to defend itself against these strikes, as we've seen play out over the last few hours. But I'm curious if you think the threat to Israel right now is existential.
I do not think it is existential yet, but it's serious. So Israel has, since October 7th, been under threats from multiple fronts, and they all relate back to Iran. And what we're seeing, even in the less than 24 hours since Israel initiated its strikes inside Iran, is waves of ballistic missile strikes after that drone strike that was defeated earlier this morning. So I believe as we speak, the 3rd wave of Iranian ballistic missiles is targeting Israel. And we know that there are some injuries, and we know that some of those ballistic missiles have actually impacted in downtown Tel Aviv. And so part of the question right now is how long can Israel effectively defend itself by itself? We have U.S. military air defense on the ground in Israel, and we know that there are ballistic missile defense capable Navy destroyers on their way to the Eastern Mediterranean to support the active defense of Israel. So we, I think can reasonably assume that if this goes on for a really long time, Israel would be under strain to defend itself by itself. And the big question is what the Trump administration is going to do to put skin in the game.
What do you think it's going to do?
Well, we've seen indications that the Trump administration has already authorized certain kinds of military support, whether it's deconflicting airspace, whether it's working alongside the Jordanian Air Force and the Israeli Air Force this morning to defeat those 100 attack drones that Iran launched from Iran. And again, we do have U.S. Military on the ground in Israel actively participating in air defense. And now we're putting more U.S. posture, more military capabilities on the ground in the Middle East. So that's a serious signal of commitment from the Trump administration.
Commitment is one thing, but an all-out conflict between the U.S. and Iran is a different thing. Do you see the possibility of that escalating there, given the support that the U.S. has committed?
We are on the knife's edge of escalation. So right now we are seeing Israel execute a very precise, very deliberate, very well-planned operation. The reports of collateral damage are very minimal at this point, and right now there have been no Israeli deaths. But it looks like the Iranians have targeted civilian centers in Israel, and whether or not Israel feels compelled to expand its target set, how Iran responds to that, there's no question that this could escalate. And of course, there are tens of thousands of U.S. forces across the Middle East, 5 big air bases, a ton of energy infrastructure across the Middle East, and the Iranians might decide to target that as well.
Dana, none of this happens in a vacuum. And I just think about the last couple of years, right? Hamas on Israel, Israel on Palestine. And then there were other outbreaks, if you will. And I'm just trying to understand this on top of it. We've had Oman's government come out saying Israel's actions were reckless and would undermine regional security. Other Arab states echoed those comments, including Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. I think about the United States just in the Middle East region. And it seemed like everything was, let's make deals and let's forge forward. Help me understand kind of where we are in the Middle East and who is, I really want to understand who's aligning with whom and what the implications of that are. And then layer on China, Russia. Like I keep going back to kind of how we started at 2 p.m. Wall Street time. Help me understand how this is all being carved up in terms of relationships, potentially.
Well, it's such an important issue and such an important challenge. So I think the theme of President Trump's visit when he went to those 3 Gulf countries was business deals, commerce, and a future based on transactionalism and economic interests. And what he's certainly heard from those Gulf countries is this region has been at war for a very long time, and it's been in a really intense period of war since October 7th. And war is not good for business. It's not good for our economic growth. So we want to calm things down and focus on diplomacy. But none of those leaders would say that Iran is not the driver of instability in the Middle East. Iran has an illicit, illegal nuclear weapons program. In fact, just on Monday this week, you had the IAEA come out and say there is no possible civilian explanation for the nuclear steps that Iran is taking. We have that deadline coming up at the Security Council in New York for whether sanctions on Iran for its nuclear steps will snap back into place. And it's Iran who funded Hezbollah and armed and trained Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hamas in Gaza made sure that Bashar al-Assad in Syria could survive as long as he did, dropping chemical weapons, barrel bombs, torturing and starving his own people. It's Iran who is arming and directing and funding the Houthis in Yemen and militias in Iraq, all of whom do not have at heart peace or regional stability as a priority for any of these terrorist militias or proxy non-state actors. So when you put all of that together, I don't think you'd have any, sorry.
No. Great moment. You're going to have to come back at some point. Dana, thank you so much. Dana Stroll joining us.
421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks buckle, oil surges. And we are brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all had declines of more than 1.1% today as reports of Iran's retaliation for Israel's attack on its nuclear facilities deepened concerns that the conflict is escalating. Oil jumps, stocks took a hit. S&P today down 68, finishing the week heading into the weekend at 59.76, ending below 6,000. The S&P today down by 1.1%. The Dow down 769 points, a drop there of 1.8%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 1.1%. For the week, the S&P 500 index did move lower. The 10-year 4.41% with a 2-year yielding 3.95%. Gold up $47 the ounce, up 1.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 7.9%. Brent crude, the global benchmark, up 7.6%. Defense contractors and arms manufacturers did move higher as conflict escalations signal elevated military spending. Among some of those contractors, Northrop Grumman was up 3.9%, Lockheed Martin up 3.7%, and RTX up today by 3.3%. Recapping, S&P down 1.1%, crude West Texas Intermediate up 7.9%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Just some other headlines here to bring you the latest. As night fell in the region, Iran launched what it says were hundreds of ballistic missiles toward Israel in retaliation for airstrikes that targeted the Islamic Republic's nuclear facilities, air defenses, and key military officials. Carol, this rapid escalation contrasts with previous episodes when Iran waited days or weeks to strike back against Israel.
And I think
attacks.
it's an important point to point out. Also, we do want to just update you. The U.S. has had a hand in defending Israel against the Iranian barrages, including with ground-based defense system. That has been coming from reporting out of the Associated Press. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu repeating that Israel will take more action against Iran. Israel's defense minister accusing Tehran of, quote, crossing red lines with attacks on civilian population centers. Meantime, Iran has said the Israeli attack has derailed diplomacy and vowed a firm and decisive response to Israel's attack, which we have already seen some of. Nuclear talks with the U.S. were scheduled to resume this weekend. President Trump had earlier urged Iran to make a nuclear deal, quote, before it's too late.
So just so everybody knows, we had been planning to talk about commercial real estate at exactly this moment, but this is the news business. Things change quickly. We have with us Jay Neveloff, partner and chair of Real Estate U.S. at the law firm Herbert Smith Freehills Kramer, where he focuses on commercial and residential projects throughout the U.S. We're talking development, we're talking financing, we're talking everything. Jay joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We are going to talk real estate, Jay, but I kind of want to bring everybody into our conversation that we were having a little earlier. As you walked into the studio, I posed the same question to you that I asked Dana Stroll, who is Senior Fellow and Director of Research at the Washington Institute for Near Policy. She did serve for several years as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, which is the Pentagon's top civilian official with responsibility for the region. I asked her if I asked you the same question that I asked her, which was, did you ever think you'd live to see the day where we'd see an escalation such as this between Iran and Israel? And you said you did.
But my response was most definitely. It was only a matter of time before Israel had to take the offensive and neutralize the weapons that are in Iran. This is an ideal time to do it. President Trump has made it clear that he's going to be supporting Israel, but President Trump is looking for a lasting peace. And I believe President Trump believes, that the way to get to a lasting peace is to stand up to bullies, to stand up to things that countries that aren't abiding by nuclear proliferation treaties. And I think that's what we saw. And I think that we're going to continue to see. The goal's got to be to have a lasting peace. And what we've been doing, appeasing, hasn't worked in the past. Hopefully this tack will be successful.
You know, it's interesting. And I think, you know, you're a business leader. I'm assuming you're very involved in your community. And I'm just curious, you know, why, you know, you've obviously watched the situation in the Middle East, and I'm sure you have folks that you talk back to in Israel. You know, talk to us about, you know, kind of your vantage point in, you know, this situation.
I actually, right before I came on, was texting with one of my colleagues who is in Israel with her husband for a family event. We were talking about whether she's going to be able to get out of Israel and come back to the United States. And right now the airspace is closed and they have a variety of flights. It's difficult to live under the constant threat. And I know that Israel's had tremendous defenses. They've had success with the Iron Dome. But we've got to take a different tack. What we've been doing for the past decade plus, 2 decades, hasn't worked. They need a lasting peace. And hopefully this will be a tack to get there.
So we should note that this is all connected to the markets and the global economy. We spent a good portion of our program talking about what was happening with markets, what was happening with oil. The Fed is meeting next week. If we see a spike in oil prices, we could see the rate path for the Federal Reserve change. In your position, advising clients on real estate matters, you think a lot about interest rates. How do you look at a situation like this actually affecting your business world?
I believe that the impact of the stock market over the past several months that we've seen with the volatility, and yes, it went down, then it came back up. I know today the market's down by a material amount. Those are reasons to invest in real estate. And I think that we're seeing that. We talked about, or you mentioned the new name of our firm. We merged about a week ago, so we're part of a big global firm. And what I'm seeing, and that I did not expect to see, is a tremendous interest in inbound investment in the United States real estate.
You have not seen.
I have seen.
You have.
And we're only in a position for the past 2 or 3 weeks where we're meeting with other clients, where we're interacting. The inquiries that I'm getting for inbound investment from firm clients, the bigger firm clients, surprised me. It didn't surprise me. It would not have surprised me if I thought about it, because I see that real estate is getting a greater allocation of investment funds from private equity funds, from family offices. New York real estate, gateway city real estate, is more stable than the stock market. And that's what we're seeing.
Well, that's interesting, because we've had a lot of conversations, Jay, where folks are saying, okay, and we're asking, is the U.S. uninvestable, right? And we're seeing a reallocation of assets overseas. Some are saying it's just a rebalancing after many years of just so much money flowing into the United States. And so it's a reallocation, kind of rebalancing of your portfolio. Do you think that's the case, or you are saying no? You're saying that you're seeing money come in.
I'm seeing money come in, and I actually believe, and I say this to my clients regularly, that this is a unique opportunity in time to invest in equity in real estate. I'm seeing that people need to transact. People who are in deals with loans that have matured or almost maturing, they need to transact. The values are low. They need to bring in new money into deals. There's a lot of money that's on the sidelines waiting to go into real estate, and I'm a buyer in this market.
One thing I want to ask you.
Well, wait, hold on. A buyer in commercial or residential? You can't we can't just say
commercial.
But Class A, Class B. I mean, there's so many.
Fine, we could be specific and go through the classes, but in concept, I'm a buyer. I believe that there is a need to do something with deals. Private equity funds are termed out because of COVID and everything else. Lenders are coming back. The commercial banks are coming back into the market. The alternative lenders have been big in the market. And I think we're going to see a shift from people focused on debt to people focusing on equity.
What I want to ask you too is, in terms of the uncertainty that we've seen in our world, it's safe to say since almost the beginning of the year, but certainly since President Trump took office, I am curious that whether or not you are seeing certain real estate projects, commercial real estate projects, not happen because of that uncertainty. You're saying money's coming into the United States, but I am curious whether or not things have slowed down because of the uncertainty.
One of the things that's happened that where you've seen a slowdown is evaluating new development deals.
Right.
And that's probably a direct result of the tariffs and how the tariffs keep changing. But it's hard for a lender, it's hard for an investor to come up with a budget that they can be comfortable with and projections. So I see a number of people sitting on the sidelines on development deals, including lenders.
You do see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Jay, you've spent a lot of time working with President Trump over the years.
Yes.
Are you still in touch with him right now?
No.
Explain the relationship for people who aren't familiar with the work that you've done for the president.
I would say that I was his primary real estate lawyer for a few decades.
But did you still work for the Trump organization now? Or work with the Trump organization now?
I don't. I actually live next door to one of the sons on one of the golf courses. But I was supposed to be more involved in the businesses during the first administration, and it just made sense for me not to speak with him directly.
Okay.
But yes, it was a long-standing relationship. I've worked on most of his real estate deals, and it was a terrific experience.
One last question, and we've got to unfortunately get back to certainly the day's events, but I do wonder, Jay, in this environment, do you feel like there is, on a day where, again, a 24-hour news cycle that stuff just keeps coming at us, and it's difficult for business leaders to make decisions, do you see that the environment is getting more certain or uncertain in this environment?
In terms of real estate, I think
For you guys, yeah, but I think about in general, yeah.
I can do it through my eyes. I think interest rates have stabilized. You're able to underwrite deals based on that. Pricing and interest rates go hand in hand. And again, I think the dynamics of deals are people need to transact. And I think the environment, we've seen real estate values hold steady during uncertainty about tariffs and the stock market going down. And I just believe I'm bullish on real estate.
It's a hard asset, right? And longer term.
Gold is up today.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
Stock market's down, gold is up.
Yeah, exactly. But seen as a safe haven and so on. Hopefully we can have you come back at a more calmer time.
I would love to.
But we appreciate you kind of, as we have to kind of navigate a lot on this Friday. Jay Neveloff, he is partner and chair of real estate at the of U.S. at the law firm Herbert Smith Freehills Kramer, joining us here in studio. Do come back.
Thank you very much.
We would love to have it. Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio. We got to turn back to, though, the day's events.
Yeah, we're going to bring you some live pictures from the UN Security Council meeting that started just about a little over an hour ago. We've got with us Magdalena De Valle. She's Bloomberg United Nations national security reporter on the UN Council emergency meeting. What exactly is going on here? We're bringing pictures of it for people who are watching on YouTube and on Bloomberg Originals. Just explain what's going on.
Yeah, so the Security Council called an emergency meeting today, and it started at 3 p.m. And so the first couple of speakers one was a peacekeeping expert, and she just kind of explained the situation, what's been happening, really outlined the whole thing. And then the second speaker was the head of the UN's nuclear watchdog. And he really went into detail about what each strike did. First, we thought it was just one plant. Now it looks like 2 other facilities were affected. We don't know to what extent, but he really went into a lot of detail about what happened there.
So this was not a meeting that was planned?
No, it was scheduled today, this morning. This morning, the Iranian mission to the UN asked the Security Council to call a meeting, and they did. And so, it's very impromptu.
Magdalena, in terms of what has come out of that meeting, what is, I'm thinking about the Bloomberg audience, informed audience, investing audience, concerned about obviously geopolitical affairs, often for personal reasons as well as for business reasons and market reasons. Anything of note that has come out of that as you've been monitoring the feed and listening to the conversations and what has been going on there?
I mean, definitely what the nuclear watchdog said about how certain plants were affected. But beyond that, it's mostly just diplomats speaking. Like, this is really just getting the ball rolling on the global conversation. So, like, right now, as you can see, it's just going to be world leaders saying what they think about the situation.
How is Iran viewed / represented at a meeting such as this?
They get a say. So the Security Council has members that go to every meeting, and that's a complex system, but Iran and Israel and other countries that are involved in the conflict they're discussing now are invited, and they also get a seat at the table, and they get to get their say.
How much longer, or what else is to come, so that we just kind of keep it on our radar in terms of these meetings? Is there other folks to speak, or?
Every country on the Security Council, or every country that wants to, will speak, so this might go on a while. But beyond that, who knows? They're really just getting these conversations started. The Secretary General really wants to see what he can do.
Totally get it. You follow the UN. We'll be watching your reporting. Magdalena, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. for joining us on this Friday. We want to get back to a voice that we spoke to earlier in our 2 o'clock hour, and that is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defense Analyst Wayne Sanders, a former colonel in the U.S. Army. Want to remind you, as we said, understands intelligence, understands all of the information technology that is part of our world today, counterinsurgency and more. He is back with us from Maryland.
I think we said don't go too far when we said goodbye to you 2 hours ago.
We
Colonel,
thought we'd covered a lot, but it continues to come at us. Give us an update on what is top of mind for you as you continue to see kind of the back and forth between Iran and Israel, and the U.S. also making some comments. And we've also heard from the Energy Secretary on a post on X, watching energy supplies here for the United States as well.
Yeah, I think that everything that we talked about earlier makes sense in terms of what we're actually seeing. So escalation of activities, trying to make sure that both sides feel legitimized in terms of what their escalation criteria is, what they are capable of, and where we're at now. I think that one of the things that plays into it is the hour, right? At this point in time now, we are looking at the hours of darkness. It is one of the areas where if you are watching something like Iron Dome, being able to intercept some of those missiles that are coming in, those projectiles, it's one of those things that kind of portrays what it actually looks like, but also then the ability for those both sides of that, the senior leaders, to be able to say this is what's going to be next. So the hours of darkness ends up normally being one of those times, and then when the dust starts to clear, I think the U.S. coming in and starting to kind of establish where that position is, I think that the next couple hours are going to be critical for that.
Yeah, I've been going back to this statement from Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, who essentially said that this is not over. And I think that what's concerning to perhaps people is that he said more action will be taken against Iran. So there's this growing sense from observers that there's not going to be this one and done similar episode that we saw previously when it came to Israel and Iran launching direct attacks on each other. What happens if this continues to move back and forth, if the tit for tat does escalate?
Well, I think that you are going to see some of that geopolitical play that comes in. You're going to see the threads of the interconnected tissue between different allies and partners being something that's going to be tested. I think that it's also an area where you run into the problems of potential proxies from Hezbollah or the Houthis on one side from that perspective. And depending on what Iran's response is against Israel throughout this, and whether or not it actually warrants a response from some of Israel's allies, to include the United States, where they actually will put the difference between troops on the ground versus deploying a carrier battle group or another show of force from the U.S. military without any types of kinetic strikes.
Wayne, maybe I'm naive, but I keep thinking about, and it's something we kind of kicked around with an earlier guest. I mean, like, who's to say, what one nation decides as their nuclear ambitions? Having said that, give me some context about, why Iran cannot have nuclear capabilities. I mean, obviously for Israel, Tim, you brought it up, whether or not this is an existential threat to Israel. Small nation, lots of people, but small nation, right? And so having an Iran that has nuclear capabilities means something very distinct and dramatic and difficult for Israel. So give me some context so that our audience understands, why this is such an important threat to Israel and perhaps to the world in terms of Iran and nuclear capabilities.
Right. I think when you look at a lot of the pieces for Iran, they've never made it a point not to be pretty clear about their stance when it comes to Israel. There have been statements made in terms of trying to wipe out the entire population. And so when you look back to statements that have been made like that, as well as Ayatollah Khamenei's statements that he's made even today, those are things that need to be taken seriously, and that's something that Israel can't afford to not respond to. I think that's where that existential threat comes from. That existential response is that we are in that fight for our life perspective from an adversary like Iran. It's not something that is as simple as the what happened we saw back on October 1st during that airstrike. At that point in time, I think both sides were able to get their point across and say, hey, look, we have the capability to do this and we're not afraid to use it. But what it created was that strategic security dilemma that says, okay, neither one wants to escalate any further. Now, when it comes to Iran's ability for nuclear proliferation, and regardless of how they're saying, hey, we're doing it for this reason, the existential threat that it poses in that region, especially to Israel and Israel's allies in the region, it becomes something that's actually it's an area where they can't say no. It's an area that at this point in time, there's not a whole lot of compromise in that area that they would be okay with, because they do view it as something that if they actually had the capability, Iran would use it against Israel.
Hey, I'm wondering, Wayne, how you look at who was killed in Iran and what that does to Iran's military. CNN reporting that the highest ranking military officer, the head of the IRGC, also its Air Force and a former national security chief have all been killed in this attack. Again, reading from CNN right here. What does it mean for Iran's ability to do espionage, to have control over its own territory, and to continue to have military prowess?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's really important to know is anytime you have a high value individual, right? Back in counterinsurgency operations, they called it HVIs, high valued individuals. You would look for those individuals that had the most amount of impact and influence on a region and an area. And then from our perspective, when we target them, it was through civil and military affairs. How can we do best to win the hearts and minds behind? But if you're doing it in a kinetic way, the way that Israel went after some of the IRGC leadership, is you're looking at there are a certain amount of center of gravity for decisions that are being made at some of those highest levels. I don't know enough to be an expert on who the individuals were and what that actual impact is, but there's a reason that they were targeted. It was for a center of gravity, the maximum amount of effect for the least amount of action that was taking place during that time frame. So if they were looking for key military experts that were involved in a decision for a specific region, maybe they have a specific expert in a specific technology, or they lead a specific type of force. Think about that for the United States, right? If you looked after going after the U.S. Indo-PACOM commander, Admiral Paparo, right? And think about the effects that would have on the Navy, and it would have on the Pacific Fleet specifically, and how the rest of the joint force fights within that space. This is that same area that some of these key leaders that are out now, probably you're going to take a little bit of time to be able to do it. The question becomes, who were those deputies? Who were those vice commanders that are below them? And what's their level of competency and their trust within that organization? Can they, almost in this instant, it's like a power vacuum. Can they fill that power vacuum quickly?
One last question, I think.
You say that now, Carol, but we've said that to him before.
Well, you know, things continue to cross the Bloomberg. I'm just trying to keep up. Does the U.S. have no choice but to support Israel as you kind of frame things, and especially when it comes to what you are laying out, really clearly as kind of Iran's own mission?
Yeah, I would say yes. When you look at the difference between where Iran stands, where President Trump has clearly stated with regards to nuclear proliferation in Iran, Iran's ties into proxies into Iraq. I've been blown up by things that were supplied by Iran, known as explosively forced projectiles, foreign projectiles, EFPs, really high-tech IEDs. And so those types of things, there are all of the second, third orders that ties into the Houthis and Hezbollah and Iran. All of those are going to form part of that opinion. Then you have the partnership that we have as United States with Israel, a lot of shared capabilities and partnerships along that, allies in the region. I talked earlier with you guys about some of the critical mineral deals that have been made with other partners and allies across the Middle East. But that also includes $142 billion of arms deals with Saudi Arabia. There's over $200 billion with UAE. These are key U.S. partnerships that align, at least as long as things don't go too astray on the Israel side with Iran. these are areas that are going to be key for U.S. maintaining those partnerships in that relationship.
All right. Thank you so much. Can't tell you how much we appreciate your insight and joining us several times here on this Friday. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defense Analyst Wayne Sanders there in Maryland. Wayne, have a good and safe weekend. I just want to go back to the live blog here on Bloomberg, keeping us up to date on the Middle East. IAEA Director General confirming at an emergency UN Security Council meeting that Iran's nuclear facility at Isfahan was hit by Israel. That may prove significant because Isfahan is Iran's only uranium conversion facility. It turns out it turns raw materials into the gas fed into centrifuges, which separate uranium isotopes needed for nuclear power or bombs. So again, from our live blog, people much smarter than me, Jonathan Tyrone, our energy reporter, writing, without the capacity to convert new volumes of raw uranium, Iran's ability to produce new quantities of enriched product will be frozen, and that while Iran has ample stockpiles of existing feedstock, its ability to scale up will be limited until it can repair Isfahan or build a new site. Forgive my stumbles, just trying to make some sense out of what is going on, what we know, and what may be the impact of these attacks on each.
Okay, an important update coming from our live blog and from Carol. Encourage everybody to check out that live blog for more. In the meantime, somebody who's been watching everything happening after hours, paying attention to all the numbers crossing, is Charlie Pellet. He's now standing by. Hey there, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim and Carol. Let's begin with what's happening with markets today. We had the S&P 500 index ending the week, heading into the weekend below 6,000, 59.76, down 68, drop there of 1.1%. The VIX at 20.8. We've got the Dow at down 769 today. On the Dow, a decline of 1.8%. NASDAQ down 1.3%. The NASDAQ 100 index also down 1.3%. 10-year 4.40% with a 2-year 3.94%. Spot gold up $48 the ounce, up 1.4%. 34.33 on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil, major story there, surging 7.9%, WTI 73.38 a barrel. Bottom line here, S&P 500 index down 1.1%, wiping out this week's advance. On the week, the S&P was down by 0.4%. Crude again, WTI up 7.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Master, along with Tim Stenovic, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Charlie, of course, breaking down the trade after we have been focusing certainly a lot on the Middle East. We will continue to watch our live blog as well as any headlines that cross. In the meantime, a lot going on this week. We did also know that recently the U.S. Supreme Court revived a job bias lawsuit by a woman who says she suffered so-called reverse discrimination because she's straight, in a ruling that makes it easier to bring similar cases to trial in parts of the country. Now, the justices unanimously said a federal appeals court was wrong to require workers in majority groups, including white people, men, and heterosexuals, to meet a more difficult test than others that have historically faced discrimination. Just some of our backdrop when it comes to the changing workplace landscape. Curious to see what our next guest has to say about this and where women are in all of this. Elisa Sangster is Chief Executive Officer at the Forte Foundation, joining us today from the annual Women's MBA Leadership Conference that is being held in Denver, Colorado. Elisa, good to have you here with us. Tell us about what you're hearing and what's top of mind in terms of some of the subjects at the conference, considering our backdrop, our macro backdrop when it comes to women and others in today's society and workplace.
That's great. Thanks, Carol. Yeah, it's wonderful to be here, here at this MBA Women's Leadership Conference. We really are talking a lot about advancement for women. We're talking about the investment in that MBA. Many of the women attending are about to embark upon that journey in a full-time MBA program, and they're excited about their potential for business leadership and looking forward to the next 2 years, learning about that and building a network and community of other business leaders that they can move forward with into leadership. So it's a really great group that we've gathered.
How's the pipeline looking right now? We spent some time at Cisco Live 2025 earlier this week, and we spoke to Fran Katsoudas, who handles a lot as an executive, Chief People, Policy, and Purpose Officer at the company, in addition to other roles too. And one question that we asked her was just about why there aren't more female executives right now in the C-suite. I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Sure. I think there's a lot of data from the MBA outcomes that we have here showing how women are lagging behind. So as usual, we've seen some mixed results. We know that MBA is an investment that pays off in terms of salary by about 51% increase for both men and women. But we also know that the pay gap narrows. And I think to your question, the things that we see in women post-MBA, they have fewer direct reports. They have a budget that is smaller that they manage compared to their male counterparts. They're not getting as many promotions, and they're more levels away from the CEO. And I think all of those things are important for companies to track and pay attention to. So what is it that is holding women back, especially women MBAs who are this great talent pool for future leadership in business, and companies need to really build systems that help to track and make sure there is movement toward the top for those women.
One thing that we wanted to talk to you about is what we've seen come from companies, at least publicly, in the wake of the way that these DEI programs have become essentially verboten at these companies, thanks to what the Trump administration has said publicly about them, and in fact, the way that he has tried to root out DEI programs. And what we've learned from our Bloomberg News reporting and from talking to folks is that, well, we're not necessarily changing the way that we're not necessarily changing this stuff a lot. What we're doing is we're changing the way that we talk about it. We're making these programs more inclusive. Maybe we're changing the names. What are you hearing, and how does that affect your world?
Yeah, it's a great question, because over the years, we really have seen the pendulum swing from one end to the other and everywhere in between. And we're really focused as an organization, and I think many of the companies we talk to focused on inclusion, opportunity for all. We spent yesterday talking a lot about how to make the systems fair and how to focus more on the outcomes of the work we're doing and creating these inclusive work environments where everyone does feel represented, valued, respected, and that's important. And I think all companies and all employees want a place that has diverse perspectives and backgrounds, but they also want everyone to feel, as I said, respected and valued as they work every day. And that is for majority and minority groups.
Alyssa, is it harder? I mean, in today's environment?
It is harder. It's not impossible, and it's hard because you go every day and it feels maybe a little heavier than it used to feel. And no one wants to go to work feeling that kind of heaviness, but there's hope and there's a way forward, and there's lots of great things that we can do. And not to dwell too much on the past, but to look to the future and how can we make things better, and how can we make things that adhere to the rules that are being put out there, but also that still get the good work done.
Listen, so glad we could find some time to connect with you on what's been a super, super busy day. Good luck with everything at the conference. Alyssa Sangster, she's Chief Executive Officer of Forte Foundation, joining us from Denver, Colorado.
I'm Tim Stanovic, along with Carol Masser. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move this week. Red Brown is Bloomberg News earnings reporter. Red, you've had a lot to choose from.
Yeah, it's I guess it's my turn to kind of interpret how some of these headlines, so many headlines that we're getting, are kind of impacting some of the markets. One that's probably top of mind for a lot of people is oil field service providers. Halliburton up 13% this week, gained 5.5% today. Prior to this week, the stock was actually down around 24% for the year. So really has kind of swung positive on a lot of the headlines that we're getting out of the Middle East. Oil prices jumped 8% today, the most since 2022, excuse me. And so, analysts are trying to kind of digest, and traders as well are in a little bit of a shoot first, ask questions later, as a lot of people are reacting to these headlines. So quite a complicated situation. A lot of other names up in the top 10, APA Corp, ConocoPhillips, Newmont, Diamondback, EOG, all within the top 10 gainers for the week.
Wow.
Yeah. right? And so much of it because of what happened today.
Exactly.
No doubt about it.
I think
here
it
on
was the
Friday.
only sector in the S&P 500 on Friday that was in the green. Is that right, Carol?
I think you're absolutely right. There's 11 major industry groups, and I think it was the energy group on Friday that were that you saw some outperformance, and we understand why. Let's get to Smuckers.
Yeah, Smuckers, ticker is SJM. That stock is actually down around 13% this week and actually erased all of its gains for the year. That had to do to its earnings it had on Wednesday. It had one of the worst performances in close to 30 years after that report came out, where the company warned that higher coffee prices will be making a pretty significant impact on their earnings this year. They lowered their earnings per share outlook by $1 to $9.5 per share now, and that's to account for how tariffs are impacting the coffee supply chains. It's not really a name that I kind of associate with coffee, really, but they do have they do own the Folgers brands, and I think that's probably one we're all familiar with. And
well, everybody
hold on.
Wait, everybody's been dissing it, like it's your grandmother's coffee.
I like Folgers.
Okay.
I know, right? It's kind of easy.
Yes.
I drank a lot in college.
Why are we not talking about Cafe Bustelo? That's a brand that Folgers also owns. And I will say about
you are
12 to 15 years ago in Brooklyn, that was like the hipster coffee to have.
But
I guess, I don't know.
You would have never struck me as a hipster, Tim.
No, I'm not saying I'm a hipster or I was a hipster. It was something I noticed
Red,
among
you know
that
what
crowd.
he's-
Just a good reporter.
You know what he's a little snob
I'm just,
coffee.
yeah, yeah.
I thought he was like such a mellow dude, coffee. Little did I know that he spends like hours in the morning making the perfect cup of coffee, and
it
he
just-
won't have any more coffee.
No coffee for the rest of the day.
only
Just this one, one perfect
It's like
cup.
little angels
to
come
start the
in and
day.
they bring in the
like that.
beans. And
It's really great.
See.
I mean, I'm like taking it intravenously upstairs, so I think Tim's
It's
got a
good.
better relationship than I do.
It is good to cut back a little bit, I will say.
I'm not there yet.
And just focus.
Yeah.
I think after weeks like this, I'm not ready to cut back on,
Me either.
on coffee. So,
Well, speaking of that, we got another one.
Oracle.
Yeah, Oracle, best performing stock in the S&P 500 this week. Up
On a tear.
On an absolute tear, up 23% this week. And shares are up less than 10%. Now they're closer to 30 for the year. And I'll be honest, I was kind of, after like this earnings season, it seems like we got a lot of neutral reports from the kind of like the Mount Rushmore of AI companies, if you will. So I didn't have huge kind of expectations heading in. But, management was super bullish about their expectations for the next fiscal year. They say sales will be dramatically higher. That's a quote from the CEO during their report. They're calling out their sales will actually be accelerating, so that's not something NVIDIA and Broadcom can kind of boast to at the moment. So so really strong and optimistic view from Oracle for that business that they use to kind of rent out computing space to the AI players. And just for some context, their sales grew 8% in fiscal year 2025, which ended in May, expected to accelerate to 16% this next fiscal year.
The stock's up like 70% since April 21st. I'm like blown away.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's been, like you said, on an absolute tear. So, and given what they've just said yesterday, it doesn't look like it will be ending anytime soon.
All right, we got to leave it there. Red, thank you so much. Red Brown, Bloomberg News earnings reporter with some of the big movers for the week overall. Check out our new Stock Movers podcast, episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
If you're watching us on YouTube or Bloomberg Originals, we're seeing live shots right now of Ramat Gan. It's pretty much a part of Tel Aviv, just outside of Tel Aviv. This is an area of the city that has a lot of high-tech companies. It's like the tech capital of Israel. Looking at live pictures there on Bloomberg Originals.
Our live blog, too, saying Iranian users have reported widespread internet disruptions in the aftermath of those strikes from Israel. So, again, go to our live blog. Of course, the headlines continuing to cross. We will be all over it here at Bloomberg. Have a good and safe weekend, everyone. Balance of Power starts now.